right across the Nashi. About a little bit caution. So again, I will say, so I just want to point out how fascinating this is. So remember again, this is Ruvain. Ruvain is a Kohen. He's an owner. Right? Sarah Pesach, he's an owner. Now the Gemara says he could eat his carbon. He sat that night, but he can't eat other sacrifices that night. Look at Rashi. He says, "Oka Pesachol Erev about a little bit caution. The partial Pesachim Kasavar Aninos Laila Drabanon VaAninos Doraisa Chad Yomohu Ki Yipsi Bacharisa Kiyomar." Regarding Pesach, Pesach Lord, you do Divrei Makom Kalis, Gabi Kachin, and maybe Divrei Makom say that. Here's Kachkan. Let's listen to this. We just say it outside of the world. We listen to this. Aninos Doraisa is in pain of death. Okay? Now, Midrabanan, we're going to see. Let's make the assumption right now. Midrabanan extended Aninos into the following night, assuming that burial has not yet occurred. So let's say again, let's say Monday's Erev Pesach, Reuben loses his father. Reuben is in big Bukul Aninos day off. Let's say for some reason the burial is not happening until sometime later on. The rabbis extended the status of Aninos into the night. So Aninos Laila is the Rabbanon. Therefore, that night, Reuben still can't go ahead and reach Kavanos. But Chazal did not establish the halacha when it comes to Karban Pesach. Since failure to eat Karban Pesach is a chiyuv kares, therefore Chazal relaxed their aninos that night go out and eat Karban Pesach, but not other karbanos. That's what it means when it says over here, Onin, Tobo Ba'okalas Pischol Erev, Avalo Bikach. So that night the Onin could go ahead and eat this Karban Pesach, but he can't eat other karbanos. In which the Gemara says, I'm supposed to know, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick, I don't need to be more life. So the Gemara says, oh, no, it's not. I'm going to be able to 50, Lo Kasha, Kam the Pesach, Kam the Shari Mosa Shana. In the Pesach, I do the Achal Pesach, Achal Nam touching, the Shari Mosa Shana, Lo Chazi, Lo Chazi. So it's as follows. It could very well be, but maybe the night of Pesach is a little bit different. Why? Because also, maybe by the night of Pesach, once there's permission to eat Karban Pesach, there's also what? Permission to eat other forms of karbanos as well, right? But halacha l'maisa on other nights where there's no permit for Karban Pesach, ultimately again there's no permission for other karbanos as well. So that's what no one to suggest. So again, right now we're making the following assumption that Aninos Laila, Aninos that follows the day, right? Aninos at night that follows the day of Aninos is the Rabbanon. On Karban Pesach, Chazal relaxed their Aninos to life until Pesach. You are suggesting once you can eat Karban Pesach, you can also eat other karbanos as well. But on any other night, there's no permit to consume any type of kosher. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with this concept in the answer.
Transportation and matter, and the ability to cross between matter states is repeatedly observed. By responsible people, folks that have strong distance for saying this stuff, and yet still they're saying, that's what I saw. Okay, so this has to do with having some experience a source of very small package.
What about the fact that you make it sound like that halacha l'maisa, it is only the Kohen who does shirika that ultimately again is able to go ahead and eat, but that's not true. What about the fact that halacha l'maisa, there's an entire mishmar, right? Remember again, the Kohanim are divided up into mishmaros, divided up into mishmar literally watches, right? But it really means shift. So remember again, each shift is also comprised of multiple families. Each shift serves as basically just 1 week a year. Any Kohen family whose shift is on is able to go ahead and eat the kabbalah. Obviously, there's only one Kohen who's going ahead and sprinkles, right? So again, how can you say that it's only the Kohen who goes ahead and sprinkles who is the one who's able to eat? The Gemara says, there's the entire Mishmar. The entire Mishmar, this is who are not doing this Rika. Yes, they are still eating. To which the Gemara answers, to eat No, what you mean is like this. In order for a Kohen, I will say, here's the rule. In order for a Kohen to eat the Kavanos, he has to have the capacity to do this Rika. In other words, he has to be able to. Here's the rule. In order to go ahead and eat of Kavanos, you must have the ability to do this Rika. You don't have to actually be doing this Rika, but you have to have the ability to do so. I give you 1 second. Hari Katan, the inner right with Rika. Okay, what about Katan? Right, a katan, a child, who obviously is not able to do srika because he is a katan, and yet you know that a katan is permitted to go ahead and eat of the kavanot. The Kohen is able to, so the katan is able to go ahead and eat of the kavanos. Alamai yoklena. Now the says the Gemara, you're right. What does yoklena mean? Yahweh Kena. Yahweh Kena. Roy the Pitui, Roy the Pitui, Kohen. Shina Roy the Pitui, Elofor. You want to essentially again any Kohen that is in some way is fit to go ahead and do these Rika, ultimately again will be fit to receive a sacrificial portion. If you're not fit to do this Rika, then ultimately again you don't get a sacrificial portion. But again, what that means also is not that you yourself have to be actually fit in this moment. What it really means is categorically fit. Categorically fit. So therefore even a katan, let's say again, would still be categorically fit, even though right now he's disqualified because of age. So the Gemara says, I hurry Balmum. What's that? You knew this is coming. What about Balmum? As it will say again, the inner of the future is holy. Remember again, Balmum. Because remember, the Gemara says that this is teaching you a rule. In order to partake, in order to eat of Kavanah, you have to be a type of Kohen who is fit to be Zirga. If you're not fit to Zirga, then ultimately again, you can't go ahead and get a sacrificial portion. What about the Balmum? A Kohen who's a Balmum ultimately again is not fit to eat. Yet Halachah again, he gets a portion of the Son of Mishnah, to which the Gemara says, no. Balmum, Rabbi, Lachmana. Balmum is different. Right? Balmum is different. Why is Balmum different? Because the Torah itself goes ahead and gives me that. You read this about Balmum, so that this is this. Chazaka b'kohanim, the Rabbos Balmum. The Pasuk says in the first all male kohanim that comes to include Balmum in Korbanic consumption. The Ema calls up for Rabbos Tvoyom. How do you know that? Why does a kol zachar ultimately come to earth? What's a kol zachar just means every male. We tell you that every male comes to include Balmum. Say that every male comes to include Tvoyom. Right? Just do that. So the Gemara says, the stab of Balmum Shikin Okal. No. It makes more sense to say that it includes Balmum. Why? Because you already have precedent that a Balmum consumes kapas. Or Glosai, you're right. As much as you know that a Balmum can't do a Avodah, the claim was a Balmum already established is permitted to eat kabanos. Therefore, it makes more sense that once you know that he has a license to eat kabanos, that he would be included in Kol Zachar, as opposed to Tvoyom, who we know can't eat kabanos. Adrabah, so just the opposite. Tvoyom ha'olei still a harta mitzvah chazim. So you see the opposite. Tvoyom, this is what says this in Tvoyom and Balmum. Tvoyom comes the night, he will be fit. Right? Tvoyom comes the night, ultimately again, he will be fit to the Avodah. So Balmum will not. Which the Gemara says, Ashtamiyah halochati. Tvoyom will become fit tonight, but right now, he's not fit. Right now he's not fit, and therefore again he is excluded. So let's say so again. So just the possible what you must teaching us is that halakha and son, and this is teaching a rule. The rule is any Kohen who is fit to do the avodah ultimately again receives a sacrificial portion. If you're not fit to do the avodah, you don't get a sacrificial portion. There is an exception to that. Who is the exception? Balmum. Why is he the exception? Because there's a way of Kol Zachar. He's learned that from an addition on the Pasuk Kol Zachar. As Rabbi says, Nichti, let's analyze. My Yoklena, so now what we're saying is also when the Pasuk says Yoklena, reading like that, it doesn't mean eat, rather what does it mean? Yachai Kena, right? It means ultimately I can receive a portion. If that's the case, because let's remember again, all of this is being learned after the Pasuk the Kohen who does the Yudah eat, will eat. Now, obviously, you already understand that's not literal, because that makes it sound like only the Kohen who eats does the only the Kohen who does the zrika gets to eat. You know that that's not true. So rather it means any Kohen ultimately who is fit to do the zrika, Yochlana means receives a portion. So now the Tradosi Aramifti, my Yochlana Yachokena. Now we've established that what does Yochlana mean? Yochlana means to divide it up. If that's the case, Lichtov Rachmana Yachokena. Why don't you just say it? Why don't you just say, Hakohen Hanachata Osa Yachokena? Like, why not get to the point who does this result? Ultimately, again, we'll divide it up. Then you must, my Yochlana, why do you say Yochlana? What do I learn from here? Ultimately, again, if a Kohen is fit to eat,
that sits here, which is
if
kind of cool.
the Kohen himself is able to consume, then ultimately, again, Kohen, he receives a portion. If he does not have the ability to eat, in the Kohen, he does not receive a portion. Similar, the Torah purposely goes ahead and phrases receiving a portion in the form of consumption to teach us when did you receive a portion if you are fit to consume. But if you're not fit, if you're not able to eat, then halacha you don't receive a portion. In other words, I was saying, because I would have thought otherwise, even if I can't go ahead and eat it now, let me receive my portion now, I'll eat it tonight. Like it's full yom. Kamash Malon, if you can't consume, ultimately again you are not fit to receive the portion. Incredible. So it's an interesting case here. So watch this. What happens if the coin is a Balmum and is also Tame? Does he receive a portion? Also, now why is this an interesting case? Remember again, a Balmum receives a portion. Right? Even though, remember again, even though Balmum is the exception to the rule, that even though he can't do the avodah, Allah again, he still receives a portion. Tame, person is Tame, Kohen is Tame, does not receive a portion. What happens if a Balmum is Tame? Can he still receive a portion? So it says, given the law, Rabbi, this is really, remember, according to our rule, a Balmum should not receive such a portion. So yet, the Torah is mad. There's a reason. It calls up the Torah includes it to give no portion. So once the Torah included it, he would say, Moshe is not so Moshe, Mali Balmum. Maybe we can't. Or once he's in the category of Balmum, he's already in. He's already in to receive a portion. So whether again he is coming, if he's not coming, maybe that doesn't matter at all. Odama, maybe not. Odama, Roila, he will hold it. Shena Roila, he will hold it. No. Or we see it like this: the rule still applies. If a Kohen is fit to consume, then halacha might get a portion. If not, then he doesn't get a portion. A Balmum is fit. Someone whose stomach is not, therefore, Allah might say, if you have a Kohen who's a Balmum and coming, he doesn't get a portion. So we'll say it's a good shayla. Rabbi says, Tashma, Kohen Gadol not be a Kohen. A Kohen Gadol is able to offer a carbon even in a state of aminos, and most of the suburbs, smaller because you're going to get in cleanliness in a little bit. And actually, very interesting subject. If you look at Rashi, not the Kohen. If you look to the right, about the roof, to the right, Rashi, about 5 lines up, not the money. The sixth day, the Avivu Molo come up. And then a Mikdash, for you. Remember again, by Kohen Gadol does not become coming for anyone. Even his 7 close relatives, mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter, spouse. He does not become coming. The Torah explicitly says, now he does not become coming, and then a Mikdash for you. He does not leave the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. So Rashi says over there, he does not leave the Beis Hamikdash on the day of the death of his father and mother. The Lord said, the Torah goes out of its way to say that he doesn't leave the Mikdash. What does it mean he doesn't leave the Mikdash? He does the avodah. What does that show? That for a Kohen Gadol, if he does the avodah in a state of aminos, the avodah is not a thing. But we learn by extension that if another Kohen does do the avodah in a state of aminos, the avoda is absolutely compromised. Now, let's back to the Gemara. So, Tashma, Kohen Gadol Makrivoni, Ve'ino Ochel, Ve'ino Cholik Le'echol Be'er. Ooh, that this is very interesting. You're right. A Kohen Gadol could do the avoda even in a state of aninus. However, he is not permitted to eat of karbanos in his state of aninus. Not only that, he can't receive a portion on the day of his aninus to eat that night. So interesting enough, what do you see from here? That the Kohen Gadol has a permit to work, but ultimately they have to receive a sacrificial portion. Now, you know, what do you see here? In order to go ahead and receive the sacrificial portion, you have to be able to consume it. If you're not able to consume it, you don't get it. Who's the raya for that? Right, that is Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol is incredibly unique because he could even do the avoda in a state of aninus, but he's not allowed to eat karbanos in a state of aninus. Because he's not allowed to eat karbanos, therefore what? He doesn't get a portion. Meaning, I would have said, give him a portion and I'll eat it today. Because today he's out of aninus. We'll talk about that in the storm. He's out of aninus. Kamash Malon, but since he can't eat it on the day of aninus, he can't get a portion. So what do you see from here? If you can't eat, you don't get a portion. Therefore, this resolves our query. Resolves our question. What was our question? According to the Balmud and Tameh, does he get a portion? The answer is no. Why? Because since he is coming, he is not allowed to eat Altzis Tumah. Altzis Tumah, you're not about only good, but Altzis Tumah he can't eat, and because he can't eat, he does not get a portion. Incredible. Incredible. Actually very important. In order to get a portion, you have to be able to consume it. And if you can't consume it, you don't get it. Next. Coming for Kabbalah, see what Ma'ashiach Lo. So this is very interesting. What if a Kohen is coming and he's going to buy a communal offering? Everyone say, remember again, right? Communal offerings 101, what's the halacha about anything with the tzibah? Similar to the tzibah. Which means that technically speaking, the Kohen is coming to do the carbon tzibah. Now, let me get what in order to point out, even in the case where, let's say, the local tzibah is not coming, if a Kohen coming to do the carbon tzibah, ex post facto, it's kosher. So it's right. You'll get actually slowly. Ma'ashiach Lo. You cover tzibah left. The recovered secret shape is due to always coming by the way. See how you made the height coming all of the running that you do. The covered secret dochetoma. Listen, I watch this. So Hannah is coming to see a portion of a carbon seabed in order to eat it that night. Since technically speaking, if he were to offer up the carbon seabed, technically it would be kosher. Because so we must what's all over me. I mean, I'm a cat, I'm not one of the high end of the cat. You see on one hand, a coin sees a portion that you can do the avoda. And this coin technically speaking to do the avoda. Because technically, a coin who is coming could do the avoda for carbon. Oh, the only other possibility is Roy Lachila Foley, Shane Roy Lachila Ina Foley. The other possibility is like this: only a coin who is fit to consume. Ultimately, again, receives a portion. If he's not able to eat, then he doesn't get a portion. And right now, this coin was coming to eat. Gemara says as follows: Amravina, was I say idea, Hashma, Kohen Gadol Makiron, close the same case. A Kohen Gadol is able to offer up the carbon in the state of aninus, the ino ochel, and he's not allowed to eat. Never because he's not allowed to eat the ino kovet. He does not receive a portion even to eat that evening. Lachava elo. Shmanina, lo'i lachila ba'ira shmanina. So I say, what do you see from here? We're reinforcing the same point. In order to receive a carbonic portion, you have to be fit to eat it now. If you can't eat it now, you don't get a portion to eat. Think of us, I said to you, what you see is there's really two parts to the rule. What kind of coin gets the portions ultimately again in carbonos? Number one, a coin who is fit to do avoda. And number two, a coin who is capable of eating carbonos now. If you're capable of eating now, then halacha l'maaseh you can get a portion. If you're not capable of eating now, you don't get a portion. Once again, this woman in the back of our head is the exception to this rule, which is Balmo. Again, which we'll circle back to. Let's go back to this. Only, so we'll say now we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Only Nogea Ve'ilma. Remember again, only he's able to go ahead and touch a carbon. It's an interesting statement. Okay, so we'll discuss that. So only no get any matter, right? So only could go ahead and touch a carbon, but ultimately you cannot alter it. Says the Maligan, obviously, once again, it's not a regular code, except that you've seen already reinforced twice, is the coin level.
Just get back.
The only no get is that even the only is allowed to touch a carbon, or meaning, whereas the kasha, owning and Mokosipikurin, right? Owning and Mokosipikurin, remember again, Mokosipikurin is anyone who's gone through the requisite passage of time, the Hara, has even gone through the mikvah, has even had a shesh, but still has to bring certain company kapanos, Swas Halacha, Shrikin Vila Kodesh. These individuals ultimately again need to go to the mikvah before coming into the Kodesh, before touching Kodesh. So what do you see here? See here that the only needs immersion. But then only needs immersion. So how are you able to just touch Kabbalah and say, I'm going to be up on Lokashia. Can be Shetabon, can be Shalot Tabon. Not a problem, not a problem. Our Mishnah, when it says that only to touch Kabbalah, so what are you talking about? You went to the mikvah. You went to the mikvah. Okay, that's what it is. You went to the mikvah already. Then you go and touch Kabbalah. But I'm not going to make everyone was extra on God. When you speak like this, you that only going to the mikvah. This is not because the only was with the dead relative. Obviously, if with the dead relative, then that's para aduma, right? That's the first second halacha. This needs to be a separate thing. That only has to go to the mikvah before coming back to the kodesh. No problem. Our Mishnah that said that halacha l'meisa are only to touch kapanos is when you went to the mikvah. The Brisa that says that you can just talking about the way didn't go to the mikvah. If you tell about my hobby, I understand. Even if it's the mikvah, who cares? Hajr alei aninos. The status of aninos ultimately again reverts back. Now again, on both sides. So remember, when we speak about aninos, when we speak about it, so the money for the is Yashun day of death. Reuben is a Kohen, lost his father on Monday. Monday, that entire day, he is in halakhic aninos, which means that even if he goes to the mikvah on Monday, the status of aninos reverts. So what exactly is the account? Only in Chicago, even if it only went to the mikvah and the aninos, Ayuso Kozeres Allah, the aninos ultimately again devolves upon him again. Well, Tashminos is not a contradiction, it's very interesting. One case is talking about the day where he had a lapse of awareness, and one is where he had both awareness. So what does this mean? Rashi says over here, it's this last short time about Asakadai Mishmiras Bufo, Tekeshu Asir Bekachim Bo Bayo. So now listen to this. What is this talking about? Where the owning had its ongoing concentration, meaning that again, I have to be careful to maintain my state of personal purity. The other case, that is ultimately again, was able to go ahead and touch. Versus the case here of Esakadas, who just wasn't really thinking about again the levels of like just maintaining his personal condition. In that case, you can't touch so much as exactly. Esakadas, if he has a lack of awareness about his personal state of purity, he requires that is a preserved Pimas. If there's preserved Pimas, that's Paradima. Paradima requires sprinkling on days 8 and 7. None of you, the Amar of your story. None of your story, none of your muscle, none of your operas. Esek Hadas, Sarat Azor, Shlishi. In other words, this is a general rule, right? Kohen must be ever mindful of his state of personal purity. And the moment that there's a lapse about that, ultimately, again, he's going to require, really, after Shimon, if there's too much space, he's going to require a sprinkling of the waters of Paradima on day 3 and day 7. Well, Kashna, the guy's name is coming is, Hadda Asif Mutmas Sheretz. This is very interesting. Now, the Kohen is careful to go ahead and be mindful about coming in contact with the courts. What wasn't he mindful of? Tumas Sheretz. Tumas Sheretz. Okay, no, that's just one second. I understand. Tumas Sheretz, I was saying too much still a bona fide form of Tumah had a challenge ball. Okay, granted, it doesn't require sprinkling these community seven, but it's still going to require a head of shemesh. Furthermore, Afimu Truma Nami. If that's the case, that there's Hasad Hadas, for Tumas Shalos, then Halot Shemais, and according to require mikvah even before eating Truma. So the Jewish must Ba'omer, what's the case? Ba'omer, so remember, just trying to figure out here we have a contradiction, right? Because our Mishnah says that the only was able to touch kachim. The Raisa says that the only is spoke to the mikvah before touching kachim. We're just trying to reconcile these cases. So what's the case? No, very interesting. Ba'omer, Nishmarti Davar HaMitamani, below Nishmarti Davar HaPoslani. So this is very interesting. What's the case? The case where the Torah says, I have been vigilant to go ahead and guard myself, keep myself from coming in contact with anything that would make me come but not for anything that would make me possible. And you're going to use this terminology before. Coming refers to Tuma Daraisa. Possible means Tuma Ilatana. So the Kohen essentially says, I've been mapped on surface of Tuma, but I've not been careful with anything that might be within it. Okay, so sorry, so the use of a paragraph, sometimes it's just a thing like that, where a person says, I've been careful with this kind of Tuma, but not with this kind of Tuma. Like, does that actually exist? What it actually does. Not kind of, so say, by the way, also such an interesting like metaphor about a person saying like, I'm not good on these types of Tuma, but not good on these types of Tuma. So the Gemara says, does that really happen? You're like, yeah, we do that all the time. Most of my life is like that. Like, I'm sure I'm not going to do it. I'm definitely going to do it. Yeah, people do it all the time. Not kind of, let's do this. Odeo Hasal Alo Shot. What is an interesting case over here? The person is carrying a basket on their head. Now, the case over here is a basket of pigs. Zalo Shot, on the base. And Magrifa is so low. And the Magrifa, and I was like, Magrifa literally means like a shovel, but in this case, it's not really a shovel. What it is Rashi points out over here, it's a metal utensil that has like a sharp head. What you would do is you would use this kind of like almost like a piece. You would use it to cut apart the pigs. You take the fresh pigs, you would use it to cut the pigs from one another. Okay, and I'm giving myself all listen to this. And what happened? Ruben carrying this basket of things on his head. Was it the 99D first line? From a Mibi ala sound and Mibi ala Magreva. So they said, I've been focusing on the baskets. I haven't been focused on the shovels. The right way. That's my way. Does it? Shovel. It says shovel. I would say, because that's how normally I do it. Between basically, they said literally, I've been careful to guard the basket from tomorrow, but I've not been vigilant. I haven't been mindful regarding the utensil. So what happens in a case like that? So the Gemara says, Hassan hard, but not great. But so what's halacha? Halacha is ultimately the basket is tahar, and the tree is tamim. What do you see in the saying? You see the halacha when I said this is a concept of ultimately being mindful and being vigilant about one thing and not about something else. Therefore, the Holy says, I have been careful to guard myself from biblical tumah, but I have not necessarily been vigilant regarding rabbinic tumah. Like what we call tumah versus puzzle. There's actually such a thing like that. Versus, by the way, just back to the fig case, you must be kind of grateful to South. I was saying, why wouldn't the migrate or why wouldn't the queen automatically come up with the basket? Traditionally, was because being tree mechanically, because one utensil can't be mechanically other utensil. This becoming measured itself on, but why wouldn't the queen be mechanically? On the level was to do for a man, Shmatia Midaba Hametama, Little Shmatia Midaba Haposla. Because they said ultimately again, I was guarded against something that would engage with tumor, but not careful to go ahead and guard it from something that is possible. In other words, at most the shovel became exposed to the big tumor, and the big tumor would not allow for something else. Okay, listen, bottom line for us is what we begin to see is this concept, ultimately again, of being vigilant about certain forms of tumor and not other forms of tumor. To which the Gemara says, and don't go on those songs. The must be the kind of the other bottom line. The rest of that is the Gemara says, this matter right? This whole thing kind of was kicked aside. Remember again, what's our discussion over here? Our whole discussion over here is only, right? Because the Mishnah said that only can touch Kabbalos. The Brisa said that only can touch Kabbalos. So we're just trying to reconcile this. The Gemara says, also the matter can be escalated. The Yalom was in Makir to meet Rabbi Alapan Namah. This is Rabbi Alapan Namah. Amalek, what she and Rabu, Amarat, didn't you hear what the girl was saying in
This episode is brought to you by Roka. This is important, so don't skip this. I've been wearing Rokas for years, and I absolutely love them. Of all the plastic brands out there, I choose Roka. Roka shit just works different. You'll notice it for the first time you put them on your face. They feel great. I can walk around in them. They never fall off your head. They're super high quality, lightweight, super comfortable, and they stay on your damn face. Even if you're sweaty, they stay in place even better. They don't slip. Gym stuff, kettlebells, yoga sprints, chasing the dog, whatever you're into. You can just lean over to pick up your kids. Everything stays on your face and feels great. It's crystal clear optics. Check them out and feel the difference for yourself. To help you get started, Roka is offering JRE listeners 20% off your order. So go to Roka.com. Well, there's a lot of people that have focusing on something that is exciting. Even if it's like important technical details that help you keep things exciting. It's the delayed gratification. The same type of people
and again, you can't eat this all circular. You can't eat it wide because remember again,
you're not going to feel that immediate benefit. It's going to
to
start where you're doing it. You gotta have a mindset that there's some things that suck that make the things that are exciting way better. Like for comics, it's writing. Like sitting down and writing. There's a lot of comics don't want to write. They just want to come out with ideas for the day and work on them on stage. Like that is great. You can do that. But you should also write because the ideas that come to you while you're writing, they won't come any other way. Those are like little gifts from the universe. The only way you get them is you gotta sit down with a fucking pad of paper or a computer in front of you and come up with it. You gotta sit down and start working and let the mind just slowly but surely pop them out.
He doesn't get a portion, but again, if his other Kohanis friends are eating together that night, ultimately again, he would be able to eat with them. Versus that true or limited. Only Tova Ba'okal as Kiskola Erev Abalot Mukachin. Yet the most wicked calling a lock off. And only that was the night for a moment during the coin was only on
So you try that out.
So the Gemara says now, and only to go to the mikvah, we've already established that the only does have to immerse. Before my taking a sacrificial items, the okra as piscolada, you can eat his carbonate that night. Now what do you refer to that? You eat carbonate about local culture. But you can't go ahead and eat culture. You can't eat culture. Now there's a lot unfolding over here. Let's take a quick look at Rashi. The okra piscol, you see that Rashi? Almost right across from Rashi. About local culture. So again, I just want to point out how fast it is. Remember again, this is Ruvain. Ruvain is a Kohen. He's an Onen. That tells me that he's an Onen. Now the Gemara says he can eat Sunset that night, but he can't do other sacrifices that night. Look at Rashi. He says, O Kapis Kola, about local culture, the part of Psachim, Hasabar, Aninos Laila Drabaran, the Aninos Zoraisa Had Yomovi, and the Ksiba Harisa Kiyomai. The Gavakis actually, these are called Nidi Very Makom Karis, Gavakachin, and maybe the Very Makom say that he's especially the most listen to this. You said it's outside of the Aninos Zoraisa, okay? Big Rabbanan, we're going to see, let's make the assumption right now. Big Rabbanan extended Aninos into the following night, assuming that burial has not yet occurred. So let's say Monday's Erev Pesach, Reuben loses his father. Reuben is in typical Aninos day off. Let's say for some reason the burial is not happening until sometime later on. The rabbis extended the status of Aninos into the night. So Aninos Laila Rabbanan. Therefore, that night, Reuben still can't go ahead and eat Kabbalos. But Hazal did not establish the halakha when it comes to Kabbalos. Since failure to eat Kabbalos is a huge occurrence, therefore Hazal reflects their aminos that night for our Kala Pesach, but not other Kabbalas. That's why it says that they are owning Togo also as Pischola Arab, about Lobi Kash. So that night the owner can go ahead and eat his Kala Pesach, but he can't eat other Kabbalas. Which the Gemara says, I'm supposed to know, we'll stop on this for today. We'll pick Aaron needs to be more alive. So I was going to say, oh, no, it's not. I'm going to be able to just eat no Pasha. Time the Pesach, time the Shaya Mosa Shaya. The Pesach, I do the Achal Pesach, Achal no Mekachim, the Shaya Mosa Shaya, Lo Chazi, Lo Chazi. Well, that's as follows. It could very well be that maybe the night of Pesach is a little bit different. Why? Because also maybe by the night of Pesach, one, there's permission to eat Kala Pesach, there's also what? Permission to eat other forms of Kavaros as well. Like Halacha L'Meisa, on other nights where there's no formal, where there's no permit for Kala Pesach, ultimately again, there's no permission for other Kavaros as well. So they're very good to know what to suggest. So again, right now we're making the following assumption. That Aminos Laila, Aminos that follows the right, Aminos at night that follows the day of Aminos, is Rabbanan. On Kala Pesach, Chazal relaxed their Aminos to like the Kala Pesach. You must suggesting once you can eat Kala Pesach, you can also eat other Karbanos as well. But on any other night, there's no permit to consume any type of kosher. We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up with this concept and answer some normal side.
There's a guy out there that would like take some these people into shit porn and all kinds of things. You're drawing the same parallel to like bombing and people are into shit porn. Yeah, if you like bombing, then you're into people shit in your mouth. It's not fun. You don't want people to have a bad time. They're there to have fun. It's people to work. They're working all day. They're fucking tired. You want them to have a good ass time, and the only way for them to have a good ass time is for you to do your job. You know, but it's it has to sometimes not work well. And there's like this moment when I'm about to do a new bit. I'm like, God, I don't want to do this. I don't know where this goes, but I have to. You know, trot it out there and hope that you can find an angle.
So you don't try this on your with your wife or something.
She don't work. Yeah. She just turns you down. She just stare at me like, what is wrong with you? It's like she and I have a very good balance. She's so different. She's so has a lot of the same values as me. Disciplined, and she's very smart. She's interesting, but she's
it's so funny because my wife and I walk around, right? And I'm a very amateur comedian, just around my friends. I try to like, not even close, but just like, you know, I specialize in stupid shit, but that's what I'm doing. And she, when I give her a laugh, that's like, that means way more to me than, oh yeah, my friends, sure, I can make them laugh. I can make my employees laugh. I come in and
what about the fact that if you're like concerned, like a local Mesa, it is only the Kohen who does legal, but ultimately again is able to go ahead and but that's not true. What about the fact that a local Mesa, there's an entire mishmar? Remember again, so Hanimar divided up into mishmoro, so divided up into people other than these washes, right? But even these shifts. So remember again, each shift is also comprised of multiple families.
It's the same. It's like what I want to watch.
Especially from 1 week a year. Any Kohen family whose shift is on is able to go ahead and eat up kabbalah. Obviously, there's only one Kohen who's going ahead and sprinkling, right? So again, you must, how can you say that it's only the Kohen who goes ahead and sprinkles, who is the one who's able to eat? The Gemara says, there's the entire mishmar. The entire mishmar that who are not doing this regard, yet they are still eating. To which the Gemara answers, no, the meaning is this. In order for a Kohen, now look, here's the rule. In order for a Kohen to eat the kabbalos, he has to have the capacity to do this. In other words, he has to be able to. Here's the rule. In order to go ahead and eat up kabbalos, you must have the ability to do this mikvah. You don't have to actually do the mikvah. You have to have the ability to do so. The Gemara says, "Hare katan." right, what about katan? Right, a katan, a child, where obviously it's not able to do zrika because he is a katan, and yet you know that a katan is permitted to go ahead and eat of the kabanot. Because he is able to, so the katan is able to go ahead and eat of the kabanos. Ela your krena, that is said to be what does your krena mean? Yachlikena. Yachlikena. Roy Lekiki, Roy Lekiki, holy. Shino Roy Lekiki, Lekiki, you might ask essentially again, any coin that is in some way is fit to go ahead and do this ritual, ultimately again will be fit to receive a sacrificial portion. If you're not fit to do this ritual, then ultimately again you don't get a sacrificial portion. But again, what that means also is not that you yourself have to be actually fit in this moment. What it really means is categorically fit. Categorically fit. Therefore, even a katan, let's say again, would still be categorically fit, even though right now he's disqualified because of age. So the Gemara says, I hurry Balmum. What's that? The news is coming. What about Balmum? Because we'll say again, the inner right of people that told it. Remember again, Balmum. Because remember, the Gemara says that the Mishnah is teaching me a rule. In order to partake, in order to eat of Kabbalah, you have to be a type of coin who is fit to do Zirga. If you're not fit for Zirga, then ultimately again you can't go ahead and get the sacrificial portion. What about the Balmum? A coin with a Balmum ultimately again is not fit. Yet Halacha Lamaisa again, he gets a portion as we saw in the Mishnah, which the Gemara says, no. Balmum, Rabbi, Lachmana. Balmum is different. Right? Balmum is different. Why is Balmum different? Because the Torah itself goes ahead and is Merabah. We read what the Balmum was still at. Let's read. Chazaka B'Kohanim, Merabos Balmum. The Pasuk says when it says all male Kohanim, that comes to include Balmum in Korbanot consumption. The Ema Chazaka Merabos Tmoyom. How do you know that? Why do a Chazaka ultimately comes to earth? Because a Chazaka just means every male. They tell you that every male comes to include Balmum. Say that every male comes to include Tmoyom. Right? Just do that. So the Gemara says, start with Balmum Hamed Rabbi, Shikin Ocha. No. It makes more sense to say that it includes Balmum. Why? Because also you already have precedent that a Balmum sees Kabbalah. So also, you're right, as much as you know that a Balmum can't do a Avodah, claiming that the Balmum is already established, is not admitted to eat Kabbalah. Therefore, it makes more sense that once you know that he is a licensed Kabbalah, that he is being included in Kozaka, as opposed to Goyom, who we know can't see Kabbalah. Adrabah, it's the opposite. Goyom Hamed Rabbi, there are mixed up cousins. That is the opposite. Goyom, this is what this is Goyom and Balmum. Goyom comes tonight, he will be fit. Right? Goyom comes tonight, ultimately again, he will be fit to the Avodah. So Balmum will not. Which the Gemara says, actually on Halachah. Right? Goyom will become fit tonight, but right now, he's not fit. Right now he's not fit, and therefore again he is not fit. So let's say so again. So just as part of the Gemara teaching us that Halachah on the Son, the Mishnah is teaching a rule. The rule is any coin that is to do the Avodah, ultimately again receives a sacrificial portion. You're not fit to do the Avodah, you don't get the sacrificial portion. There is an exception to that rule. Who's the exception? Balmum. Why is he the exception? Because he's a new way of called Zahar. He's learned that from an addition on the house of called Zahar. The Gemara looks at it, let's analyze. My no flannel. Now we're saying that when the pasuk says your flannel, really it doesn't mean sheets. What does it mean? Yachlikena. Right? It means ultimately again the sheet of portion. If that's the case, what's going on again? All of this is being done after the pasuk of Hakolim Hamachata Osei Yochlen. The coin who does the shriga, he will eat. Now, obviously, we already understand. That's not literal, because that makes it sound like only the coin who eats does the only the coin who does the shriga gets to eat. Another thing. Rather than any coin ultimately restricted to the shriga, your chona meaning receives the portion. So now you want to do this. I want to see my authority. Okay, now we've established that what if your clan and your clan needs to divide it up? If that's the case, let's go back to the African. Why don't you say it? Why don't you say, Hakohen Hamasaka Osha Yahweh. Like, why not just say the coin he just does this is not ultimately again will divide it up? And you must mind your sweat. Why do you say it? Now you know, Lori Lach, you love holy. What do I learn from here? Ultimately again, the coin is fit to eat. So you know, if the coin itself is able to consume, then ultimately again, holy. He receives a portion. If he does not have the ability to eat in the holy, he does not receive a portion. In other words, the Torah purposely goes ahead and praises receiving a portion in the form of consumption. To teach us when do you receive a portion if you are fit to consume. But if you're not fit, if you're not able to eat, then halach l'maisa you don't receive a portion. In other words, I don't say because I would thought otherwise, even if I can't go ahead and eat it now, let me receive my portion now. I'll eat it tonight. Like this word no. Kamash malon, if you can't consume, ultimately again you are not fit to receive this portion. It's incredible. So it's an interesting case here. What are you talking about? So watch this. What happens if the coin is a balmum and also tame? Mao shiakutu lo. Thus you receive a portion. Notice now why it's an interesting case. Remember again, a balmum receives a portion. Like even though remember again, even though balmum is the exception to the rule, but even though he can't do the avodah, halach l'maisa again he still receives a portion. Tame, person who's tame, coin is tame, does not receive a portion. What happens if a balmum is tame? Can he still receive a portion? So it says, given the law fuzzy, Rahman Rabbi, since really, again, I'll say, remember, according to our rule, a balmum should not get to receive a sacrificial portion. So yet, the Torah is mad. There's a reason it calls Zachar B'Tahar. The Torah includes him to give him a portion. So once the Torah included him, do we say, Rosh, so Roshna, Mali Tame, Mali Balmum? Maybe who cares? Or once he's in the category of Balmum, he's already in. He's already in to receive a portion. So whether again he is tame, he's not tame, maybe that doesn't matter at all. Ojama, or maybe not. Ojama, Roy Lachi L'Chole, Shena Roy Lachi L'Chole. No. What we say like this, the rule still applies. If a coin is fit to consume, then halacha might get a portion. If not, then he doesn't get a portion. A balmum is fit. Someone who's tame is not. Therefore, halacha might say, if you have a coin, which a balmum and he doesn't get a portion. We'll say it's a good child. Rabbi says Tashma, coin gadol not be owning. A coin gadol is able to offer a carbon even in a state of aninos. And most of the stuff are small into it. We're going to get into aninos a little bit. And actually, very interesting. So, if you look at Rashi, Makrid only. If you move your finger to the right, move to the right in Rashi, about 5 lines up, Makrid only. This is the same day. No, I'll be able to Molo Yisrael. And in a mikdash for you. So remember again, by Kohen Gadol does not become common for anyone. Right? Even a 7 close relatives, mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter, spouse. Right? It does not become common. The Torah explicitly says, now he does not become common. And in a mikdash for you. He does not leave the confines of the base of mikdash. So Rashi says, Lo takes me on mikdash. He does not leave the mikdash on the day of the death of his father and mother. The Torah goes out of its way to say that he doesn't leave the mikdash. What does it mean he doesn't leave the mikdash? But he does the avodah. What does that show? That for a Kohen Gadol, if he does the avodah in the state of aninos, the avodah is not profaned. But we learn by extension that if another Kohen does do the avodah in a state of aninos, the avodah is absolutely compromised. Now, let's back to the Gemara. We touch about Kohen Gadol not Gebonim, ve'eno ochel, ve'eno cholik le'echol be'erem. Oh, now this is very interesting. You're right. A Kohen Gadol could do the avodah even in a state of aninos. However, he is not permitted to eat of karbanos in his state of aninos. Not only that, he can't receive a portion on the day of his Aminos to eat that night. So interestingly enough, what do you see from here? That the Kohen Gadol has a permit to work, but ultimately he has to receive a sacrificial portion. Shmamina, Roi Lachilu. So what do you see from here? In order to go ahead and receive the sacrificial portion, you have to be able to consume it. If you're not able to consume it, you don't get it. Who's the raya for that? Right, that is Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol is incredibly unique because he can even do the avoda in a state of Aninus, but he's not allowed to eat karbanos in a state of Aninus. Because he's not allowed to eat karbanos, therefore what? He doesn't get a portion. Meaning, I would have said, give him a portion and I would eat it tonight. Because tonight he's out of Aninus. We'll talk about that in the soul. He's out of Aninus. Kamash Malon, that since he can't eat it on the day of Aninus, he can't get a portion. So what do you see from here? If you can't eat, you don't get a portion. Therefore, this resolves out a query. This resolves our question. What was our question? A coin is a balmum and tame. Does he get a portion? The answer is no. Why? Because since he is coming, he is not allowed to eat Altzis Tumah. Altzis Tumah, even though it's a balmum, he could. But Altzis Tumah, he can't eat. And because he can't eat, he does not get a portion. Incredible. Incredible. Both sides. Very important. In order to get a portion, you have to be able to consume it. And if you can't consume it, you don't get it. Next. Rashi. Coming for Kabbalah, Sibor Malchiach. So this is very interesting. What if a coin is coming and he's by communal offerings? I must say, remember again, right? Communal offerings 101. What's the halacha about anything with the Tzibor? Tumah of the Tzibor. Which means that technically speaking, a coin who is coming could do a carbon Tzibor. Not only that, but in order to point out, even in the case where, let's say, the Roman Tzibor is not coming, if a coin coming is doing a carbon Tzibor, ex post facto is kosher. Pretty much. You don't get actually slow. Mashiach Makello, you carbon Tzibor lachol la'ara, over carbon Tzibor shake you do the whole ring coming by the way. If ultimately lahai coming all of the running with the carbon Tzibor socha tumah. Listen, I watch this. So can a who is coming receive a portion of a carbon Tzibor in order to eat it that night? Since technically speaking, if he were to offer up the carbon Tzibor, it technically would be kosher. Would be kosher. So we must you see on one hand, a coin receives a portion of the Zika, because the Avoda, and this coin technically speaking could do the Avoda, because technically the coin who is coming could do the Avoda become oh, the only other possibility is Roy Laki Lachole, Shane Roy Laki Lachole. When the other possibility is like this, only a coin who is fit to consume ultimately again receives a portion. If he's not able to eat, then he doesn't get a portion. Right now, this coin who is coming can't eat. The Gemara says as follows: Amravina was the same idea. Pashma, Kohen Gadol Maknevon, close the same case. The Kohen Gadol is able to offer up the carbon in the state of Anilos, the Ino Ochel, and he's not allowed to eat. And because he's not allowed to eat the Ino Chovet, he does not receive a portion even to eat it that evening. Lachol ba'erev, Shmamina, Ro'i Lachila Ba'ina Shmamina. So what do you see from here? We're reinforcing the same point. In order to receive the carbonic portion, you have to be fit to eat it now. If you can't eat it now, you don't get a portion to consume it later. So essentially what we see is there's really two parts to the rule. What kind of coin gets a portion ultimately again in carbonos? Number one, a coin who is fit to do avoda. And number two, a coin who is capable of eating carbonos now. If you're capable of eating it now, then in halakha l'maisa you can get a portion. If you're not capable of eating it now, you don't get a portion. Once again, what's swirling in the back of our head is the exception to this rule, which is balmo. Again, which we'll circle back to. Let's go back to it. Only, so let's say now we're going to talk a little bit more about it. Only the idea of it, only is able to go ahead and touch a phone. It's interesting. So we'll discuss that. So only no get the max, right? So only you could go ahead and touch the carbon, but ultimately you cannot fall for it. Says the right again, obviously we'll say once again, it's a regular code. The exception that we've seen already reinforced twice is the clean level. You want to own it, no deal. Is that even the owning is allowed to touch a carbon? Or you need more as a kasha? Owning in Mukosu Kipurim, right? Owned and Mukosu Kipurim, remember again, Mukosu Kipurim is anyone who's gone through the requisite passage of time, the Tara, has even gone to the Mikvah, has even had hair of Shech, but still has to bring certain company Kapanos, so Salaha, treating Vilo and the Kodesh. These individuals ultimately again need to go to the mikvah before coming into the Kodesh, before touching Kodesh. So what do you see here? See here that the Onim needs immersion. If an Onim needs immersion, how are you able to say that he's able to touch Kabbalah in the state of Aninos? Or Rabbi Amr Biyocha Lokashia, and we should tell us and we should not tell us. Not a problem, not a problem. Our Mishnah, when it says that only to touch Kabbalah, what is he talking about? He went to the mikvah. He went to the mikvah. Okay, that's what it means. Went to the mikvah already, then he can go and touch Kabbalah. But Allah again was actually point out. When we speak about this idea that only going to the mikvah, this is not because the only is with the dead relative. Obviously, if it's with the dead relative, then that's Pala Abdullah. Like that's a Torah Sefer Allah. This seems to be a separate thing that only has to go to the mikvah before coming back to the Kodesh. There's no problem. Our Mishnah that said that Allah on only the touch Kaparos is when we went to the mikvah. The Brisa that says that he can't just talk about the way he didn't go to the mikvah. If you cover my hobby, I don't understand. Even if it's the mikvah, who cares? Hadra Ale Aninos, the status of Aninos ultimately again reverts back. Not on both sides. So remember, when we speak about Aninos, what we might refer to over here is Yachud Day of Death. Reuben is a Kohen, lost his father on Monday. Monday, that implies that he's in halakhic Aninos, which means that even if he goes to the mikvah on Monday, the status of Aninos reverts. So what exactly do you see about the Shamra only in Shetabas, even if it only went to the mikvah on the day of his Aninos, Aninuso Kozeres Arab, the Aninos ultimately again develops a carbon again. Lokash, the most is not a contradiction, this is very interesting. Lokash, had the Asaf Daide, had the Asaf Daide. One case is talking about the again where he had a lapse of awareness, and one is where he had focused awareness. So what is this meaning? Rashi says over here, this last short line, Shmiras Bifol, Keteshu Aser Bekachim Bol Bayo. So let's now listen to this. One thing we're talking about where the owner had ongoing concentrations, meaning that again, I have to be careful to maintain my state of personal purity. The other case, that's the case ultimately again, where he's able to go ahead and touch. Versus the case where Hesachadash just wasn't really thinking about, again, the levels, like just maintaining his personal position. In that case, he can't touch him. Someone says, one second. Hesachadash, if he has a lapse of awareness about his personal state of purity, should he require sprinkling? You must say that is a concern of Tumas Haze. If it's a concern of Tumas Haze, that's Paraduma. Paraduma requires sprinkling on days 3 and 7. The Amar of Yustari. Interestingly, the Rabbi Yustari, Rabbi Masan, Amar of Yochanan, Hesek Hadas, Sari Azor, Shlishi. In other words, this is a general rule, right? A Kohen must be ever mindful of his state of personal purity. And the moment that there's a lapse about that, ultimately, again, he's going to require really lapse as small as it is Tumas Haze. He's going to require sprinkling of the waters of Paraduma on day 3 and day 7. Well, Kasha, had the Asif in coming days, had the Asif Mishmas Sheretz. It's very interesting. Now, the Kohen was careful to go ahead and be mindful about coming in contact with the corpse. What wasn't he mindful of? Tumas Sheretz. Tumas Sheretz. Okay, no, it's just 1 second. I understand. How many Sheretz coming out of you? I understand. Tumas Sheretz is a very bona fide form of Tumah, kind of Sheretz body. Okay, granted, it doesn't require sprinkling days 3 and 7, but it still is going to require a head of Shemesh. Furthermore, Afilu Truma Nami. that's the case, that there's Hesed Hadas, first Shemas, Sheretz, then Halot, the nice and according to require mikvah even before eating Truma. Summers, Shemas, or Yirmiyah, Ba'omer, what's the case? Ba'omer, listen, remember, just trying to figure out here, we have a little contradiction, right? Because Undershah says that the only is able to touch Kachim. The Raisa says that the only is able to the mitzvah before touching Kachim. We're just trying to reconcile these cases. So what's the case? On Yirmiyah, Ba'omer, Nishmarti Midaber HaMitamani, Below Nishmarti Midaber HaPoslay. So this is very interesting. What's the case? The case where the Kohen says, I have been vigilant to go ahead and guard myself, keep myself from coming in contact with anything that would make me come. But that's what anything that would make me possible. And in other words, we see this terminology before. Coming replaces the Tumah Daraisa. Hustle means Tumah Dinabana. So the Kohen essentially says, I've been acting on biblical Tumah, but I've not been careful with anything that might be rabbinic Tumah. Okay, so it's very interesting. When we send it to use of a paragraph, is there such a thing like that? Where a person says, I've been careful for this kind of Tumah, but not for this kind of Tumah. Like, does that actually exist? What actually it does? Vatanga, they'll say, by the way, it's also such an interesting metaphor about a person saying, like, I'm not good on these types of Tumah, but not good on these types of Tumah. So the Gemara says, does that really happen? You're like, yeah, we do that all the time. It's like, most of my life is like that. But I'm careful. I'm doing this thing I'm not going to do, but this thing I'm definitely going to do. So the Gemara says, yeah, people do it all the time. That time, you listen to this. Ozeo Hasal Al-Roshah. What's the interesting case over here? Person is carrying a basket on their head. Now, the case over here is a basket of like figs. Zarosho, on the base, and Magrifa is so and the Magrifa, and I was like, Magrifa literally means like a shovel, but in this case, it's not really a shovel. What it is actually points out over here, it's a metal utensil that has like a sharp head. What you would do is you would use this kind of like it's like almost like to have like a pickle. You would use it to cut apart the pigs, and in case of fresh pigs, you would use it to cut the pigs from one another. Okay, I'm giving myself off. So listen to this, and what happened? Ruben carrying this basket of things on his head. What is it? The 99B first line. Libi ala Sanda and Libi ala Matrielta. Ruben says, I've been focusing on the basket. I haven't been focused on the Matrielta. Shovels below there. What is this? Shovel. It says shovel. I say, does that sound nowhere? So Ruben says, literally, I've been careful to guard the basket from Shimon. But I have not been vigilant. I haven't been mindful regarding the utensil. So what happened in a case like that? So the Gemara says, Hasal Tahar, Salmate Katina. So what's Tahaloka? Tahaloka is ultimately again the basket is Tahar, and the key is Tameh. What do you see here, both saying? You see the way that Tahaloka is a concept of ultimately being mindful of being vigilant about one thing, so not about something else. So therefore, if a Kohen goes there and says, I have been careful to guard myself from biblical Tumah, but I have not necessarily been vigilant regarding rabbinic Tumah. Right? Or what we call Tumah versus Pasal. There's actually such a thing like that. Much as, by the way, just back to the pig case, you must make the time migrate from the south. I was saying, why wouldn't the migrate? Why wouldn't the tea automatically go so much to the basket? Usually, because in the kind of food. Because one utensil can't be the kind of other utensil. Which is kind of match itself on. But why wouldn't the clean be the kind of foods? Amarava was the case, but Omer, Shmakia Mudava Hamitama, but Shmakia Mudava Haposla. Because they said ultimately again, I would get the garden against something that would convey to a tumor, but not careful to go ahead and guard it from something that would cost them. In other words, at most, the shovel became exposed to a tumor, and the biggest tumor would not allow for conveying this. Okay, well, listen, bottom line for us is what we begin to see as a concept, ultimately again, of being vigilant about certain forms of tumor and not other forms of tumor. So it's the Gemara says, the multiple claims that they have the other bottom line. The rest of that is the Gemara says this matter, like this whole thing kind of was kicked apart. Remember again, what's our discussion over here? Our whole discussion over is about Onin, right? Because the Mishnah said that if Onin can touch Kavanos, the Rice is saying if Onin can't touch Kavanos. So we're just trying to reconcile this. The Gemara says, the matter kind of escalated. The governors in Maki would commit Rabbi Alazan Nomer, Rabbi Alazan Nomer, Amalek, Roshina Lobu, Adam of the Amarat, sitting to hear what the Lord saying in the Rat, Paul Shishi Shot Shuma, Asr Lachol, Umuta Yuga. This is very clear. Somebody eats Shuma, that is a Shishi, like a third tier of thing. Now again, Shuma could be conveyed every time it's conveyed, every time it's transferred, it goes down the notch. Someone eats Shuma, which is a Shishi. What's that? Asr Lachol. He's not permitted to eat another form of Shuma, Umuta Yuga, but he's permitted to touch it. What do you see from here? Also, what you begin to see something very important, which is when it comes to Achiva, the Rabbanan needs certain safeguards and said that if you pretty much have any form of tumah, you can't eat touch it. However, when it comes to physical contact, there the rabbis did not make additional safeguards. Therefore, Allah when our Mishnah says that a owning is permitted to go ahead and touch Truma, or touch touching, I should say. That's because again, the Rabbanan said that owning can't eat it. But, and again, you can't eat it, it's all circular. You can't eat it. Why? Because remember, again, you can't serve, right? You can't grab over. Because you can't grab over, you therefore can't eat. Because he can't eat, he doesn't get a portion. When it comes to physical contact, that's what Rabbanan when that goes on. Okay, incredible. The Eino Cholik Lachol. The person is very furthermore, so remember, an owning, slow on this. An owning does not get a portion. He doesn't get a portion. So the Gemara says, Mitzvot food below Cholik, if he was Zamile Ochla. So the boss says, it's not fascinating. What could I infer from here? I can infer that his owning does not get a portion. But if his friends invite him and join them that night, he would be permitted to do so, right? He doesn't get a portion, but again, if his other Kohanic friends are going out eating together that night, ultimately, again, he would be able to eat with them. Whether that's true or no. I mean, owning, as this whole area, about local touching. The other was really calling a local. And owning, that was the last for a moment, ruling with the coin, was it owning on Erev Pesach. So the Gemara says now, on owning, you go to the mikvah, you've already established that owning does have to emerge before partaking of sacrificial items. But also as Pesach, and if you eat his Kavan Pesach that night. Now what do we infer from that? If you eat his Kavan Pesach, about local touching. But you can't go ahead and eat touching. You can't be touching. That was there's a lot unfolding over here. Let's take a quick look at Rashi. But this is called we see that Rashi, almost right across the Rashi, about local touching. So again, about it. So I just want to point out how fascinating this is. Remember again, this is Ruvain. Ruvain is a Kohen. He's an owner. Right? He's an owner. So the Gemara says he could eat Pesach that night, but he can't eat other sacrifices that night. Look at Rashi. He says, "Ocha Pesach Erev Avalot B'Kachim B'Parshei Psachim Kasavar Aninos L'Laila D'Rabbanon V'Aninos D'Oraisa Chad Yomo B'Yitzir B'Charisa Kiyomar." Look at Pesach. Pesach Lo Yidu Divrei L'Makom Kalis Kavikachim and then Divrei L'Makom Aseda. Here's question. Let's listen to this. You say it's outside of the world. Aninos D'Oraisa is the day of death. Okay? Now, Big Rabbanan, we're going to see, let's make the assumption right now. Big Rabbanan extended Aninos into the following night, assuming that Burial has not yet occurred. So let's say again, Monday is Erev Pesach, Ruben loses his father. Ruben is in Big Aninos day off. Let's say for some reason the burial is not happening until sometime later on. The rabbis extended the status of Aninos into the night. So Aninos Laila is the Rabbanan. Therefore, that night, Reuben still can't go ahead and eat Kabbanos. But Chazal did not establish the halacha when it comes to Kabbalah Pesach. Since failure to eat Kabbalah Pesach is a huge kares, therefore Chazal blocks their Aninos that night for around to Kabbalah Pesach, but not other Kabbanos. That's the reason it says over here, only Togo V'Okalas Pischola Erev, Avalot B'Kachim. So that night he only can go ahead and eat his Kabbalah Pesach, but he can't eat other Kabbalos. which the Gemara says, we'll stop over there for today. We'll take our Muslim more life. So the Gemara says, oh, no, it's not. I'm revealing 50 Lo Kasha, time to Pesach, time to Shani Moshe Shabbos. Pesach, I do the Achot Pesach, Achot Lo Touching, the Shani Moshe Shabbos, Lo Chazi, Lo Chazi. So, that's as follows. It could very well be that maybe the night of Pesach is a little bit different. Why? Because also, maybe by the night of Pesach, once there's permission to cover Pesach, there's also what? Permission to eat other forms of karbanos as well, right? But halacha l'maisa on other nights where there's no formal, where there's no permit for karban Pesach, ultimately again there's no permission for other karbanos as well. So there is what no one to suggest. So again, right now we're making a following assumption that aninos laila, aninos that follows the right, aninos at night that follows the day of aninos is dirabano. On karban Pesach, Hazal relaxed the aninos shalai before Pesach. You are suggesting once you can eat karban Pesach, you can also eat other karbanos as well. But on any other night, there's no permit to consume any type of kosher. We'll stop over there for today. We'll pick up with this concept in the normal side.
Acquiring this data, and you start accumulating it, and then started going over it with experts. What did that feel like to you when you're realizing, oh, this is real?
Yes. It was something that was very nice for me because when we the thing was I was saying always to Rado, shall we disclose this or not? I think for now not, but then the results were always the same, so we decided to disclose this.
How long did you sit on it before you decided to disclose it?
1 year.
1 year. So for that 1 year, how conflicted were you? You must have been walking around like I have the biggest secret on earth.
Yes.
How weird was that? That's crazy. That's crazy. Two people having one of the biggest secrets on earth. That's backed by data. I mean, it's not even like, someone told you something. Like, you have extraordinary data due to fascinating technology.
Good morning. Beautiful beginning to the week here at Hashem. And begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's take. Our Talmud sponsor for the month of Hades, Haba Alinu, Tova Ushim, Mindy Schreiber, and the sister of Ushim for Elio, Rafael Ben Miriam, and Maki Hallelujah Marguerite, in memory of Maki's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. Thank you for Suda, Israel Texas, and Kafkali Tede, and America, Talmud Torah, all the way to Shamsad and Ali, the families in the tunnel, all those who need to worship and get a call for themselves. That film today is sponsored by the friends of Gedalia and Donna Rosenberg. In honor of the Chasina of the Sangavi today, Hashem Mazel Tov, Shizot Kanyas Hashem drops the Chasin down to the Chuppah, the Sha'atava Umetzlachas, the scene builds the Binyan Adi Adi Tiskala, and Nega Esim Shani Tovos. Mazel Tov. So with that, let us begin. So we are starting today. I apologize, also going to have to end a few minutes early, but it's not a problem. I never have a problem getting through what we need to get through, and less than a lot of time. So we're going to be fine. No need to laugh at that. We're good. So today's attack 98. This is to kick off at 2 closely. We're picking up 5 lines up from the bottom by the word mincha. Middle of that line. Mincha. So let's say, remember again now, the Gemara is kind of going through the psukim, actually the psukim a little bit. So the Gemara judges mincha. Man mincha in an afeles elo zikrik. Let's learn from the word mincha. Just like mincha is only consumed by zikrik by melchahani. So too, all other karbanos are also only consumed by melchahani. That wasn't at least that statement does not appear to be true, right? Because there are many karbanos that are consumed by many others other than zikrik. So it's interesting. What you must understand over here is that whenever the Torah itself does not tell you who the karban is consumed by, generally that means it is consumed only by melchahani. In other words, if the Torah tells you that it's consumed by a greater population, then good. But if the Torah doesn't say anything, it's almost like the default assumption is that the carbon is consumed by melchahani. So the Gemara says, Maggie, what are you talking about over here? In other words, what type of covenant are you referring to? If it's a chatas and an asham, then the hedjik sibahu kazacha b'kohanim l'chayim. So again, if it's a chatas or an asham, then that's pretty explicit. The Torah explicitly says that it's only eaten by Mel Kohanim. The shaman tzibor, and if we're talking about shaman tzibor, maybe we just mikra us. They call it shakadashim tachman, called zacha yochalo so. We made our shaman tzibor. And if it's talking about shaman tzibor, that again, communal shaman, then also that's learned out from the psukim. Right? Learn out from the psukim. El says rather tonight. Rather again, I will say it's a machlokes Quran. Now, I will say here's what I want to point out. What's interesting about this machlokes over here is everyone is agreeing on the principle. The principle is that when it does not state who is able to consume a carbon, ultimately the default understanding is it's zikre kuhuna, mel kohanim. The shaila is what is the source of that halacha. Sandy Gemara says tonight. The source of that halacha is in the top of Tzadikas 98a. And others only out from here. So this is one of these beautiful machlokes. But machlokes is not about the halacha. Everyone agrees on the halacha. The machlokes ultimately again is the source. Good. Working our way through the pasuk. Chatos. What do we got from chatos? Chatos means kadeshes kibalua. Akom is kadeshes kibalua. What's a very interesting halacha? 98a, third line down. Just like a chatos was saying, the chatos ultimately again to transfer things to other things, and therefore convey its properties to other things. The value means through absorption. So just like a chatos has the ability to convey identity through absorption, akom is kadeshes kibalua. So too again, all other karbanos also have the ability to convey their respective properties through absorption to another item. Good. Asham, again, so we're going through the pasuk. What does Asham mean? Ma Asham mean Shafir Vishal Yakadosh Bo. Just like in Asham, the fetus and the placenta do not have sanctity. Akol each Shafir Vishal Yakadosh Bo. So to other karbanos, if you have sacrificial animal, the fetus and the placenta do not have kedusha. And this is very interesting. There's a very good reason why by Asham, the fetus and the placenta do not possess kedusha. Why is that? Because again, I will say Asham is a male animal. Right? So remember, it's very important, no matter how the Asham identifies. Right? Lamaisa, again, it's a male animal, so therefore there's no way. So look at Rashi's moment, it's actually very interesting. Rashi says, Ma Asham ish shafir b'shayah kadosh. Now, Asham, I will say, is only brought from a male animal. The animal called Loma, the animal which is fine. So that will say, so now, big man, don't look at this. Watch this discussion, it's quite interesting. So just like in Asham, obviously, again, the placenta or the fetus and the placenta are not going to be covered. So by other sacrificial animals, if you have an animal that is a sacrificial animal that is pregnant, ultimately, again, the fetus and the placenta are not covered. That actually is one of the summer. Brothers kachim b'hadyasanim kachim in Kedoshim. So this is very interesting. What do we learn from here? We learn from here that halacha l'maisa, the offspring of karbanos, in fact, have sacrificial sanctity. But when do they have sacrificial sanctity? Only when they're birthed, not when they're induced. If you take a quick look at Rashi says, "Blodos beimos kachim b'hadyasanim kachim." It's in the short line. It's in the short lines, like about 8 lines up before it becomes wide. Blodos beimos b'hadyasanim kachim kishinoladim hein kedoshim below the ma'id iman. So it's actually quite interesting. So when a sacrificial animal gives birth, the offspring, in fact, is kaddish. But that kedusha only vests upon the offspring once it is birthed, not while he is in the row. Quite fascinating. Furthermore, it done in Afshar, Misha'i Afshar, and literally Darshan El, possible from the impossible. So let's remember again, where is this entire halacha being learned out from? Where is it being learned out from? Ashar. Asham is a case of Iyakshas, impossible. Why is it impossible? Because it's a male animal. So obviously, again, there's no placenta, there's no fetus by a male animal. Yet, with Dashman, all of the other cases ultimately again from Asham. Incredible. So one of those like this. We'll say, so by the way, so just to see understand, we are really like accumulating some fascinating, just like Kabbalic facts along this journey. Right, so we established from Kakos that when the Torah does not state, when the Torah does not tell us who eats a carbon, the default is male Kohanim. From Asham, ultimately again, I'm sorry, that was from Mincha. Sorry, from Mincha. From Kakos, we're learning that again, Kabbalahs have the ability to go and convey identity through absorption. Through Asham, we're learning out the idea that a placenta and a fetus in utero do not possess sacrificial sanctity. Only once it's birthed does it have sacrificial sanctity. Good, let's go back to Miluim. So say, what are from Miluim? So you might say, Ma Miluim, Mutarin B'Sreifa, Ve'en Ba'alei Chayim, sorry, Ma Miluim, Mosreihen B'Sreifa, Ve'en Ba'alei Chayim Mosreihen. So we'll say, okay, so now this is interesting. Now remember, Miluim over both sides, this is talking about the Kabbalos that were offered up when the Mishkan was consecrated. So listen to this. By Miluim, Mosreihen B'Sreifa. Now what is the Mosreihen? Mosreihen literally means the leftovers. What is that a reference to? No son. Good old no son. Right? So no son over again is any carbon that is left past is permitted the window of consumption. So just like by Miluim, Mosreihen B'Sreifa, which means that what? That halacha l'maisa again, anything that is left over is burnt. Now we'll say that this is very interesting. Ve'en ba'alei chayim mosreihen. But living animals do not have a din of nosa. Now, what does that mean? This is really very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, it's Rashi actually in the first white line. Mami luin mosreihen b'sreifa, v'lo hayu ba'alei chayim mosreihen b'miluim, shari karban tzibor hayu v'lo hufu shayim la'achrayis. So, okay, so one second. So, Rashi, leave that, go to the next Rashi. Akol kachim mosreihen b'sreifa, ba'alei chayim mosreihen. Shin hayu ba'alei chayim mosreihen keep going. Actually, I didn't read the rest of the Gemara, I just realized. Let's go back for a second. Sorry. It's very exciting. All right, so remember again, when it came to the Kabbalah of the Beis Hamikdash side, if you had leftover sacrificial matter, what is that called? What is that called? No, sir. What do you do with the tar? You burn it. Now, both sides. But let's say you have no sir of living animals. Now, how would you ever have no sir of living animals? So I'll give you a very simple case. I am a cautious person by nature, so I'm going ahead and designating the carbon. And I also want to be prepared in the event that my carbon gets lost. I want to have a backup carbon. But it turns out that my carbon never gets lost. So let's say, so now that second carbon, so to speak, is an extra carbon, but we don't treat that like no sar in going ahead and burning it. That's essentially what the Gemara means when it says in ba'alei chayim. So let's go back to the Gemara for just one moment. So the Gemara says, Miluim, ma miluim mosreihen b'sreifa, just like by Miluim, any leftover sacrificial matter is no sign of burnt. Ve'en ba'alei chayim b'mosreihen. Rabbi said, let's say in the Beis Hamikdash, let's say by Miluim, which is a carbon seaport, they went ahead and they designated the backup carbon. That backup carbon would not have the din, ultimately again of no son, and therefore you would not dispose of that additional living animal in any other way. Cold, so the Gemara says cold, mosreihen b'sreifa, ve'en ba'alei chayim b'mosreihen. So too by all other karbanos, if you have no sar is burnt. But if you have a leftover living animal, ultimately again that is not treated like no sar. Now take a look at Rashi. Rashi is in the Y lines, fourth line in. Plus listen to this case. Keep going. You have to change the shnei kabbanos last lives. Yeah, that is so awesome. Shinoban ha'achot yishkaper b'sheni. On hifish carbon ba'avar v'yim shachar kabbanim tzadishon. Nitivas ha'achamen. There's a sheni no sonafat. So we'll say a very simple case. I have to bring a carbon chatos. And you have to bring many. Many chatos offerings, but when I again, so what do? I go ahead and I designate a couple of chatos, and I also designate a backup. And it ends up I offer the first one. Or say another case could be is I designated the carbon, I went ahead and I lost my carbon, designated a second one, then found the first one and offered up the first one. What do I do with the leftover carbon? So Rashi says, "Ve'ein Hasheni nosar." That's Hasheni nosar. Ein nosar zevisefer k'di nosar shalilur. So listen, we don't say, "Oh, that second carbon, that's like nosar. That's like nosar." And therefore, what do you do with it? Burn it. Gemara says, "No. The din of nosar ultimately only applies to what? Only applies to sacrificial matter, right? Actual meat, and not to actual living animals." Where do we learn that out from? We learn that out from ultimately Miluim. Now, listen, I should point out what's interesting about this. The Miluim were communal offerings, right? So because, and that's what I actually pointed out beforehand, ultimately, again, by communal offerings, there's no such thing as designating a backup carbon. In other words, by individual offerings, if you want to actually designate a backup, you can do that. But communal offerings, you can't do that. So just like by communal offerings, the din of nosa only applies to the actual ritual leftover of the carbon and not to any living animals. So from Miluim, we learn that out for all karbanos. The halacha is that the din of nosa only applies to sacrificial matter and does not apply to any backup animals. Incredible. Shlomin. What does it mean by shlomin? Not shlomin mefaglin u'mispaglim. So avkom mefaglin u'mispaglim. Just like by shlomin, I will say, a shlomin itself, the carbon can become pure. Not only that, anything that is brought together with shlomin also can become paper, right? Any company, something or anything else. So too by all other carbonos, not only could the carbon itself become pigel, but anything brought along with the carbon could also become pigel. Incredible. The Masnisa Torah Mishnah Rabbi Akiva, Mincha, Man Mincha Miskadesh Kibalos. We'll say again in the Mishnah, they quoted this in the name of Rabbi Akiva, doing Mincha. Man Mincha Miskadesh Kibalos, just like a Mincha ultimately again has the ability to convey identity through absorption. So to again, any carbon has the ability to convey identity through absorption. So let's say, so I just want to point out what happened over here. All we were just pointing is that before we quoted this instruction from Chatos, that from Chatos we learned that you can convey identity through absorption. You might not just quote some alternate sources. So remember Rabbi Akiva, he said the same halacha, but instead of saying it by Chatos, he said it by Mincha. So the Gemara says, okay, you actually important. If this one makes up Mincha, it's just one makes up Chatos. You actually need both of these things. Because if you use us by Mincha and by Chatos, why? Yes, when on Mincha, people would have just said by Mincha, that Mincha conveys identity through absorption. The Gemara says, I use the Mincha Mincha. Because since a Mincha is soft, because also remember what is a Mincha? Right, it's flour. So because it's soft, Mincha, it has the ability to absorb. About Chatos, by Chatos, ultimately again, because it's tougher, maybe absorption is not possible. We actually need Chatos. And if we're just at Chatos, it's interesting, we shouldn't be courier. Because the most like since Chatos has fat, has meat as juices, maybe that's what penetrates. About Mincha Imolo, but that's Mincha not. Therefore, it's Mincha. Therefore, we need both. The most interesting enough, just two sources for the same halacha, that carbonos convey identity through absorption. Okay, first opinion said we don't have to Chatos, that we keep it we learn it from Mincha, and both are necessary. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says, good. Chatos. Ma chatos ina ba'al minachos. What are from chatos? Ma chatos. What's this? This must be going from the key, right? To burns out the balua from mincha. What is not chatos? So chatos. Ma chatos ina ba'al minachos. Ubi yom, ubi yada hayamanas. Right. So this is a path to Russia. So I wrote from chatos. Just like chatos only comes, right? Number one from chulin, right? Chatos has to come from an unconsecrated animal. By yom, it can only be offered up by day. Ubi yada hayamanas. And the avodah is done with the right hand. All carbonos in a bar, elamina chulin, from chulin, the yom, by day, ubi yada hayamanas. This is very important to us. So just like chatos, again, has to come from chulin, it has to be an unconsecrated animal that is then consecrated, it has to be offered up by day, and the avodah has to be done with the right hand. So to all commands, you must say, by the way, it's important. You know, back being a lefty, left-handed is a move. It's a move. You can't. This is why as much as I hope a Mashiach comes, it doesn't straighten out the genealogies. It turns out I'm going to find out like I'm a Cohen. Still have direct conditions. So I really, the deck is the deck. I'm sorry? You like to tie my right hand behind my back or something like that? Yeah. The deck is stacked against me. Anyway, you want to say, what's the difference? This is now about all Kabbalah. So it's much, by the way, the Katas Kabbalah. So, but that's very interesting. Because this is a lot of interesting halachas. So by Katas, I know these halachas. I'm going to please come across. So now we're going to remember. Katas 3 halachas. Number 1, Hulu. Number 2, Yom, by day. Number 3, right hand. So now we're going to go through how do you know each of these things by Katas. The Katas we know, and how do you know it's by Katas? I'm going to please come across. The Hikid out in the Katas Asher Lo. Very interesting. This is by Yom Kippur. The Pasuk says, Aaron will offer up the Katas Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. It's from his. It's his animal. What does it mean? It's his animal. What does that mean? Cool. I mean, when Aaron offers up his Katas ultimately again is going to be from the unconsecrated animal. Mishalo, the Lo Mishal Tzibor, the Lo Mishal Mice. So Shalom means mamish, it's his animal, meaning again it's not from the communal funds, and ultimately again not from Meiser. Bayom, how do I know ultimately again that it has to be done by day? Mi beyom saboso nafka. Yes, so what's interesting about it? The Gemara says, so look what's happening over here. The Gemara makes it sound like that the source that Karbanos have to be done by day is ultimately learned out from Katas. The Gemara says, no, it's not. Yom is actually learned out, it looks like from an explicit pasuk that says, Biyom Savaso. Asher Tziva Hashem es Moshe L'Harsina Biyom Savaso. That's learned out that about the Gemara says, you're right, Kedei Naspa. What's it Kedei Naspa means is an interesting phrase that literally, I guess we just translated it as like, in passing. What does that mean? Sometimes the Gemara will just say stuff in passing, right? Now, what the Gemara doesn't mean is like to be exclusive language. So what does that mean? The Gemara says you learn out from Chatos 3 things. What are the 3 things? Number 1, that a carbon has to come.
You see on the top of the structure there is something
like a center lesson. Good. So the Gemara says, I line it up with the crown of but that might not be sensitive. Everything is okay. So, by the way, what a Muslim, right? What a Muslim. When you try to center your things, like in accordance with themselves, and you try to center yourself in accordance with things that themselves are not centered, throws off everything. Alright, anyway, so the Gemara said as follows. The Gemara is like this. One says, so what's interesting is, the Gemara made it sound like we're learning out the thing of Yom from Chatos. The Gemara just says, by the way, that's not true. That's not the source. Chatos is not the source that Kabbalah showed up by day. There's a phrase, Biyom Savaso, by Moshe Rabbeinu. On the day, so by Yom Tov, we learn that Kabbalah by day. The Gemara says, you're right. The Gemara just mentioned Yom by Chatos, Kedei Naspa, in passing. Just one distinct halachos of Kabbalos that again has to come from Chulin, has to be right-handed. It also mentions by Yom, even though Chatas is not actually the source for Yom. Okay, the other Hayamanis, how do you know that it has to be done with the right hand? In the Rabbi Bachana now, that's the Rabbi Bachana, Omer Shoki, Komokum Shene'emar Etzva, Ukuvuna, Eino Elen Yom. So here's the problem. The Gemara is going to say, by the way, we don't learn out the din of right hand from Chatos either. And here is that learned out from. That's what we're going to talk about. Rakana, which like it says, Komokum Shnema Etzva Ukuvuna, whenever it says Ukuvuna, then Halakha Lamaisa, that means it's what? Right hand. So it turns out that the din of right hand is also not learned out from Chatos. This one says, you right to gain Nashka. It's just mentioning it in passing. So interestingly enough, the Gemara starts out by saying that the 3 halachas we learned from Chatos. Number 1, that the animals that come from Chulin. Number 2, that has to be done by day. Karbanos have to be done by day. And number 3, they have to be done with the right hand. It turns out that the only one that's actually learned out from Chatos itself is the first one that has to be Chulin. The other 2 are actually learned out from other sources. But the Gemara just kind of groups them all together in passing. Levi said, another hospital is. Some like Rabbi Shimon. So how to Rabbi Shimon saying, the Amar Etzba Mabaya Sinina, Kuruna Baya Etzba. What is that term? So Rabbi Shimon says, whenever you see the word Etzba always means the word right hand, always means right. It does not need to be modified by Kuruna. But whenever you find kahuna, kahuna doesn't need to be modified by esba in order to mean life. Okay? Asham, what I mean by asham, Rimazima asham atzmosav mutarim, kol atzmosav mutarim. So the most incredible. So what does asham mean? So just like by asham, what is the halacha? The bones of an asham are mutter. Now, if you look at Rashi, it's actually very interesting. Four lines at the bottom of Rashi. So let's say if you, for example, want to fashion utensils out of the bones of an asham, ultimately, again, that is mutter. So just like the bones of an asham are mutter, so to the bones of any carbon are going to be mutter. That says Akol, Bakilu, Ola. Rabbi said, what's the Kiddush of this? Even in Ola, which obviously is fully consumed in this day. It's just like Asham, the bones are permitted, so to the bones of any carbon ultimately are permitted. So Rabbi says as follows. Shitali. What's the other thing? Rabbi says it's actually a little bit of a throwback. So we're actually now going back to Kibbutz. Right, so remember again, what's a quick review? The law of Kibbutz applies to what? Dam Chatos. Only Chatos. Interestingly enough. And what area do you have to launder? Only the area of the actual stain itself. You need not launder the entire garment. Now, now back to Kibbutz for a little bit. Looks like this is fascinating. Dam Chatos, Lemata, the Dam Ola Lemata Kibbutz. Listen, now watch this. So this is like this. Rabbi says, it's obvious to me that if you have, let's say, we'll say two stains. The first stain that comes on the garment is dam chatos. The second stain that comes on the garment, ultimately again, is dam ola. So Rabbi says it's partial that you require laundry. Now, what's going on over here? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, 98b. Dam chatos dam ola. So the order of the stains is very important. First, the chatos blood falls on the garment, and then the ola blood falls. Now remember again, what's the status of ola blood on the garment? What's the status? Nothing. There's no din kibbutz. So look at Rashi. He says, the chazan leaders down ola are also do this. Tell kibbutz, dam chatos no geya lebeget upalu alo. Okay, so now watch this. When the dam chatos is the first thing that falls on the bed, there's two things that happen. Number one, it's touching the garment, and number two, it's absorption in the garment. So it's obvious if there's contact and absorption, then of course there's a din of kibbutz. Watch this. It's the hard question. That's really the question. Why, Rabbi? 98b, second line. Why, Rabbi? Dam ola lemata v'dam chatos lemala mahu. This is very interesting. Let's say the dam ola fell on first. It's right on the baguette first. And then on top of the dam ola, you have dam chatos. What is the halacha in this case? Now, what's shayla? Now, watch this. The Gemara is operating under the following assumption. Because outside of the inside. Here's the assumption. Whatever blood touches the garment first, that's the blood that gets absorbed. Any subsequent blood is going to touch the garment, but will not be absorbed. So therefore, again, in the first case, where it was the dam chatos, which was the first blood on the garment, again, there's both contact and absorption, and then when the dam ola comes on top, there's contact but no absorption. So that's obvious that there's a bit of kibbutz. In case 2, dam ola is there first, which means dam ola is first absorbed and contact. Then dam chatos comes along, and what is dam chatos? What happens to dam chatos? There's what? There's contact, but no absorption. No absorption. So what I said, the shaila is, what's up with it? I just want to point out how fascinating this is. That I look to understand that by enjoyment, there's a limited amount of absorptive ability. Okay, so whatever is there first gets absorbed, anything subsequent has contact and no absorption. So I just want to point out how different a human being is than a garment. Right? A garment has limited absorption. Human beings, we have unlimited absorption. This goes both in the positive and the negative. Let's start with the negative. Right? So the negative also is that unfortunately we absorb everything around us, including most of all the negative. And unfortunately, there's no limit to the amount of negativity that ultimately we could absorb. Firstly, no matter how much negativity one has absorbed, no matter how much shibboleths one has absorbed, there's still an unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as you want. Sometimes we look at ourselves and we say, I'm a person that's absorbed so much shibboleths. How could someone like me ever become tahar and kaddish? And it's very simple. The same answer is simple. Because I'm not a beggar. Because I'm not a beggar. That's it. That's a bumper sticker. I am not a beggar. Whereas a beggar has limited absorptive capacity, and once I've absorbed the wrong, quote unquote, the wrong thing, that's it. I have unlimited absorptive ability. And therefore, no matter how much schmutz I've absorbed in my life, I still have unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as possible. It's such a tremendous and profound lesson of hope. And I will say it's even more than that, because sometimes, yeah, obviously, also, I can get the schmutz out, because whatever's I can kasha myself. But the part is, sometimes, even before I get the schmutz out, I still have the ability to allow so much kedusha in. Because sometimes getting the schmutz out is a little bit difficult. And even before I'm able to go through a kashering process of expunging the negativity from within, I'm still able to go ahead and literally absorb as much kedusha as possible. Incredible. So it's back to the shayla. That's the shayla. So now this absorbed the blood of the ola first, and then the damchatas came on top of it. So does the beggar require kibbutz or not? So here's the shayla. The imatzmaus, you should know gehu, v'hanogel. So do we say that it's contact? Ultimately, again, that creates the obligation. Ultimately, again, for kibbutz. And if halacha again, there is contact in this case, v'hanogel. Although we should be below. Already know the din of kibbutz is only by where? By absorption. And I will say over here, in this case, there is no absorption. Why is there no absorption? Why is there no absorption? Because the dam ola came first. And he was operating under the assumption over here that beggar only absorbs the blood which sprinkled it, which splattered upon it first. And therefore, Allah comments that the dam ola is there first. Then, although the dam kartos touches it, there is no absorptive ability. So the most ultimate, you should be normal, or maybe ultimately again it's because of absorption. And therefore again, halacha l'maisa baha lo balua. And in this case over here, the absorption ultimately again does not occur. So we'll say, so that's a shayla. So again, so once again, everyone agrees in the case where the dam chatos is there first, and then the dam ola comes afterwards, that obviously there's a bit of kibbutz because there's both contact, nigua or nogea, and nigua and absorption. The shayla is if the dam chatos, if the dam ola is there first, and then ultimately again the dam chatos there the second. So in this case over here, the dam chatos is not absorbed, but it is touching. Does that create a din of kibbutz or not?
Yes,
The most other pashta, they do kibbutz. And resolve it afterward, it does not require kibbutz. So apparently again, kibbutz wandering is only obligated when there is both negia and luah, only where there's contact and absorption, or essentially just say absorption, because obviously once there's absorption, there's obviously contact as well. So only if there's absorption, ultimately again, is there going to be a din of kibbutz. Incredible. Other rabbis said, Pshita leaves dam is very interesting. Now, the parak is actually ending up with a totally unrelated discussion about in general the halachos of tzatzitza. So let's say if you have a garment that became tzatzitza, so we're not really used to these halachos because again, for us, the only thing we really use a mikvah for is personal tara. Like if a person or again if there's a mikvah for tumas keri. So halacha so we don't today contemporarily because we don't have the regular halachos of tumas tara. We don't immerse garments. But in time today, if you had a garment that became tar, you have to immerse it. Sorry, you have to immerse it. So I will say, so again, Hilchos, mikvah is that you can't have a chatzitza. What's a chatzitza? Chatzitza is anything that interposes between the water and the garment. So it says, now watch this. I'm going to cheaply, dam al bislo chotzitz. If you have blood on your garment, and you put that into the mikvah, ultimately, again, that's a chatzitza. That's a chatzitza. Go to watch this. In Kavafu, ain't a chotitz. Now listen to this. What happens if I'm a butcher? I'm a butcher. If I'm a butcher and there's blood on my garment, that's not a chatzitza. Rabbi says, what's the pshat? That's very interesting. The din of chatzitza, Rabbi says, is as follows. If something covers the majority of a garment, then it's a chatzitza. If something doesn't cover a majority, then it's not a chatzitza. Right? However, again, Rabbi says, if you're makbid means I don't want the object there to stay there. If I'm makbid, then it's a chatzitza. So for a regular person, having blood on a garment ultimately again is a chatzitza. Why? Because I don't want it there. But if I'm a butcher, so apparently butchers are not makbid if there's blood on their garments. It just makes sense, again, you're a butcher. What you do. Like the hopper, things like, like this. A Stama person shows up in the morning wearing scrubs and means going to together. Right? A doctor shows up in the morning and means he's going to work. Right? So so again, there are certain things which are, like if you're malacha, it's not a chatzitza. So for a Stama person, blood on my garment, I don't want that there. But for a butcher, that's kind of his uniform. That's ultimately, again, that's what he wears. So, let's just finish the parak. Listen to this. Rav saying again, if there's grease, schmaltz on your garment, that is a chatzitza. What if I am a schmaltz salesman? A schmaltz salesman. Right? I don't know, it must be a better term for that. But again, I'm a schmaltz salesman, then ultimately ain't a chotitz. Then when I say, it's not a chatzitza. Not a chatzitza. Again, by the way, that's what I'm saying also, for some of these industries, like kind of wearing it on your garment also is a reminder to people, I need a little bit of schmaltz, I need a little bit, I need a good steak. Really, it must have been also that, really, that's how I use the scrub example for just a moment, like the same way for a doctor, right, to walk around in pajama scrubs, the mindset, again, it's fine because that's the way they dress for their profession, right? Again, for anyone else would be strange, but for them, so it seems to be also for these individuals, if you had blood in your garment and you were a butcher, that was part of like your identity. You had schmaltz and you were a schmaltz salesman, that was your identity. Okay, so by Rabbi, so listen to this. Any person at Chatzitza, so by Rabbi, listen to this. Gam Ulabat Abdul Gamal. What if you have blood and schmaltz on your clothes? This is a slob. That's not going right. You have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. I don't know if it's like Shabbos lunch, you have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. So what's halacha? So listen to this. Gemara says, hey, tabachu. So again, if he's a butcher, so apparently for a butcher, blood would be fine, but the butcher wouldn't normally have schmaltz on his clothing. And ultimately, again, if he's a schmaltz salesman, then again, the schmaltz was fun, but the blood is problematic. Well, three cars into this, the other car, so they know tickets. Let's say, seriously, you have a guy who both is a butcher and sells schmaltz. So he does both. So it's good to diversify. Everybody's not on a plan B. Right? So the man again, he's a butcher and he sells schmaltz. So let's say, so technically speaking, both of these things are normal to have on his clothing. Here's the interesting part. The Gemara says, "Achanto lo kapid, karti kapid, o dilma karti nami lo kapid." So it's like, so what's the shaila? So do we say like this, right? So in other words, let's say the butcher who sells schmaltz. So for one stain, he's not mafkid. But for two stains, he is mafkid, right? Or not? Or do we say no, that Lamais, again, because both of these things are his industry, ultimately, again, he's not mafkid. Which the Gemara says, Kedu. But says, we're not sure. Which will say, by the way, this Gemara is such a profound idea. What's the shaila? They're both saying. The reality is, all of us walk around with stains in our clothing. Right, metaphorically so. Right, we all have faults, we all have shortcomings. But we weren't trying to figure out over here is like, and everyone has that kind of, I wouldn't walk around with a certain number of stains. But once the stains become too many, too numerous, then it reminds you again, there is a certain point where I say, no, this can't go on. This can't go on. Something fundamental needs to change. or not? Are people just okay walking around with many different life things on the float? Which the Gemara says, take the Gemara kind of leaves it a little bit open-ended without answering that particular question. Okay, let's have a fasting. But again, but Allah Almighty, what you do see is that certainly, again, what we'll call it the industry standards thing. If it's thing that is part of my profession, a person is not matzah. The same blood on a clothing for a person is not a butcher. Ultimately, would be a chatzitza and would invalidate tefillah. For the butcher, would not be a chatzitza, would not invalidate the tefillah. What about if a poor person is a butcher and a schmaltz salesman and he has blood and schmaltz? Is that chatzitza? You want to leave it off as a quick video. Let's say, how can Allah Dan Katos, Steph, was a stop there today, Mazel Tov, parents, incredible. Incredible.
I put myself in the center.
All right, Steph, let's do a great day, everyone.
See if you can find some images of.
Also, just for the 95 million in here.
It is quite fascinating. And if there was some sort of a massive rise of sea and massive flooding, which is depicted in every single miniature of the Jade, from Epic of Gilgamesh to the Hopi talk about it. I mean, it's like almost all cultures have a story. Obviously, Noah and the Ark and the flood in the Bible, but this was salt. Joe, 2 months ago, I went for the first time to visit the pyramids, and I found salt in the water. There is still salt. And you think that salt is probably... I tasted it.
All right, everyone, say good morning, or good Chodesh, for Hanukkah. Beautiful beginning to the week in Eretz Hashem. And beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip today. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis, Hava Alim Latova, Ushi and Mindy Schreiber, in the Swiss of Rushma for Elio, Rafael, and Miriam, and Martin Hallelujah Marguerite, in the name of Martin's father, Yosef, Shlomo, Moshe, Shmuel. Thank you for Suli Yuda. Your type is on Chafar Tevis. We also remember about Talmud Torah, all of the Shem Slav and Aviva families in the Kamel, all those who need us, whichever very cold call that you saw. That Yoli today is sponsored by the friends of Gidan and Dana Rosenblum, in honor of the Chassidus of their son Gabi today, Baruch Hashem, Mazel Tov, Shebizol Chayat Hashem, Torah passing down to the Chuppah, the Sha'at Tavo Umetzlachas, the Sim Dov Binyan Adi Adi Kala, and Never Asim Shani Tovos, Mazel Tov. Those are that. Let us begin. So we are starting today. Hard results. We have to end up 2 minutes early. But it's okay, not a problem. I never have a problem getting through what we need to get to, and it lasts me a lot of time. So we're going to be fine. No need to laugh at that. Well, good. So today I got 98. If you have to use 6 actually close. We're picking up 5 lines up from the bottom by the word mincha, middle of that line, mincha. So let's say, remember again, now you might just kind of go through the psukim, dashing the psukim a little bit. So the greater judge, mincha. Not mincha, internet, hello, is it like, let's learn from the word mincha. Just like mincha is only consumed by zikret, by nyalkohanim, achol inam me'achol zikret. So too, all other karbanos are also only consumed by nyalkohanim. That wasn't a hadith, that statement does not appear to be true, right? Because the main karbanos that are consumed by many others other than zikret. So it seems to be what you want to understand over here is that whenever the Torah itself does not tell you who the carbon is consumed by, generally that means that it's consumed only by alcohol. In other words, the Torah tells you that it's consumed by a greater population, then good. But if the Torah doesn't say anything, it's almost like the default assumption is that the carbon is consumed by alcohol. So the Gemara says, what are you talking about over here? In other words, what type of carbon are you referring to? If it's a kachas and then the head simply calls Zacha the Kohanim Yachid. So again, if it's a kachas and Asham, then that's pretty explicit. The Torah explicitly says that it's only eaten by Kohanim. If you Shamit Tzibor, and if we're talking about Shamit Tzibor, maybe we get the Kra'ah. They call the Shachar Hashem Tachmanu, call Zacha Yachal also. Leading our Shamit Tzibor, and if it's talking about Shamit Tzibor, like again, Kumino Shlamim, And also that's learned that from the Psukim, right? Learn that from the Psukim. Gemara says, rather, tonight, rather, again, I will say, it's a machlokes Quran. Now, I will say, here's what I want to point out. What's interesting about this machlokes over here is everyone is agreeing on the principle. The principle is that when it could not state who is able to consume a carbon, ultimately the default understanding is it's Zuber Elina, Nekohan. The Shaila is what is the source of that halacha. Then the Gemara says, and I do. The source of that halacha is in machlokes Quran. Top of Chagas 98a, Ika Menachto and Mehacha. So this is up here. Speaking of Menachto and Mehacha, and I'll go it out from here. So this is one of the beautiful machlokes. But machlokes is not about the halacha. Everyone agrees on the halacha. The machlokes ultimately again is the source. So working our way through the process. Katos. What do we learn from Katos? Katos means Kadesha Kibalua. Akom is Kadesha Kibalua. What's the very interesting halacha? 98a, third line there. Just like a Katos was, the Katos ultimately again to transfer things to other things. And therefore convey properties to other things. Kibalua means to absorption. So just like a Katos has the ability to convey identity through absorption, Akom is Kadesha Kibalua. So to again, all other Kavanos also have the ability to convey their respective properties through absorption to another item. Good. Asham, again, so we're going to do the process. What is Asham? Asham means to hear the sound of covered bones. Just like in Asham, the fetus and the placenta do not have sanctity. Each of the sound of covered bones. So to other Kavanos, the sacrificial animal, the fetus and the placenta do not have fusion. And this is very interesting. There's a very good reason why by Asham, the fetus and the placenta do not possess pollution. Why is that? Because again, the say Asham is a male animal, right? So remember, it's very important. No matter how the Asham identifies, right? Lamaisa, right? Lamaisa, again, it's a male animal, so therefore there's no way. So look at Rashi's moment. It's actually very interesting. Rashi says, "No Asham Isha Fir B'Shaya Kodesh." Now, Ashram says only brought from a male animal. The Eno Loma, the English is fine. So now says, now, the one of this, watch this judgment, it's quite interesting. So just like in Ashram, obviously again, the placenta or the fetus and the placenta are not going to be covered. So by other sacrificial animals, if you have an animal that is pregnant, ultimately, again, the fetus and the placenta are not covered. Now, back to the Gemara. Savar, Vlados Kachin Ba'adyas Masik, Vlados Kachin Ba'adyasan Hinkoshi. So this is very interesting. What do we learn from here? We learn from here that halacha l'maisa, the offspring of, now this is very important, the offspring of Kavanos, in fact, have sacrificial sanctity. But when do they have sacrificial sanctity? Only when they're birthed, not when they're born. If you take a quick look at Rashi says, Vlados Be'emos Kachim, Ba'adyasan Kachim. It's in the short lines, like about 8 lines up before it becomes wide. Vlados Be'emos Ba'adyasan Kachim, Kishinolodi, Hein Kedoshim, below the Ma'in Iman, Began Ashim. So it's actually quite interesting. So when a sacrificial animal gives birth, the offspring, in fact, is Kaddish. But that Kedusha only rests upon the offspring once it is birth, not while it is a funeral. Quite fascinating. Furthermore, the gun in Akshar needs to be Akshar, and literally reduction out possible from the Iman. Is what the number again. Where is it in Kai Halacha being there now from? Because originally there now from Akshar. Akshar is the case of Akshar. Impossible. Why is it impossible? Because it's a male animal. So obviously, again, there's no placenta, there's no fetus by male animals. Yet, we're dashing all of the other cases ultimately again from Akshar. Incredible. So the goes like this. We'll say, so by the way, so just to understand, we are really like accumulating some fascinating, just like Kabbalic facts along this journey. Right? So we've established from Katos that when the Torah does not state, so when the Torah does not tell us who eats the carbon, the default is Mel Kohanim. From Asham, ultimately again, I'm sorry, that was from Mincha. Sorry, from Mincha. From Katos, we're learning again Kabbalahs have the ability to go into the identity through absorption. Through Asham, we're learning out the idea that a placenta and a fetus in utero do not possess sacrificial sanctity only once it's birthed. Doesn't have sacrificial sanctity. Good, let's go right there. Miluen. So say, what are they from Miluen?
Economy is based on
So you want to Mami Luen, Mutarin Bisrepa, Ve'in Ba'alechai Isai. Mami Luen, Mosreyan Bisrepa, Ve'in Ba'alechai Mosreyan. So we'll say, okay, so now this is interesting. Remember, Miluen Mover both sides, this is talking about the Kabbalos that were offered up when the Mishkan was consecrated. So listen to this. By Miluen, Mosreyan Bisrepa. What is Mosreyan? Mosreyan literally means your leftovers. What is that a reference to? Nosar. Good old Nosar. Right, so Nosar, remember again, is any carbon that is left is permitted to wind blow through sunshine. So just like by Miluen, Mosreyan Bisrepa, which means that what? That halakha the halakha again, anything that is left over is burnt. Now we'll say, now this is very interesting. But living animals do not have a din of nosar. Now, what does that mean? This is really very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi actually in the first wide line. Nami Luin Moshe Misrefa, although Hayib Ba'ali Chan Moshe meaning that. Sorry, Carbon Sibor Hayib, Lohuzu Shine Nachrais. So, okay, so we'll say, so actually leave that, go to the next Rashi. Afkal Kashin Moshe Misrefa, Ba'ali Chan Moshe. Hayib Ba'ali Chan Moshe, keep going. Actually, I didn't read the rest of the Gemara. Let's go back for a second. Sorry. It's very sorry. Right, so remember again, when it came to the Kabbalos Lebeis HaMikdash, if you have leftover sacrificial matter, what is that called? What is that called? No, sir. What do you do with stars? You burn it. Now, both sides. But let's say you have no star of living animals. Now, how would you ever have no star of living animals? So I'll give you a very simple case. I'm a cautious person by nature, so I'm going ahead and designating a carbon. And I also want to be prepared in the event that my carbon gets lost, I want to have a backup carbon. But it turns out that my carbon never gets lost. So let's say, so now that second carbon, so to speak, is an extra carbon, but we don't treat that like nosar in going ahead and burning it. That's essentially what the Gemara means when it says in Ba'alei Chaim. So let's go back to that Gemara for just one moment. So the Gemara says, Miluin, Mani Miluin Moshe Mishefa, just like by Miluin, any leftover sacrificial matter is nosar and is burned. Ve'in Ba'alei Chaim Moshe. Rabbi, let's sit in the base on the Mikdash. Let's say by the Miluin, which is a carbon sequence, they went ahead and they designated the backup carbon. That backup carbon would not have the din, ultimately again, of nosar, and therefore you would not dispose of that additional living animal in any other way. Afkol, so the Gemara says Afkol, Mosrein B'Sreifa, Ve'en Ba'alei Chaim B'Mosrein. So too by all other karbanos, if you have nosar is burnt. But if you have a leftover living animal, ultimately, again, that is not treated like nosar. Now, take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the Y line, fourth line in. Plus, listen to this case. Keep going. You have to sneak up on us last night. Rachais Kovaso, Shinyoban HaAkot Yiskater Bashim. On Hitfish Carbon Ba'avan Vehish Akataka Beninsabi, from Mishras Akaman, that's a shame no son. So it's a very simple case. I have to bring a carbon catalyst. You have to bring many carbon catalysts, and many catalyst offerings. But when I say again, so what do? I go ahead and I designate a carbon catalyst, and I also designate a backup. And it ends up, I offer the first one. Or we'll say another case could be is I designated the carbon. I went ahead and I lost my carbon, designated the second one, then found the first one and offered up first. What do I do with the leftover carbon? So Rashi says, Ve'in Hashem Nosar, that's Hashem Nosar, in Nosar Zebesrei, but in Nosar Shalidui. So also we don't say, oh, that second carbon, that's like Nosar. That's like Nosar, and therefore what do you do with it? Burn it. Mara says, no, the din of Nosar ultimately only applies to us, only applies to sacrificial matter, right? Actual meat, and not to actual living animals. Where do we learn that out from? We learn that out from ultimately Miluin. Now, let's say, just to point out what's interesting about this, the Miluin we learn communal offerings, right? So because, and that's what I actually pointed out beforehand, ultimately, again, by communal offerings, there's no such thing as designating a backup carbon. In other words, by individual offerings, If you want to add a designated backup, you can do that. But communal offerings, you can't do that. So just look back communal offerings. The deed of notes are only applies to the actual ritual leftover of the carbon and not to any living animals. So from the rule, we learn that our all funnels, the halacha is that the deed of notes are only applies to sacrificial matter and does not apply to any backup animals. You got to was in there by Shlomin, Mashlomin, Mispaglin, Mispaglin, the Apsom, Mispaglin. Just like by Shlomin, Rabbi said, Shlomin itself, the covenant can become pivotal. Not only that, anything that is brought together with Shlomin also can become pivotal, right? Any company, something or anything else. So too, by all other karbanos, not only could the carbon itself become pivotal, but anything brought along with the carbon could also become pivotal. Incredible. The Master said to understand that Yakiba, Mincha, Man Mincha Miskadesh is Gibalos. Suppose I again, in the Mishnah, they quoted this in the name of Rabbi Akiva, during the Mincha, Man Mincha Miskadesh is Gibalos, just like the Mincha ultimately again has the ability to convey identity through absorption. Akto Miskadesh is Gibalos. So again, Halach Lamaisa, any carbon has the ability to convey identity through absorption. So I just want to point out what happened over here. All we were just pointing is that before we quoted this structure from Chatos, that from Chatos we learned that you can convey identity through absorption. You might have this person ultimate source to the name of the Akiva. He said the same halacha, but instead of saying it by Chatos, he said it by Mincha. So the Gemara says, okay, this is actually important. If you're the Mincha of Mincha, it's just the Mincha of Chatos. You actually need both of these things. Because if you do that by Mincha and by Chatos, why? Here, Shmoyin and Mincha, people would have just said by Mincha, that Mincha conveys identity through absorption. Like Gemara says, the ID to the Kifa and Mincha, because since a Mincha is soft, because remember what is a Mincha offering? By flour, because it's soft midway, it has the ability to absorb about Chatos in made by Chatos, ultimately again because it's tougher to me, so maybe absorption is not possible. We actually in the Chatos. And if we're just like Chatos, it's interesting, we shouldn't discolor it. Since Chatos has fat, has meat of juices, maybe that's what penetrates about Mincha in the law, but that's Mincha not. If we need both. It's just interesting enough, just two sources for the same halacha, that Kabbanos convey identity through absorption. Okay, first opinion said we don't have to Chatos, that we keep so we learn it from Mincha, and both are necessary. Incredible. You just go back there. So the Gemara says, good.
Atrium and this 40 long metallic object.
Chatos. What other thing Chatos? Chatos versus this was the event of the Akiva, right? To burns out the Balua from Mincha. What is the Chatos? So Chatos, Chatos in the Ba Elamina Hulin, Ubi Yom, Ubi Yada Hayaman. So this is the pact Lasha. So I wrote to Chatos, just like Chatos only comes, right? Number one from Hulin, right? Chatos has to be from an unconsecrated animal. By Yom, it can only be offered up by day. Ubi Yada Hayaman. And you have only returned with the right hand. Pulse or Karbanos in a bar, Elamina Hulin, from Hulin. The Yom by day will be under Hayimah. This is very important to us. So just like Chatos, again, has to come from Hulin, it has to be an unconsecrated animal that is then consecrated, has to be offered by day, and the Avodah has to be done with the right hand. So to all commercial ones, and by the way, back to Hanan, being a lefty, that sandwich is a more. Is it more? You can't violate. As much as I hope when Mashiach comes, that he's going to straighten out the genealogies, it turns out I'm going to find out like I'm a Kohen, still have the left hand issue. So I really, the executive. I'm sorry? So I like to tie my right hand behind my back or something like that. Yeah, so that is stacked against me. Anyway, you want to say, what's the difference? This is about all Kabbalahs. So it's not, by the way, the Chatos phenomenon. So, but this is actually very interesting because this is a lot of interesting halachas. So by Chatos, I know these halachas. I'm going to please come across. So now we're going to remember Chatos 3 halachas. Number 1, number 2, Yom, by day, number 3, right hand. Now we're going to go through how do you know each of these things by Chatos. The Chatos know, and how do you know it's by Chatos? I'm going to teach them a crow. The Hikrit Aaron is Para Chatos Asher Lo. This is by Yom Kippur. The pasuk says, Aaron will offer up the parakatos asher lo. What does asher lo mean? It's his. It's from his animal. What do you mean it's his animal? What does that mean? Cool. I mean, when Aaron offers up his kakos ultimately again is going to be from an unconsecrated animal. The lo mishal tzibor, the lo mishal mice. So shalom means mamish. It's his animal, meaning again it's not from communal funds, and ultimately again not from mice. Bayom, how do I know ultimately again that it has to be done by day? Midayom saboso nafka. So it's interesting by the way. The Gemara says, so look what's happening over here. The Gemara makes it sound like that the source that karbanos have to be done by day is ultimately learned out from kakas. The Gemara says, no, it's not. Yom is actually learned out also from an explicit concept that says biyom sabaso. Actually, see that Hashem is Moshe Hashem biyom sabaso. Can't you learn that about Stamajah? The Gemara says, you're right. Kedei nasba. What's it kedei nasba means is an interesting phrase that literally, I guess we translated it as like in passing. What does that mean? Sometimes the Gemara will just say stuff in passing, right? Now, what the Gemara says it means is like to be explicit language. So what does that mean? The Gemara says we learn out of the Chatos 3 things. What are the 3 things? Number 1, that a cut has to come.
Researching this, and does this change your entire perspective of human history?
And just human beings. Good. So the Gemara says, I line it up with the crown of I don't know. But that might not be Sunday. It's not So, by the way, what a Muslim, right? What a Muslim. When you try to center your things, like in accordance with themselves, when you try to center yourself in accordance with themselves on that center, goes off everything. Alright, anyway, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is like this. One says, so what's interesting is, the Gemara made it sound like that we're learning out the thing of Yom from Chatos. The Gemara just says, by the way, that's not true. That's not the source. Chatos is not the source. That's what is offered up by day. There's a phrase, the Yom Sabasot, by Moshe Rabbeinu. On the day, so by Yom Tov, we learn about the day. The Gemara says, you're right. The Gemara just mentioned Yom by Chatos, Kedei Nasba, in passing. Just one is stating halachos of kavanos, that again, has to come from Fulin, has to be right-handed. It also mentions that Yom, even though Chatos is not actually the source for Yom. Okay, the other Hayamanis, how do you know that it has to be done with the right hand? That's not what I'm talking about. Kamakum Shene'emar Etzba, Ukahuna, Eino Eliyanim. So here's the problem. The Gemara says, by the way, we don't learn out the din of right hand from Chatos either. Type of where is that learned out from? That's what that's about. It's like it says, Kamakum Shene'emar Etzba, Ukahuna. Whenever it says Ukahuna, then halacha, so that means it's what? Right hand. So it turns out that the din of right hand is also not learned out from Chatos. It's just mentioning it in passing. So it's interestingly enough, the Gemara starts out by saying that the three halachas we learned from the Chatos. Number 1, that the animal has to come from Fulin. Number 2, has to be done by day. Karbanos has to be done by day. And number 3, has to be done with the right hand. It turns out that the only one that's actually learned out of the Chatos itself is the first one that has to be Fulin. The other 2 actually learned out some other sources, but the Gemara just kind of groups them all together in passing. Rabbi said, the other possibility is, some like Rabbi Shimon. So how was Rabbi Shimon? What was Rabbi Shimon saying? The Amar Etzba Mabaya Kahuna, Kahuna Baya Etzba. What does that change? Rabbi Shimon says, whenever you see the word Etzba, Etzba always means the word right hand, always means right. It does not need to be modified by Kahuna. But whenever you find Kahuna does need to be modified by Etzba in order to mean right hand. Okay, Asham, what I learned by Asham. So you must say, not Asham, Atzmosa Mutarin, called Atzmosa Mutarin. So there was incredible. So what does Asham mean? So just as by Asham, what is the halacha? The bones of an Asham are mutar. That was a look at Rashi. It's actually there is before as a Rabbi Rashi. Ma Asham Atzmosa Mutarin, La Asosnehan Ksidim. So let's say, for example, wants to fashion utensils out of the bones of an Asham, ultimately again, that is mutar. So just like the bones of an Asham are mutar, are called Atzmosa Mutarin. So to the bones of any carbon. I'm going to read most of that. She says, Hakol Ta'ilu Ola. Now, what's the Kiddush of this? Even in Ola, which obviously is fully consumed when you say it. So just like Hashem, the bones are permitted, so to the bones of any carbon ultimately are permitted. So Rabbi says as follows. She's already. We'll say, it's actually a little bit of a throwback. So we're actually now going back to Kibbutz. Right to the learning. We'll say quick review. The law of Kibbutz applies to what? Dam Chatas. Only Chatas. Interestingly enough. And what area do you have to launder? Only the area of the actual stain itself. You need not launder the entire garment. So now back to Kibbutz for a little bit. I'm not a cheaper. It's like this. It's fascinating. Dam Chatas, Yamata, the Dam Ola limit, like telling Kibbutz. We'll say, now watch this. Rabbi says like this. Rabbi says, it's obvious to me that if you have, let's say, there are two stains. The first stain that comes on the garment is dam chatos. The second stain that comes on the garment, ultimately again, is dam ola. So Rabbi says, it's hushed that you acquire one. Now, what's going on up here? Look at Rashi. It's actually quite interesting. Rashi says, dam chatos mata dam olimala, no dam chatos tila. So the order of the stains is very important. First, the chatos blood falls on the garment, and then the ola blood falls. And remember again, what's the status of ola blood on the garment? What's the status? Nothing. There's no din kibos. So look at Rashi. He says the chazon mikras dam ola al osek. It is tal kibos. Dam chatos no yeya lebeget italu amo. Okay, so let's say now watch this. When the dam chatos is the first thing that falls on the beggar, there's two things that happen. Number one, it's touching the garment, and number two, it's absorbed in the garment. So it's obvious if there's contact and absorption, then of course there's a din of kibos. Watch this. It's the follow-up question. That's really the question. Why Rabbi? 98b, second line. Why Rabbi? Dam ola lemata v'dam chatos lemala. Now, it's very interesting. Let's say the dam ola fell on first, the spiral on the beggar first. And then on top of the dam ola, you have dam chatos. What is the halacha in this case? And what's the shaila? Now watch this. The Gemara is operating under the following assumption. Here's the assumption. Whatever blood touches the garment first, that's the blood that gets absorbed. Any subsequent blood is going to touch the garment, but will not be absorbed. So therefore, again, in the first case, where was the dam chatos, which was the first blood on the garment, and again, there's both contact and absorption, and then when the dam ola comes on top, there's contact but no absorption. So that's obvious that there's a din of kibos. In case 2, dam ola is there first, which means dam ola is first absorbed and contact. Then dam chatos comes along, and what is dam chatos? What happens with dam chatos? There's what? There's contact, but no absorption. No absorption. So what I say, the shaila is, what's up? I'm going to point out how fascinating this is. Like that Allah understands that by a garment, there's a limited amount of absorptive ability. And so whatever is there first gets absorbed, anything subsequent has contact and no absorption. Listen, I just want to point out how different a human being is than a garment. Right? A garment has limited absorption, and being a human has unlimited absorption. This goes both in the positive and the negative. Let's start with the negative. Right, so let's start with the negative. Right? So the negative, I'll say, is that unfortunately we absorb everything around us, including mostly all the negative. And unfortunately, there is no limit to the amount of negativity that ultimately we could absorb. Firstly, no matter how much negativity one has absorbed, no matter how much shibboleth one has absorbed, there's still an unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as you want. Sometimes we look at ourselves and we say, I'm a person that's absorbed so much shibboleth. How could someone like me ever become tar and kaddish? And it's very simple. The answer is simple. Because I'm not a beggar. Because I'm not a beggar. That's it. That's a bumper sticker. I am not a beggar. Whereas a beggar has limited absorptive capacity, and once it absorbs the wrong thing, that's it. I have unlimited absorptive ability. And therefore, no matter how much schmutz I've absorbed in my life, I still have unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as possible. It's such a tremendous and profound lesson of hope. And I will say even more than that, because sometimes, yeah, obviously, also, I can get the schmutz out, because whenever I can cash in myself. But the part is, sometimes, even before I get the schmutz out, I still have the ability to allow so much kedusha. Because sometimes getting the schmutz out is a little bit difficult. And even before I'm able to go through the kashering process of expunging the negativity from within, I'm still able to go ahead and literally absorb as much kedusha as possible. Incredible. So let's back to the shayla. That's the shayla. So now this woman absorbed the blood of the Ola first, and then the dam chatas came on top of it. So does the beged require kibos or not? So here's the shayla. You must know, you should know, so do we say that it's contact, ultimately again, that creates the obligation, ultimately again for kibos, and if Allah again there is contact in this case, already know the din of kibos is only by where? By absorption. And I both say over here, in this case, there is no absorption. Why is there no absorption? Because the dam olah came first. And what's happening under the assumption over here, the beged only absorbs the blood which sprinkles it, which splattered upon it first. And therefore Allah comments that the dam olah is there first, then although the dam chatos touches it, there is no absorption ability. So you must or maybe ultimately again it's because of absorption. And therefore again, and this is over here, the absorption ultimately again does not occur. So that's our shayla. So once again, everyone agrees in the case where the dam chatos is there first, and then the dam olah comes afterwards. And obviously there's a bit of kibos because there's both contact, bidua or nogea, and bidua and absorption. The shayla is if the dam chatos, if the dam olah is there first, and then ultimately again the dam chatos there the second is so in this case over here, the dam chatos is not absorbed, but it is touched. And that creates a din of kibos or not. So when other pashta, they include kibos. Resulted afterward, it does not require kibos. So apparently again, kibos wandering is only obligated when there is both negiah, only when there's contact and absorption. Or essentially, they say absorption. Because obviously, once there's absorption, there's obviously contact as well. So only if there's absorption, ultimately, again, it is going to be a huge incredible. It's very unstable. Now, the fact is actually ending off with a totally unrelated discussion about in general. Now, halachos of chatzitza. So listen, if you have a garment that became chatzitza, so we're not even used to these halachos because, again, for us, the only thing we really use a mitzvah for is personal tara. Like if a person no, or again, if a person you must carry. So halacha says so. We don't today contemporarily because we don't have the regular halachos of human tara. We don't immerse garments. So in fact, there's an interest. If you have a garment that became tar, you have to immerse it. Sorry, tell me, you have to immerse it. So I will say, so again, Hilchos, mikvah is that you can't have a chatzitza. What's a chatzitza? Chatzitza is anything that interposes between the water and the garment. So I say, so now watch this. I'm going to shikali, dam al bigdol kotres. If you have blood on the garment, and you put it into the mikvah, ultimately, again, that's chatzitza. That's chatzitza. Go see, watch this. Then kavachu, ain't a kotres. Now listen to this. What happens if I'm a butcher? So if I'm a butcher and there's blood on my garment, that's not a chatzitza. What's the shot? So that's very interesting. The din of chatzitza says as follows. If something covers the majority of a garment, then it's a chatzitza. If something doesn't cover a majority, then it's not a chatzitza, right? However, again, I will say, if you're makbid means I don't want the object there to stay there. If I'm makbid, then it's a chatzitza. So for a regular person, having blood on a garment, ultimately, again, is a chatzitza. Why? Because I don't want it there. But if I'm a butcher, so apparently butchers are not makbid if there's blood on their garments. I guess it makes sense. Again, you're a butcher. What you do? like the hospitals, kind of like, like this. A stomach person shows up in the morning wearing scrubs and he's wearing pajamas. Right? A doctor shows up in the morning and he's going to work. Right? So so again, there are certain things which are, if it's your malacha, then it's not a chatzitza. So for a stomach person, blood on my garment, I don't want that there. But for a butcher, that's kind of his uniform. That's ultimately, again, that's what he wears. So you're going to say, well, let's just finish the parak. Listen to this. Seeing again, if there's smokes on your garment, that is a chatzitza. What if I am a schmaltz salesman? A schmaltz salesman. Right? I don't know what that for that. Right, but again, I'm a schmaltz salesman, then ultimately ain't a chatzitza. And when I say it's not a chatzitza, not a chatzitza. Again, look at. By the way, you have to understand also for some of these industries, like kind of wearing it on your garment also is a reminder people, I need a little bit of schmaltz, I need a little bit, a good steak. Really, it must have been also that, really, that's I use the scrub example for just a moment, like the same way for a doctor, right, walk around in pajama scrubs, the mind said, again, it's fine because that's the way they dress for their profession, right? Again, anyone else would be strange, but for them, so we see also the using the rituals, if you have blood in your garment and you were a butcher, that was part of like your identity. You had schmaltz and you were a schmaltz salesman, that was your identity. Okay, so by Rabbi, so listen to this. Let me first have a chatzitza. So by Rabbi, listen to this. Dam or about Abdul Gamal. So that you have blood and schmaltz on your clothes. Because you're a slob, right? That's what I'm right? You have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. Like, I don't know, it's next time it's lunch, you have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. So listen to what's the halacha? So listen to this. The Gemara says, people bring you or not. So again, this is a butcher. Sometimes you call a butcher, blood would be fine, but the butcher wouldn't normally have schmaltz on his clothing. The motor of the and ultimately again, if he's a schmaltz salesman, take up on your shirt down. And again, the schmaltz is from the blood problematic. Let's see how it is. The other part, okay, let's say you have a guy who both is a butcher and sells schmaltz. You diversify. Right? So the man says again, he's a butcher and he sells schmaltz. So let's say, so technically, both of these things have on his clothing. The really interesting part. The Gemara says, or Yuma Atadinamino Kapit. So what's the Shaila? So do we say like this? Right? So in other words, let's say the butcher who sells schmaltz. So for one stain, he's not master. But for two stains, he isn't fit, right? Or not? Or do we say no, that Lamai said again, because both of these things Gemara says take good. Gemara says we're not sure. But you will say, by the way, this Gemara is such a profound idea. What's the Shaila? What's that? The reality is, all of us walk around with things in our clothing. Like metaphorically so. Like we all have faults, we all have shortcomings. But you might try to figure out those things like, and everyone has that kind of walk around with a certain number of stains. But once the stains become too many, too numerous, then we might say again there is a certain point where I say, no, this can't go on. This can't go on. Something fundamental needs to change or not. Are people just okay walking around with many different light stains on their clothes? Which the Gemara says, the Gemara kind of leaves it a little bit open-ended without answering that particular question. Okay, let's take a passage. But again, what you do see is that certainly, again, what we call like an industry standard thing. If the thing that is part of my profession, a person is not immaculate. So the same blood on a clothing for a person is not a butcher. Ultimately, would be a chatzitza and would invalidate tefillah. For the butcher, would not be a chatzitza, would not invalidate the tefillah. What about if a poor person is a butcher and a schmaltz salesman and he has blood and schmaltz? Is that chatzitza? You want to take your say, Hadrallah, Dam Kakos, we'll stop it for today. Mazel Tov, incredible.
Yes, keep this up just for a couple seconds. Just like, how big are we? What are we looking at here?
Alright, that was a great day, everyone.
Last 16, last 7.
Also, just for the 95 million in here.
So maybe 200 or 300 meters. There's just so much and if you look at that image, it's clearly a man-made structure. It's magic, absolutely. Yes. I mean, look, there's stones that have been placed. Yeah. That is nuts. It's great. And there's no historical timeline, no understanding of the event. Wow. So it's likely that there's structures like this that exist that are undiscovered.
Alright, people say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin to be like all of our sponsors for this month's thing. Our commentary sponsors for the month of history have our video to the as we have in China to get into the Bolshin 6 months limit and trying to have a shoulder study at almost 3 weeks, then she is the corner block of singing of the Estes in many of the carry physical labor and the Korean Sarah Rafa Basketball Avion, Kinga Baskin, Papayan, and Mordecai Ben Yoga. Many of the different military sciences and Happy Yoga according to Shanice in the Moy Happy College, and many of Leah Basketball, Zafin Surani Basketball, and Esther Basketball. As I told sponsors for today, I always Steinberg and Scores continue to help Orthodox and Basketball on the anonymous sponsorship, although a few days belated the sponsorship in the honor of the Nachum Shontel's birthday. Hashem, and with deep gratitude for all of his kindness, generosity, and service to our beautiful Kehillah, may Hashem continue to provide you with health, Talmud Torah, spiritual growth, and very fine wine until 120. It's beautiful. Incredible. I also that to let us begin, and of course, we dedicate our discuss all of the Nishamas that were taken from us on the person of Kana Krishna, to share having our real their families and their common how that they should be just and as Hashem to the soul of Kobos. For structure. Also, with that, let us begin with the last weekly Baruch Hashem. Never enough time, but okay, we're going to do our best. Today's date is Sadik Vav at 96. We are picking up in Yes Hashem on Sadik K on the days 95B. 95B, and we left off yesterday again about an interesting Shiva. The Shiva was, what is the status of what we call Bishul below Bilua? What's the status of halacha l'maaseh if you cook something in a kli, but there's no absorption in that? Is that considered ultimately again to be? Do we consider that that's problematic, or do we assume that some type of absorption occurred, or not? Well, we say differently. Again, remember the paradigmatic case that you're always using was if you were to roast a chatos on a spit inside of a earthenware oven. You wouldn't have to break the earthenware oven afterwards, because that's an example of visual. Cooking is a curry, but there's no bilua, there's no absorption in there, because remember it's on a spit, and it's not hitting against the side, it's not hitting the actual utensil itself. So what is the halacha in such a scenario like that? You know, it's Tashmal. I'm not going to about one. Tashmal Midrash, Makachas Hayat. What's the Tashmal, which is, I'm sorry, which is 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. That's equal lines up from the bottom. Tashmal. No, I'm not going to about one. Tashmal Midrash, Shamat Makachas Hayat. The oven, right, there was a panel in the base of the Midrash that is made out of metal. Not a metal. Now, let's say, once these are like people of your local coffee, that if you think that at the end of the day, that you should below Bilua, which means again cooking without any absorption. If you think that halacha l'maaseh, that is not problematic, then ultimately you have a shacharas. You should make the oven of the base of the fish out of earthenware, because again, I've always said the assumption is that the only thing that's being made in that oven is sacrificial meat. Sacrificial meat will not be sitting on the level of your skin, in which case you have additional below Bilua, cooking without absorption, and if that's not a problem, then make it out of earthenware. Tushiyar says, no, there is an issue. Even the Tushiyar in the knuckles, that yes, no, because cooking kabanos is not the only thing that you would do in that oven. Rather, what else would you be doing in that oven? You would be going ahead and baking off the leftover knuckles. Remember again, those are the mincha offering. What's the part that's offered up on the Mizbeach? right? The mitzvah, everything else belongs to the Kohen. So if you're a Kohen, where you're preparing the rest of that, how there was a problem in the Beis Hamikdash. Now again, remember, for the Nachos, the way often you would, how do you take off a mincha? So again, you make it into a dough and you stick it on the side of the oven. So remember, it's not on the stick, obviously. So because that's actually being cooked with direct contact to the oven, therefore, Allah Almighty have to use metal. Because if you were to use earthenware, then there would be absorptions, and then again you have to take the oven, each and every time. Okay, the mercy the Igabishal will be ruach, Abdulashal Tapas. So since ultimate, sorry, that's on the other side of the.
That's an I don't know moment.
Yeah, just
what the hell is that?
Just don't bring up my performance review. Just and the real review is coming.
I'm digging out a hole in it.
So remember, so since there is Bishul and Birua, since ultimately again there is both cooking and absorption, therefore Allah Almighty you have to make it out of metal. So also it's like an interesting fact, just right. So there was the oven in the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again made out of metal, could not be made out of earthenware. Why? Because Allah Almighty there was both Bishul and Birua, cooking and absorption. Interesting, not from meat, but from what? From an office. So you might say this to this. The Ashkenazar was that fight. The actual is actually very interesting. There was a particular oven, and the oven was smeared with fat, with animal fat. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Tafu Beit almost right across the Rashi. Meaning, שעושים מלחם, ותחושן התחנה בעליו בעוקץ הלחם, אחר תספור מתחתם שמים as well as something to do is they would smear the oven with fat, animal fat, kosher fat, and then what they would do is they would bake the oven in that place, bake bread in that oven. Again, once again, remember, how to make from the Gemara, how you bake your bread, kind of deep things like that, wrap. They would take, it's kind of like if you ever struggle to see this, like the way they bake pitos often, right? You take a piece of dough and slap it against the side of the oven, and that's how it bakes. So again, that's how they bake bread. So in this case over here, they smear the side of the oven with white animal fat, and they bake the bread on there. Okay, so what happened? So Asla Rabbi said the bread is often. The bread is also, you're not allowed to eat that bread at all. Now again, remember, what's the problem over here? Because we're talking about kosher animal fat, right? This is not like non-kosher animal fat, a product over here. So it's kosher animal fat, they're smearing it on. Why can't you eat the bread forever? So this is actually totally different halacha. Rashi says the olam. Now again, I'll tell you the sound side. Why? Because they will say, interestingly enough, actually, let's say it's from Rabbi. He gives us this slow. Why is that? Because we're afraid that they come to do Kusah. So it's no idea what's Kusah. Kusah is everyone's favorite Babylonian dip, right? Which is made out of curdled milk and moldy bread. It's one of those things that we do here. It's just eaten. Let's just eat it. Most of that's milk. So this is separate halacha, and we're not going to begin to see hashkava. You are not allowed to make fleshik bread. You can't make fleshik bread or milk bread. You can't make it, but bread always has to be powdered. The reason for that is, since bread is often eaten with both meat and milk meals, the concern is if you make a fleshik bread, bread is bread. So a person can sit down to a fleshik meal, to a milk meal, not realizing that the bread is fleshik and go ahead and eat it, or vice versa. It's actually obviously an interesting halacha in general. So you can't, this comes up, that this does come up. The person takes challahs. So if you're taking challahs, because at the same time like this, like at the time of the Shabbos, one has to be careful that bread cannot be looked for places. Now again, there are ways to do this. In other words, if you change the shape of the bread, like in other words, if the bread has a unique shape, which indicates its designation as milk and circular shapes, you can choose to do that. If there's a clear type of bread, for example, industrial keto bread is often milk. So because that's known, okay, that could work. But again, in a general sense, you can't make bread milk and circular shapes. So therefore, watch this case over here. You have an oven, you share the oven with animal fat. Then they bake bread in the oven. Rabbi Bar Ailoi said that bread is awesome. You can't eat it. Why? We're afraid lest you come to eat it with Pesach, which will then be eating fleshik bread with a milk like this. So amazing, where is the kasha? In Lashon, so he said, can't read with milk. In Russian, if you did so, kolapas, basula asura, if you have the rabira, and again, about saying, the what's the and if you did need bread with milk, the bread is usher because of her de la vera. Again, what's the her de la vera? We're afraid that you're going to eat the milky bread with a flesh meal. Kiyosimo, similarly, aim touching esatana ba'aliyah. You cannot smear an oven with fat, right? So you can't smear an oven with fat. And the reason you would do that, remember again, is because obviously if it has fat on it, it's gonna cook better. You would touch, and if you did so, kola pasula sira. And the is going to be also until you go ahead and you capture the oven. Now, both say, what is now again? What is this right to show? See halachas, right? In other words, halachas, which means you can't make bread. But this part is asking a very important detail, which is what do you do if you did coat your oven with animal fat? What do you do? What is the answer? Kasher it. What is it from there? That you can kasher it. That contradicts Rabbi because Rabbi said at the end of the day, once you smear that oven with animal fat, you can't do anything with it. Yeah, like the oven is unconscionable. So you split the Rabbi Yukta. This is a refutation ultimately again of Rabbi statements. Okay, so one second. I'm going to do Rashi. It's in the Akar the Sosa Rabbi on my, so if that's the case, that Rabbi is wrong. So the Kashtos, what this sounds like over here, now remember, whenever we talk about an oven, we are assuming what is the oven made of? What's the default assumption? Earthenware. That's the default assumption. So now what sounds like just happened over here is, the Gemara is telling us that there is a way to capture earthenware. That's what the Gemara said, right? Because Rabbi said, if you cook the oven with animal fat, that's it, you're out. When you say you're out, is you can never bake bread in that oven. You do whatever else you want. You can make places in that oven, but you cannot bake bread in that oven. Then the Gemara disproved that, right? The Gemara said, no, you can kasher it. In other words, you can't bake bread in that oven until you kasher it, which indicates to us that you can kasher an earthenware utensil. So the Gemara said, Rashi, in the Akad, the first one down and bottom, it's in the Akad, the first Rabbi Eloi, now that we've disproven Rabbi Eloi, right? We've disproven him. And ultimately, again, you can kasher an earthenware utensil. Amai Amarav, so then why did Rav say to Geros the Pesach Shabbos? Why do you have to snatch chametz earthenware utensil? Like, why can't you kasher it? Why can't you kasher it? So it's the Gemara says, Amarav, first of all, who said the Bryce is talking about her earthenware utensil? The Bryce that permitted you to kasher the oven, maybe not a lot, right? He says that it's talking about earthenware. Or everybody can read by the same law, the conversal paras, zeh sekomi b'chim, zeh sekomi b'chot. So here's the difference also. Or, so possibly what it may be when he sees you kasher an oven, he's talking about a metal oven, not an earthenware oven. Or, no, maybe he's talking about an earthenware oven. But what's the difference? You can kasher earthenware. When can you kasher earthenware? When the fire is ignited inside of the utensil. When can't you kasher earthenware? When the fire is outside of the utensil. So in an oven, in an earthenware oven, where is the utensil? Sorry, where is the fire? Inside. Now what's the what's the logic there? The logic there is see the difference between the intensity of a fire, ignited inside of a tree versus outside of a tree. So if you're igniting fire inside the tree, then you can kasher it. If you're igniting, when the Gemara says that you can't go ahead and kasher earthenware utensils for Pesach, what is that talking about? A regular earthenware utensil. Where's the fire going to go? Outside of the tree. That you can't kasher. So most of our things before we go on. What a ridiculously amazing difference. Right? You can pretty much kasher anything as long as what? As long as the fire is inside. As long as the fire is on the inside. You can even go ahead and kasher an earthenware utensil, right? Remember that earthenware absorbs everything. It absorbs everything. So you can kasher whatever you want, as long as Allah Lamaisa, the fire is on the inside. If the fire is just on the outside, right? If the fire is something external, the fire is not something that's a part of you, then the truth is, there are fewer things that you have the ability to kasher. But if you're willing to ignite yourself from within, if you're willing to work on yourself from within, if you're willing not just to make external cosmetic changes in your life, if you're really willing to do that heavy lifting inside yourself and ignite that fire inside, you can capture absolutely anything. Incredible. Look at the Gemara says, that's the case. But when that's the case, then now it has something in this name. So again, so why not go ahead? Why not go ahead and do that? So why not go ahead and then even put pencils on Pesach? Why not go ahead and ignite the fire on the inside? Which the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? We're concerned that halacha l'maisa, if you ignite the fire on the inside, the key might break. So let's say in general we find this in kashrut. That halacha l'maisa, whenever we're concerned that if the utensil is going to break, you're not going to properly kasher it. So therefore, again, by earthing the utensils on Pesach, we're concerned that if you put that fire on the inside, the kli itself is going to break, and if you're not going to kasher it properly. Incredible. Therefore, the Gemara says, hi, Kovya. This is Kovya. Kovya actually says what is very interesting is Kovya is la'asim kalulim min shvisas kedera. It's literally a ring, earthenware ring that is heated up and that you cook in it. The Gemara says, hi, Kovya has seen komi bachot. Ultimately, again, it's fired up on the outside, and therefore, ultimately, again, it's going to be also, let's say, by Pesach. Because when I say by Pesach, you can't capture it because the fire is on the outside top of Shabbos log. Hello, Kigero Shom Mikdash Amayu Shabu. Right? But on halacha, once again, so the Kigero Shom is supposed to sit and watch this. It's incredible. Incredible. So now, I don't understand. At the end of the day, most of the essentially things do not involve. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, what you begin to see is that you can kasher earthenware. You can kasher earthenware. Right? How do you kasher earthenware? As long as the fire is on the inside. So if that's the case, this entire time, remember, what have we been dealing with? So we've been discussing this idea that when you use an earthenware utensil for carbonic matter, what do you have to do with it? Break it, right? Because it's going to have absorptions. So now, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, I don't understand. At the end of the day, why do you have to break it? Why not go ahead and instead just put it back in its kiln? Right? Fire it back up. Because remember again, I can kasher earthenware utensils, number one, and as long as the fire is on the inside, we're good to go. So if that's the case, why do you have to break utensils of the Beis Hamikdash? Why not instead go ahead and just put it back in the kiln, fire it back up, and kasher it? Incredible. Amar Zera is incredible. The fish ain't osin kibshonos b'Yushalayim. Because the word that you can't make kilns in Yerushalayim. You can't make kilns. Why can't you make kilns in Yerushalayim? In those things, because Yerushalayim is in Kutra, because of the smoke to the name of Tana. Let's say Yerushalayim requires us to go ahead and take care of it. Like Yerushalayim is the center of our universe. And as such, Yerushalayim requires us, demands of us, that we exercise tremendous care. So you can't create kilns in Yerushalayim. Just like the book said, by the way, it's very important. Like in Yerushalayim, you see a piece of garbage on the ground, you have to pick it up. You have to pick it up. You use a dish, right? But you have to pick it up. You Yerushalayim. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says you can't go ahead and create kilns in Yerushalayim because of the smoke that it will create. So therefore, there's no way to kasher the earthenware utensil. Rabbi, if he osin ashpasos ba'azara, or is that okay? So fine, I got it. So no kilns, therefore I can't go ahead and kasher the utensils. Fine. So let's say, but here's the other problem. So in any given day, it sounds like you're going to have mounds of broken earthenware utensils in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says you can create. There's no problem with creating garbage dumps in the Beis Hamikdash. In other words, you have these mounds of broken utensils. They both say, get ready for this. This is absolutely amazing. Rabbi, the Osen Hashpashos Ba'azara, Ishkanite Hadithani Shnaya B'Kolnivo. So Rabbi apparently forgot the statement of Shnaya. Shnaya made it in Kolnivo. Rashi says Kolnivo is the name of a place. So he forgot Kolnivo. Rashi says that there is Shem Makom, Shenikra Al Shem Avodah Sochavim. That's just incredible. Kolnivo was a name. There was an Avodah Zarah called Nivo. So Kolnivo was the name of a place. Of that, in other words, the place got its name from the Avodah Zarah. So Abaye forgot that which Shnaya said in Kolnivo. And what did Shmaya say in Kol Neval? Shivrei Kleicheres Nivla'in Bin Koman. Wow. We'll say one of the miracles of the Beis Hamikdash was that pottery shards that absorb heat waves. I'm just good morning. Right? It's absolutely. Come on. Something has to move you. Right? This is absolutely incredible. The broken pottery shard. Like juggle fire around here. You know what? That's my microphone. Okay, it wasn't on. Right? So nice. Again, one of the incredible miracles is that the pottery shards were swallowed up. Were swallowed up in the ground of the Beis Hamikdash. So there's a lot to talk about over here. We don't have a lot of time, but just two quick things. First, therefore, again, there was no garbage dumped in the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, the shards were miraculously swallowed up. So two things to comment on here. Number one, if you notice what happens, so a body, so you can't make a killing when you try because of the smoke. But there's no problem making a garbage dump because at the end of the day, you can have a mound of shards. So the says, that which Shmaya said in Kol Neval. So the obvious shaila is, who cares where Shmaya said it? Who cares where he said it? Just tell me that Shmaya said it was a miracle. Why does it have to say that Shmaya said in Kol Neval? And furthermore, Kol Neval is a place that's named for Avodah Zarah. So why did you mention it in a place Elamai, what is it teaching us? No matter where you are, you can find Kedusha. Even if you are in Kol Neval, even sometimes you don't choose your location in life. Sometimes life puts you somewhere. And often we think that if we find ourselves in a place that we don't want to be, our ability to achieve and acquire Kedusha is going to be limited. It's not true. Wherever you are, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, and wherever you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu are, there's limitless possibilities for Kedusha. So the Gemara goes out of its way to say, where did they talk about this miracle? In a place called Kol Neval, a place named for idolatry. The book said, do you know how much idolatry has to happen in a particular location for the place to be called by the name of the idol? I don't know, but I would imagine a lot. Right? I would imagine it's not like recreational idolatry happening over there. Right? Not just dabbling in idolatry over there, naming the place. That's not like a makom of Avodah Zarah. But even in the makom of Avodah Zarah, there's still great ruchnius to be found if you're willing to push and exert yourself. That's number one. Number two of us, and what's the message of this miracle? Just clean up the trash like we love to see the miracle. Clean up the trash every single time that or didn't wear shards. So also, so just appreciate the tremendous most hospital on that as well, which is man is nimshalakli. Man is nimshalakli. Man, a person is compared to a utensil. Specifically, what type of utensil? An earthenware utensil. Adam yisodo me'afar v'sofal ha'afar. Like, just like where does the earthenware utensil come from? It comes from the earth. Man also comes from the earth. We'll say what happens a lot of times in life. A lot of times in life, my cleave breaks. A variety of different things. We all have those moments where we just break. And many of us, we break each and every day. What happens with your shards? The Rabbi who says, just bring them to me. Just bring them to the Beis Hamikdash. And I got you. We'll swallow them up, and we'll just start again. The most beautiful part of embedding yourself in a life of Kedusha is you get as many do-overs as you need. And you think to yourself, but 1 second, what about all the whole pile of shards from all of my life failures, from all the things that went wrong, from all the wrong things? Who says, don't worry, I'll swallow them up. I'll take care of your shards. Right? Just put your shards down in the mikdash. Just bring your shards to me. I'll swallow them up, and we will start all over. And so, sometimes we think to ourselves, like, what are we lacking when we don't have a Beis Hamikdash? I should have a beautiful Beis Hamikdash, a beautiful Beis Medrash, a beautiful healing. Like, what are we lacking? We're lacking things like this. The ability to bring your personal holistic shop to the Beis Hamikdash. Put it on the ground. Say, I'm broken, but I'm ready to start again. And then see the Olam Shalom swallow up your shards and know that you have a brand new start. What an incredible sight that must have been, and how I will be so return to see it. I will say, goodbye. So the Gemara says, Ella, so Rabbi said that the tanur, there was an oven in the Beis Hamikdash was made out of metal. So the Gemara says, So what about that? Now the Teferes, they say but now based on what we said, you could have made that oven out of earthenware. Right, because halacha l'maaseh, again, we just established that earthenware can be kasher from the inside. To which the Gemara says, "The favor the ikoshtei alechem lechem upon and daf yasim metanor, who could you shasam metanor public bishai." So let's say, interestingly enough, now it's been established like this: there was an oven in the base of Mikdash. That oven was made out of metal. The Gemara says, but why? You could have used it out of earthenware, because now we've established that earthenware can be kasher as long as what? It is fired up from within. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, halacha l'maaseh. So why not go and make it out of earthenware? Gemara says, here's the issue. You had the shtei halechem and the lechem upon it. Remember again, there were certain breads which were actively baked inside of the Beis Hamikdash and were part of the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. So lechem upon the showbread, right, which is put on the shulchan. Shtei halechem, which is the offering of Shavuos. These were baked inside that tanor. Because they were baked inside the tanor, it's not simply just like a functional utensil to bake stuff off. Ultimately, again, it was halacha l'maaseh. It was halacha l'maaseh klisharis, a service utensil. And because it's a service utensil, klisharis teferes lo avdinon. You can't make a service utensil out of earthenware. So what's isn't that incredible? So we got started to see thinking that the oven was more just like a functional utensil to go ahead and just take stuff off. It turns out that it's actually a klisharis, and because it's a klisharis, you can't go ahead and make it out of earthenware. On the days, because remember there's Yehuda who says no, a klisharis does not have to be made out of gold or silver, but it can even be made out of wood. Even he says wood about the Teferes, but ultimately again, it cannot be made out of
Radika examination or inspection.
So the Gemara says the
instrument of surgical sharpness used to perform shechita. Halakha, the body of Jerusalem. Halakha in accordance with halakha, kosher card fit.
So the Gemara says,
Nevela, an animal was not slaughtered by shechita. Judicial is humane method of slaughtering animals and poultry for food. Shochet, a person who performs shechita, qualified with a thorough knowledge of Jerusalem, and monogamy, pathology, and license by both religious and civic authorities, Torah,
he left Rabbi and he went to learn by Rav
Jewish
teaching
law,
watch this.
Treifa, literally corn, the art, Ba'alei, Chaim.
So remember again, just so we get the names right. Rabbi Yitzchak learned by Rami Bar Chama, and ultimately again, he went ahead and he left Rami Bar Chama to go to Rav Sheshes. One day,
Man's country
Rami
of
Bar
Jerusalem
Chama
to
reached
cause
Yitzchak.
animals painful and distress.
Shochet,
that's slaughter, shechita is the slaughtering. Stillen, chalef
so this was a
polishing
Talmudic
the
expression. So
knives.
literally what it means is like this.
Bodak
It
is a
means
checker.
the nobleman
Gay cockett with the yam, like this dying, and
scent
what was in the
is
ocean.
transferred over to you. So now what does this mean? So this is
Hashem
an
bless you,
expression
guard
that
you, may
people
Hashem shine
use.
his face
That
upon you and be
sometimes
gracious to
people
you. May
want
Hashem
to
lift his
hang out,
face
right? They want to
to
associate
you and grant you
with
peace.
cautious people because they feel it makes
Akin ani
them
medaber every
look more
veikar
important.
every
Right?
mikra
So let's say, I guess like there's two ways to become more important. You can go ahead and work on yourself, or you can just hang out with important people. So it takes a lot less effort to hang out with important people than it does to go ahead and work on yourself. So let's say it's a pretty sharp exchange. So apparently, Rabbi Bar Chama is giving a little bit of musr to Yitzchak. So he left the shir, right? And you went to go ahead and learn with Rav Sheshes. So I guess you think that by associating with greater people, you're going to be greater yourself.
This is the best part. Hey, what's your favorite part of having the game? The hay.
What do you think that because you now learn before Rav Sheshes that you're like Rav Sheshes? You actually get a pretty sharp exchange. You get Rashi says over here. Alak pitan, rakton, recha, says Rashi, mashal hu agas yaruach. This is often like a metaphor used for arrogant people. This is Mishtadin La'amal B'Makom Gidon Yirva'Allah Halukus Achson Yadrech Hamalukah Nefesh So again, this was the most of the Yitzchak was given to so this is the
Hey! Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Benismecha, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Benismecha, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena, Benismecha, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena,
Right? What's the answer to it? What's the answer to a Tanakh? Oh, he says, oh, they boy, they know so. Oh, yeah, ask me a question. Ask me anything, right? Ask me a question. And I will answer you not with svara, not with logic, but ultimately, again, with a Tanakh statement. So, Bangine, so he asked him, here's the writing of Bangine, this is so interesting. Bishop the Nixas Kli,
Yes, that's so separates Gehenna, purification, and Eden, initial spiritual reward, possible reincarnation, spiritual repair, resurrection, body, soul, united, all perfected in body, eternal. 5 levels: Nefesh, action, vitality, Ruach, emotion, Neshama, intellect, Chaya, transcendent life force, Yechida, absolute unity with God.
Does the utensil require marika and shtifa
Sure,
or not?
Sure,
So let's see, here the shaila is, do you just say that marika and shtifa has to be done on the part of the kli where you cook? Or does marika and shtifa have to be done on the entire?
This shit is so boring.
I think we could easily find this. Imagine for a moment, you go ahead and you're using the kli at the angle. Right? So therefore you see the kli, only the part of the kli, right, on the bottom is being used for the carbonic matter. The rest of the kli is not anything. So do you have to? Do you only need
it's
to
like,
the part of the kli that was used?
I don't know.
Or do you have to
I hate to say this, but it's like when a little kid is like telling you a story, but you know what the fucking truth is already. Like, oh, okay.
Well, ain't no time. He says, no, you only have to do marika and shtipa on the part of the kli that was used. You don't have to do marika and shtipa on the rest of the kli. Why? Nidi dehabi ahazah. Because this is no different than hazah. Okay, what's hazah? Sacrificial blood splatters on the clothing. What part of the clothing do you have to? What part of the clothing do you have to launder? What part? Only the part that has the stain, not the rest of the clothing. So Rabbi Kama wants to suggest the same way that by hazah you only have to launder the part of the clothing that has the stain, spoken by marika and shtipa. You only have to do that for the part of the kli that has the sacrificial matter, but the rest of the kli that did not come in contact, halacha l'maisa, there's an obligation of marika and shtipa. So let's listen to this. So Yitzchak says, Rabbi, once again, you're answering me from logic, right? Which is great, but logic can be refuted. There's no Mishnah, there's no Brisa, there's no that says like that. So Rabbi Kama says, I think logically, right? So here it is, right? I think logically that a utensil should be no different than a garment. Not begging, telling kibos, elamakom adam, in the same way, ultimately again. that a beggar only requires kibos in the place of the stain, so too again a kli should only require marikin shlifa in the place where halacha l'maisa the cooking took place. Incredible, that's logic. So again, the book says, so now these next challenges logic. Midami, how can you compare it? Midami, dam lo mefafeya, lish lo mefafeya. So first of all, the comparison is not really good. When blood splatters on a garment of both sides, there's no expansion. Like mefafeya means like expansion, right? Where it lands is where it lands, and that's it. On the other hand, when you cook in a utensil, the whole top of cooking utensils that what? There is absorption. And what happens with absorption in the utensil? What happens? They spread. So I hear the comparison, but it's not really a good comparison. Furthermore, the old Tanya, Homer Bahazam in the Rico, the Rico Shtipa, the Homer Rico Shtipa in the Raja. Furthermore, there's a Brisa. What does the Brisa say? There's a Humra, there's a stringency that Hazah, what's like Hazah means the halachas of when the garment gets stained with sacrificial blood. There's a Humra that Hazah has over Marikin Shtipa, and there's a Humra because what's like essentially when they say Hazah, what they're really referring to is what? What are they really referring to? Kibos, right? So you're going to be more suggesting is to a certain degree what kibos is to clothing. Ultimately, again, marika and shtifa is to marika and shtifa. Ultimately, again, is to period. So therefore, the Gemara says there's a chumrah that hazah has over marika and shtifa, and a chumrah that marika and shtifa has over hazah. Here we go. Chumrah hazah. The chumrah hazah is shazah yeshna b'chatos achitzonos. The Chumrah of Hazah of Kibos is what's remember again. What does Kibos apply to? Kibos only applies to Chatos. Doesn't apply to anything else. So the Chumrah number one that Hazah has over. That Hazah has over. Kibos has over. Is that it applies to both inner Chatos and outer Chatos, and ultimately again only applies before Zrika, right? The blood before Zrika. Because if post Zrika blood gets on clothing, as we saw yesterday, the day before, there's no given Zrika. Whereas Marika Shtipa won't get any carbonic matter that gets mixed in. Ultimately, again, is going to be subject to Marika Shtipa. What's called Marika Shtipa? Shamarika Shtipa no hagas, gave the Kachim Kadash, Shem gave the Kachim Kalim. Marika Shtipa applies to all Kabbalas. Kachim Kadashim, Kachim Kalim doesn't matter. On the other hand, I will say, so Kibos only applies to what? To Chatas. True, inner Chatas, outer Chatas, but that's only Kachim Kadashim. Bishul b'mikzas hakli. Furthermore, if you cooked in part of a kli, the Gemara says, "Tell Marika Shtipa Polakli, Masha 18 Bazar." Furthermore, say here it is. That's it. And furthermore, again, when it comes to Marika and Shtipa, even if you only cooked in part of a kli, which part of the kli was Marika and Shtipa was part of the kli? The whole kli. And we'll say Masha 18 Bazar. Ultimately, again, which is not the same case by Kibos. Because by Kibos, we'll say what's halacha? When you have a stain on a garment, what part of the garment do you have to launder? Only the part of the garment with the stain, not the rest of the garment. Amalei, Tanya. Okay, so let's listen to this. So sorry, Rabbi said, okay, look, if that's what you got, that's what you got. Right? No, if you have a price like that, then I stand corrected. Rabbi said, it turns out that the bottom line of the Gemara is halacha l'maisa. We saw this part. Kibos, you only have to launder the part of the kli ultimately again that has the stain. But by Marika and Shtipa, even if for argument's sake you only have sacrificial matter on part of the right, you're holding the kli at an angle, so it's clear. If carbonic matter only touched one part of the kli, halacha l'maisa required Marika and Shtipa on the entire kli. So the Gemara says, what's the logic behind that? In the kli nechoshes mushana v'afilu mixas kli. Because once the Pasuk says, and if you will cook carbonic matter in a kli nechoshes, right, in a copper utensil. And what he says, it doesn't say,
I want to talk about
if any
being a rabbi and
occurs in a utensil,
the different types
and by the way, when we say bishul, what does bishul include? Bishul can include either actual cooking or
the process, how there's been some disconnect.
That is halacha l'maisa. So anytime you have sacrificial matter in a particular utensil,
I want to talk about being a rabbi. Smicha, the different types, how there's been disconnect, how this relates to the corn kidal.
When there is a step blood on a garment, you only have to launder the area of the stain, not the garment.
Mashiach be a rabbi.
We're going to stop over for today. I just want to show you
everything about rabbis.
Again, we'll get to the rest of this in Hashem tomorrow. We'll say so. Just a short idea. So the parsha begins with the dreams of Paro. What's incredible. So again, we're familiar with the story. I want to draw your attention to one pasuk. So Paro has the first dreams about the cow. What happens? So the pasuk says they were very like dramatic dreams. As Vayikatz Paro. Now Vayikatz from the parsha bring down halacha l'maisa is not just like awake, like that he awakened, but Vayikatz means like he awakened with the start. He awakened with the start, right? In other words, there was something very troubling about the dream, so he went fell asleep and he woke back up. Then it says, Vayishan Vayachalom Shemus, he went back to sleep, he dreamt the second dream, and in that second dream, of course, is the second dream of the 7 sheaves, right? So we know, again, 7 large cows, 7 skinny cows, the skinny cows swallowing up the large cows, and then the same thing repeats itself with the sheaves. The Hashem HaKadosh says something absolutely amazing. So that it says, understand, Paro, you were so troubled by that first dream, Vayikatz, he wakes up. Then what happens 2 minutes later? He goes back to sleep. Then it says that the whole avoda in life is that when you are jolted by sin, don't fall back asleep. It never says there are so many moments in life. And by the way, it could be moments of traumatic moments. It could be moments of bracha. It could be moments of inspiration. Or just moments like, wow, like something amazing has just occurred, like a lightning in my neshama. And there's a challenge in that moment. You have a choice. What's the choice? The choice is decide that this moment is going to be the new beginning, right? From this moment on, I'm going to do things, I can't do it dramatically differently, but a little bit differently. This moment is going to inspire me to live differently, to behave differently, to daven differently, to learn differently, or you go back to sleep. And the Rabbi says something amazing. He says, most people, after dramatic moments in life, just go back to sleep. Most of us have power. Whoa, that was amazing. Okay, you know what it's like a hobby. You ever driving and literally again you have like a real significant near miss, right? And then what happens? Like for that next little bit, you're like, I'm never looking at my phone when I drive again, right? I'm gonna be all on. Until when? Until somebody sends you, then I gotta look at it now, right? I can't wait. It's like amazing. We have these moments of this holiness, and then we just simply fall back asleep and fall back into our regular patterns of living. That's what a Paro does. A Paro has a dramatic dream. He's like, oh my gosh, what does this mean? Like 2 minutes later, he's just right back to sleep. Listen, life is filled. I was going to say life is filled with these woke moments, but that would be the wrong terminology, right? Life is filled with these moments in life that awaken us. And our entire avoda is take them and use them as the fuel to live differently, to move ourselves in a different direction in life. Don't allow the dramatic and beautiful and holy inspirational moments to come and go and just fall back asleep. But when those moments occur, sometimes they're traumatic moments, sometimes they're happy moments, sometimes they're inspiring moments, but every single day, these dream-like moments of life come. Take them, grab them, use them as fuel to live differently. But whatever you do, resist the temptation to fall back asleep. Let's end it that.
This is key. Original Semica, judicial certification of learning. That's a massive shift. Some attempted to restore classical Semica in the 16th century Tisfat, but it did not succeed long term. Rabbinic authority, where does it come from? 2 sources. A, Torah command, Vesit kachol asher yoruch, you shall follow what they instruct. This grants authority to recognize scholars. B, communal acceptance. A rabbi's authority functions only if the community recognizes it. There is no Vatican in Judaism. Authority is decentralized.
All right, the most good morning. Let us begin like with all of our responses for this month of December. Our time with our responses for the month of Kislev, Haba Avinu, Tova, Alice and Adam Steinmetz, who dedicated Ocean this month, memory Aaron's grandfather, Shlomo Steinmetz, Shlomo Tzvi, Rivka, Ben Shimon, Zichron Libracha, Simon Malka Esther, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak, Reuben, Aaron, Choli, Sarah, Rachel, Bas, Baruch, Abraham, Kinda, Bas, Hapaim, and Mordechai, Ben Yonah. In memory of their gifts, and your parents have Sarjit, Naftali, Yonah, Gordon, and Shani, and Holy, Happy Chalik, in memory of Leah, Bas, Shmuel, Zachim, Shulamis, Bas, Shmuel, and Esther, Bas, Zechariah. I got 2 responses for today. I got Sharon Steinberg and the Schools. Continued help for Shulamis, Hannah, Bas, Shmuel, and an anonymous sponsorship, although a few days belated, the sponsorship is in honor of the Nachum Shonkol's birthday. I don't know the time. And Hashem, and with deep gratitude for all of his kindness, generosity, and service to our beautiful Tehillah. May Hashem continue to provide you with health, Talmud Torah, spiritual growth, and very fine wine until 120. That's beautiful. Incredible. So that let us begin, and of course we dedicate our English. All of the neshamas that we're taking from us in the present conversation, Hashem having all the other families in the common halvayish visit, and yes, Hashem to the source provos for Am Yisrael. So once with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Never enough time, but okay, we're gonna do our best. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96, and we are picking up in Yes Hashem on Tzadik Hey on the days 95b. And we left off yesterday again about an interesting shaila. The shaila was, what is the status of what we call bishul below bilua? What's the status halacha l'maaseh if you cook something in a kli, but there's no absorption in that kli? Is that considered ultimately again to be? Do we consider that that's problematic, or do we assume that some type of absorption occurred, or not? Well, we say it differently. Again, remember the charismatic case that you was using was if you were to roast a chatos on a spit inside of an earthenware oven. Would you have to break the earthenware oven afterwards? Because that's an example of bishul. Cooking is a curry, but there's no bilua, there's no absorption in there. Because remember, it's on a spit, and it's not putting against the side, it's not doing it. It's the actual utensil itself. So what is the halacha in such a scenario like that? You must touch off. I'm not about one. Hamashal mikra, matachas chaya. So what's the method tashma, which is inside, which is 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, about 18 lines up on the bottom. Tashma. No, I'm not about Rabbi. Hamashal mikra, shamatachas chaya. The oven, right, there was a timer in the base of the position that was made out of metal. Not a metal. Now, also, these are like below copies. The issue being that at the end of the day, that bishul below bilua, which means again cooking without any absorption. If you would think that halacha l'maaseh, that is not problematic, then ultimately the oven shachanas. You should make the oven of the base of the dish out of earthenware, because again, I've always said the assumption is that the only thing being made in that oven is sacrificial meat. Sacrificial meat will not be sitting on the level of the spit. In which case, you have bishul below bilua, cooking without absorption, and if that's not a problem, then make it out of earthenware. Which Nora says, no, there is an issue. Even the eat shiar in the knuckles, no, because cooking kavanos is not the only thing that you would do in that oven. Rather, what else would you be doing in that oven? You would be going ahead and baking off the leftover knuckles. Remember again, what is the mincha offering? What's the part that's offered up on the mizbeach? Right, the mitzvah. Everything else belongs to the kohen. So if you're a kohen, where are you preparing the rest of that? Probably is a problem in the base of mikdash. Now again, remember, for the menachos, the way often you would how do you take off a mincha? So again, you make it into a dough and you stick it on the side of the oven. Remember, it's not on the spit, obviously. So because that's actually being cooked with direct contact to the oven, therefore Allah will make you have to use metal. Because if you were to use earthenware, then there would be absorptions, and then again you'd have to break the oven, each and every time. Okay, the mercy the bishul will be luah. I'll give it so much after. So since ultimately, sorry, that's on the other side of the yeah, what? Just don't bring it up my performance review. And my end of the year review is coming. I didn't get the floor, so that's Gemara says as follows. Remember, so since there is visual and bilua, so since ultimately again it is both cooking and absorption, therefore halacha l'maisa you have to make it out of metal. So also see it's like an interesting fact. Yesterday, right? So there was an oven in the base of Mikdash, ultimately again made out of metal, cannot be made out of earthenware. Why? Because halacha l'maisa there was both visual and bilua. You were cooking and absorption. Interesting, not from meat, but from what? From an apple. So you might listen to this. Who can you rock? The who can rock? The active is actually very interesting. This was a particular oven, and the oven was smeared with fat, with animal fat. Taking a good Rashi says over here, it's tough, almost right across the Rashi. Meaning, people shall sing it up, and it touched in Hakan Ba'al Yobo. Salachan. Akash that's full of meat, champagne as well as sometimes they would smear the oven with fat, animal fat, kosher fat, and then what they would do is they would bake oven in that bake bread in that oven. Again, once again, remember how to make some commercial. How are you baking bread? It's not like we bake like you have a wrap. They would take this kind of like if you ever heard of the seed, it's like the way they bake pito often, right? They take a piece of dough and they slap it against the side of the oven, and that's how it bakes. So again, that's how they would bake bread. So in this case over here, they smear this side of the oven with like animal fat, and they bake the bread on there. Okay, so what happened? So Asra Rabbi Bar said the bread is awesome. The bread is awesome. You're not allowed to eat that bread at all. That was like, now again, remember, what's the problem over here? Because we're talking about kosher animal fat, right? This is not like not kosher animal fat, a product over here. So this kosher animal fat, they were smearing it on. Why can't you eat the bread forever? So this is actually totally different halacha. Rashi says the olam. Now again, Martha is outside. Why? Because they want to say, interestingly enough, well, actually, that's what it's about. But even just with salt, why is that? Because we're afraid that you may come to eat it with kusach. Remember again, what's kusach? Kusach is everyone's favorite Babylonian dip, right? Which is made out of curdled milk and molten bread. One of those things, don't really eat it. Right? Just eat it. Right? Just eat it. Don't say that's milk mix. This is a separate halacha, and we're actually doing it to cover. You are not allowed to make fleshik bread. You can't make fleshik bread or milk bread. You can't make it bread. Bread always has to be powdered. The reason for that is, since bread is often eaten with both meat and milk meals, the concern is if you make a fleshik bread, bread is bread. So a person can sit down to a fleshik meal, to a milk meal, not realizing that the bread is fleshik and go ahead and eat it, or vice versa. So actually have this interesting halakha in general. So you can't, this comes up, it actually does come up. A person bakes challah. A person is baking challah potentially at the same time that they're preparing for Shabbos. One has to be careful that bread cannot be mukhlitz or fleshes. Now again, there are ways to do this. Like in other words, if you change the shape of the bread, right? In other words, if the bread has a unique shape which indicates its designation as mukhlitz or fleshes, potentially you can do that if there's a particular type of bread. For example, industrially potato bread is often mukhlitz. So because that's known, so again, that could work. But again, in a general sense, you can't make bread mukhlitz or fleshes. Therefore, watch this case over here. You have an oven. You smear the oven with animal fat. Then they bake bread in the oven. Rabbi Bar said that bread is awesome. You can't eat it. Why? We're afraid lest you come to eat it with kusah, which would then be eating fleshik bread with a milk kit. So amazing, where is the kasha? In Russian, it's the isa b'chala. Can't eat bread with milk. In Russian, if you did so, kalapash, ashula asura, this may have the lavera. And again, I'm saying, so what's that? If you did need bread with milk, the bread is usher because of her de la vera. Again, once the her de la vera, we're afraid that you're going to eat the milk bread with a fleshik meal. Kiyotzebo, similarly, you cannot smear an oven with fat, right? So you can't smear an oven with fat. And I wasn't, the reason you do that, remember again, is because obviously if it has fat on it, it's gonna cook better. This is touch, and if you did so, the man is going to be usher until you go ahead and you kasher the oven. Now, both say, what is this price to show? Same halachos, right? In other words, same core halachos, which means You can't make frozen bread. But this question adds in a very important detail, which is, what do you do if you did coat your oven with animal fat? What do you do? What is the answer? Kasher it. What is in there? That you can kasher it. That contradicts Rabbi Rabbi. Because Rabbi Rabbi said at the end of the day, once you smear that oven with animal fat, you can't do anything with it. You're out. Right? The oven is uncasherable. You put the Rabbi Rabbi to you. This is a refutation ultimately again of Rabbi Rabbi's statement. Okay, so one second. I'm going to do Rashi. It's in the Achadi, close to Rabbi Rabbi. So if that's the case, that Rabbi Rabbi is wrong. So the first what this sounds like over here. Now remember, whenever we talk about an oven, we are assuming what is the oven made of? What's the default assumption? Earthenware. That's the default assumption. So now, what sounds like this happened over here is, you are telling us that there is a way to cash the earthenware. That's what the Gemara said, right? Because Rabbi said, if you cook the oven with animal fat, that's it, you're out. When you say you're out, is you can never bake bread in that oven. You can do whatever else you want to. You can make clashes in that oven, but you cannot bake bread in that oven. Then the Gemara disproved that, right? The Gemara said, no, you can kasher it. In other words, you can't bake bread in that oven until you kasher it, which indicates to us that you can kasher an earthenware utensil. So the Gemara is under Rabbi Rashi, in the Achadi, first white line on the bottom, if in the Achadi, close to Rabbi Eloi, now that we've disproven Rabbi Bar Eloi, right? We've disproven him. And ultimately, again, you can kasher an earthenware utensil. Amai Amar Rav. So then, why did Rav say Kederos bePesach Yishavu? Why do you have to smash chametz earthenware utensils? Right? Why can't you kasher them? Why can't you kasher them? So the Gemara says, Amalei Rav Muki Leahu B'Shamatachas. First of all, who says the Bryce is talking about an earthenware utensil? The Bryce that permitted you to kasher the oven, maybe it's in a metal oven. Right? Who says that it's talking about earthenware? Or Levi Sema, the Tanra Shochares, Zeh Sekom Mibifnim, Zeh Sekom Mibachot. Or, so here's the difference also. Or, so possibility one is maybe when we see the kasher an oven, he's talking about a metal oven, not an earthenware oven. Or, no, maybe he's talking about an earthenware oven. But, also, here's the difference. You can kasher earthenware. When can you kasher earthenware? When the fire is ignited inside of the utensil. When can't you kasher earthenware? When the fire is outside of the utensil. So in an oven, in an earthenware oven, where is the utensil? Oh, sorry, where is the fire? Inside. Now, what's the logic there? The logic there is you see the difference between the intensity of a fire, ignited inside of a kli versus outside of a kli. So if you're igniting fire inside the kli, then you can kasher it. If you're igniting, and when the Gemara says that you can't go ahead and kasher earthenware utensils for Pesach, what is that talking about? A regular earthenware utensil. Where's the fire going to go? Outside of the kli. That you can't kasher. So let's say about this before we go on. What a ridiculously amazing Musar Haskim. Right? You can pretty much kasher anything. As long as what? As long as the fire's on the inside. As long as the fire's on the inside. You can even go ahead and kasher an earthenware utensil, right? Remember again, earthenware absorbs everything. It absorbs everything. So you can kasher whatever you want, as long as halacha l'maisa, the fire is on the inside. If the fire is just on the outside, right? If the fire is something external, if the fire is not something that's a part of you, then the truth is, there are fewer things that you have the ability to kasher. And if you're willing to ignite yourself from within, if you're willing to work on yourself from within, if you're willing not just to make external cosmetic changes in your life, but you're really willing to do the heavy lifting inside yourself and ignite that fire inside, you can kasher absolutely anything. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, that's the case. So it says, if that's the case, but now that has something in so again, so why not go ahead and do that? So why not go ahead and then even put pencils on Pesach? Why not go ahead and ignite the fire on the inside? Which the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? We're concerned that halacha l'maisa, if you ignite the fire on the inside, the kli might break. So in general, we find this in kashrut. That halacha l'maisa, whenever we're concerned that if the utensil is going to break, you're not going to properly wash it. So therefore, again, by earthenware utensils on Pesach, we're concerned that if you put that fire on the inside, the kli itself is going to break, and if you're not going to kasher it properly. Incredible. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Hi Kovya." This Kovya, Kovya actually says over here very interesting. Kovya is ra'achim chalulim kamin shtisat shvera. It's literally a ring, an earthenware ring that is heated up, and that's the cooking it. The Gemara says, "Hi Kovya has seiko mitachot." Ultimately, again, it's fired up on the outside. And therefore, ultimately, again, it's going to be also, let's say, by Pesach. Because halacha l'maisa by Pesach, you can't kasher it because the fire is on the outside half of the blood. Ella, together shall mikdash amayishadu. Right? But halacha l'maisa again, so the together shall mikdash. So what you see now, watch this. This is incredible. Really incredible. So now, I don't understand. At the end of the day, look at it's actually pretty dramatic. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, what you begin to see is that you can kasher earthenware. You can kasher earthenware. Right? How do you kasher earthenware? As long as the fire is on the inside. So if that's the case, this entire time, remember, what have we been dealing with? So we've been discussing this idea that when you use an earthenware utensil for carbonic matter, what do you have to do with it? Break it, right? Because it's going to have obstructions. So now, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, I don't understand. At the end of the day, why do you have to break it? Why not go ahead and instead just put it back in a kiln, right? Fire it back up. Because remember again, I can kasher earthenware utensils, number one, and as long as the fire is on the inside, you're good to go. So if that's the case, why do you have to break the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash? Why not instead go ahead and just put it back in a kiln, fire it back up, and kasher it? Incredible. Incredible. The fish and ocean keep showing us Yerushalayim. So they say you can't make kilns in Yerushalayim. You can't make sure, why can't you make kilns in Yerushalayim? Actually, in those keep showing Yerushalayim, you should push up because of the smoke to the Mir Baba Kama. Let's say Yerushalayim requires us to go out and take care of her. Right? Yerushalayim is the center of our universe. And as such, Yerushalayim requires us, demands of us, that we exercise tremendous care with her. So you can't create kilns in Yerushalayim. Just like the book said, by the way, it's very important. Like if you're in Yerushalayim, you see a piece of garbage on the ground, you have to pick it up. You have to pick it up. Right? You can use a tissue, right? But you have to pick it up. Right? It's Yerushalayim. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says you can't go ahead and create kilns in Yerushalayim because of the smoke that it will create. Therefore, there is no way to kasher the earthenware utensil. Rabbi, if he osin ashpasos ba'azara, or zakit. Okay. So fine, I got it. So no kilns, therefore I can't go ahead and kasher the utensils. Fine. Now let's say here's the other problem. So in any given day, it sounds like you're going to have mounds of broken earthenware utensils in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says you could create. There's no problem with creating garbage dumps in the Beis Hamikdash, or get this mounds of broken utensils. And we'll say, yeah, that is this is absolutely amazing. I'm not buying it. The Osen Hashpasas Ba'azara, the Shtamite Hadikani Shmaya B'Kolmavo. So Abaye apparently forgot the statement of Shmaya. Shmaya made it in Kolmavo. Rashi says Kolmavo is the name of a place. So he forgot. We'll say, by the way, Kolmavo, Rashi says that here is Shem Makom Shenikra Al Shem Avodas Kochavim. It's actually pretty incredible. Kolmavo was a name. There was a Avodah Zarah called Nevo. And so Kolmavo was the name of a place, and that the place got its name from the Avodah Zarah. So Abaye forgot that which Shmaya said in Kolmavo. And what did Shmaya say in Kolmavo? Shivrei Klecheres Nivla'im Bim Koman. Wow. Look at one of the miracles of the Beis Hamikdash was that the pottery shards that absorbed in place. Cover up. I'm just ignoring it, right? Both of them, right? Absolutely. Come on. Something has to move you. Right? This is absolutely incredible. The broken pottery shard was like juggle fire around here. You know what? Okay, it wasn't on. Right? So nice. Again, one of the incredible miracles is that the pottery shards were swallowed up. Were swallowed up in the ground of the Beis Hamikdash. So there's a lot to talk about over here. We don't have a lot of time, but just two quick things. First, so therefore, again, there was no garbage dumped in the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Why? Because halacha l'maisa, the shards were miraculously swallowed up. So two things to comment on here. Number one, if you notice what happens, so Abai is so you can't make a kiln in Yerushalayim because of the smoke. But there's no problem making a garbage dump because at the end of the day, you can have a mound of earth shards. So anyway, it says, Abai forgot that which Shmaya said in Kol Nevo. So the obvious shaila is, who cares where Shmaya said it? Who cares where he said it? Just tell me that Shmaya said that there was a miracle. Why did you have to say that Shmaya said in Kol Nevo? And furthermore, Kol Nevo is a place that's named for Avodah Zarah. So why are you mentioning the name of the place? Elamai, what is Gemara teaching us? No matter where you are, you can find Kedusha. Even if you are in Kol Nevo, even sometimes you don't choose your location in life. Sometimes life puts you somewhere. And often we think that if we find ourselves in a place that we don't want to be, our ability to achieve and acquire Kedusha is going to be limited. It's not true. Wherever you are, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, and wherever you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu are, there's limitless possibilities for Kedusha. So the Gemara goes out of its way to say, where did they talk about this miracle? In a place called Kol Nevo, a place named for idolatry. The Bible said, do you know how much idolatry has to happen in a particular location for the place to be called by the name of the idol? I don't know, but I would imagine a lot, right? I would imagine, it's not like recreational idolatry happening over there, right? They're not just dabbling in idolatry over there. If they name the place, that's mamish like a makom of avodah zarah. But even in a makom of avodah zarah, there is still great ruchnius to be found if you're willing to push and exert yourself. That's number one. Number two, I said, what's the message of this miracle? Just clean up the trash. That's just what created miracle. And he cleaned up the trash every single time that organ was charged. So let's just appreciate the tremendous most hospital on that as well, which is man is nimshal with fleet. Man is nimshal with fleet. Man, a person is prepared to utensil. Specifically, what type of utensil? The earthenware utensil. Adam yisodom me'afad b'sofalafa. Like just like where's the earthen utensil come from? It comes from the earth. Man also comes from the earth. So let's see what happens a lot of times in life. A lot of times in life, my plea breaks. My plea breaks. I rise in different things. We all have those moments where we just break. And many of us, we break each and every day. What happens with your shards? The Shpara who says, just bring them to me. Just bring them to the Beis Hamikdash. And I got you. We'll swallow them up, and we'll just start again. The most beautiful part of embedding yourself in a life of Kedusha is you get as many do-overs as you need. And think to yourself, well, 1 second, what about the whole pile of shards from all of my life failures, from all the things that went wrong, from all the wrong things? He says, don't worry, I'll swallow them up. I'll take care of your shards. Right, just put your shards down in the mikdash. Just bring your shards to me. I'll swallow them up, and we will start all over. And so, sometimes we think to ourselves, like, what are we lacking when we don't have a Beis Hamikdash? And the Bible has a beautiful Beis Hamikdash, a beautiful Beis Hamikdash, a beautiful, like, what are we lacking? We're lacking things like this. The ability to bring your personal relationship to the Beis Hamikdash. Put it on the ground, the part where I'm broken, that I'm ready to start again. And then see the Ribbon Shalom swallow up your shards and notice you have a brand new start. And it's a Christy. What an incredible sight I must have been, and how that is also an excellent to see. Everyone says like that. So the Gemara says, Ella, how do I not know about what? Sorry, Shamita Shamataka, so I, Rabbi, said that the Tana, there was an oven in the Beis Hamikdash was made out of metal. So the Gemara says, so what about that? Now there's a product that's taking me thing, but now based on what we said, you could have made that oven out of earthenware, right? Because halacha l'maaseh, again, we just established that earthenware can be kosher from the inside. To which the Gemara says, the people the ifish the alef and left upon and das yas in the tanor, who could be shas in the tanor, public is shai. So interestingly enough, now it's going to happen like this. There was an oven in the Beis Hamikdash. That oven was made out of metal. The Gemara says, but why? You could have used it out of earthenware, because now we've established that earthenware can be kosher as long as what? It is fired up from within. From within. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, halacha l'maisa. So why not go to make it out of earthenware? Krishna says, here's the issue. he had the Shtei HaLechem and the Lechem HaPanim. Remember again, there were certain breads which were actively baked inside of the Beis HaMikdash and were part of the avoda in the Beis HaMikdash. So Lechem HaPanim, the showbread, right, which is the shofar, Shtei HaLechem, which is the offering of Shavuos. These were baked inside that tanor. Because they were baked inside the tanor, the kisharis. The oven is not simply just like a functional utensil to bake stuff off, but rather what? Ultimately, again, it was halacha l'maisa. It was halacha l'maisa kisharis, service utensil. And because it's a service utensil, kisharis teteres lo avinon. You can't make the service utensil out of earthenware. So we'll say, isn't that incredible? So we got started with Sugya thinking that the oven was more just like a functional utensil to go ahead and functional utensil to go and just take stuff off. It turns out that it's actually a klisharis, and because it's a klisharis, you can't go ahead and make it out of earthenware. Amadeus. Rabbi also Rabbi Yehuda, lo ka'amar ela de'etz, because remember Rabbi Yehuda, who says no, a klisharis does not have to be made out of gold or silver, but can even be made out of wood. Even he says wood about the cheres lo, but ultimately again it cannot be made out of earthenware. So we'll say, so amazingly enough, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says you can't have it made out of earthenware, and therefore again the oven itself has to be metal. Incredible. So this is a great story. Today's that just incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Yehuda was commonly around, was often around, was Rami Bar Chama. Okay, so now what this seems like this. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Yehuda was learned by Rabbi Bar Chama. That's what he learned by. What happened? Shafkei v'azl Rav Sheshes. It's pretty incredible. One day, he decided to go to a different shir. Right? He left Rabbi Bar Chama, and he went to learn by Rav Sheshes. And we'll say, watch this. Yom Echad, Pagab Bey. One day, Rami Bar Chama ran into Rabbi Yitzchak. So remember again, just so we get the names right. Rabbi Yitzchak learned by Rami Bar Chama, and ultimately again, and he went ahead and he left Rami Bar Chama to go to Rav Sheshes. One day, Rami Bar Chama meets Rabbi Yitzchak. Yom Echad, Pogabei, Amalei, Alak Pita, Nakton, Recha Osi Lo Liad. So we'll say, so this was a Talmudic expression. So literally what it means is like this. It means the nobleman takes your hand, his scent is transferred over to you. Now let's see, what does this mean? So this is an expression that people use, that sometimes people want to hang out, right? They want to associate with chashiv people because they feel it makes them look more important. Right? So let's say, I guess like these things become more important. You can go ahead and work on yourself, or you can just hang out with important people. So it takes a lot less effort to hang out with important people than it does to go ahead and work on yourself. So this is a pretty sharp exchange. So apparently, Rami Bar Chama is giving a little bit of musar for Yitzchak. He says, you left the share, right? And you went to go ahead and learn with Rav Sheshes. So I guess you think that by associating with greater people, you're going to be greater yourself. So the Gemara says, what do you think, that because you now learn before Rav Sheshes that you're like Rav Sheshes? You have to get a pretty sharp exchange. So the Rashi says over here, this is often like a metaphor used for arrogant people. He says, so sometimes if you hang out with Hashem people, so therefore again people will look at me as Hashem also. So again, so this was the motion that Rabbi Yitzchak was giving to Rabbi Chama was giving to Rabbi Yitzchak. So this is what it says. So he says, so first of all, so Rabbi says, no, that's not why I left your shir. I'll tell you why I left your shir, like Rabbi Bar Chama's shir, to go to Rav Sheshes' shir, for a very simple reason. Listen,
Chazir,
Rabbi, when I ask you about a question,
pig,
you answer me with
eat
svara, with
flip,
logic.
carry burden,
With logic,
sugar,
therefore, so what happens when you answer with logic?
gone,
Masnisa partilate. When you answer with logic, if you find a statement of a Tana that repeats the logic is repeated. There's nothing more to talk about. Rav says, Kiba ina milsa mine pasha veinu masnisa. When I ask Rav Sheshes a question, Rav Sheshes always answers my question ultimately again with a statement of a Tana. And therefore, again, the Hinami Mashkafas Masniso Pircha, Masniso Masnisivi. Therefore, even if there is another contradictory Mishnah or Brisa, okay, it's okay. You could have two different Mishnahs or two different
Snore, a
Brisas.
Yiddish-tempered individual who engages in active snoring, taking from others typically in the form of charitable gifts. A corollary word by the English description of
always
neutral,
answers
meaning
his
neutral baby.
questions with Tanaic statements. So Tanaic statements can't be refuted
The
because
term snorer is generally regarded as derogatory and expanded to refer to anyone who is not quite making it socially, financially, or appearance-wise, and has generated a full genre of Jewish legends, stories, and jokes. With all humor aside, Jewish comedians have historically done honorable work of accommodating and supporting snorers with dignity. Many contemporary Jewish communities have a special board to whom traveling collectors can present their bona fide medical bills letters from local rabbis, etc., in exchange for a letter of recommendation known as a
See, ask the following Shiloh. Back remember again, what's Marikan Shtipa?
With these letters in hand, they go from door to door, identifying Jewish members through the scroll and right to the doorway and canvas synagogues to collect donations large as well. Communities may also make accommodations available so that the collectors can minimize the expenses accrued during their travels. In times gone by, many communities supported Hekadesh, even for sacred place, where wayfarers and other indigents could find lodging. Since these places were often somewhat neglected, the term has come to refer to a messy place, along with the lines of Chazir Shtal. It is for pigs, the Meshulach, literally agent of Meshulach, refers to one who is collecting funds for a cause other than themselves and his immediate family. These typically include social service organizations or institutions of Torah scholarship. Since the Middle Ages, there has been a stream of Meshulachim traveling from the Holy Land of diaspora to give Jews the merit of supporting those who make their homes of the sacred soil of Israel. And Meshulach, the land of Israel, was known as a Shadar, an acronym for Shelach Derabalam. An agent of the West, presumably since the Rabbi of the Holy Land often choose an outstanding scholar to represent their cause to communities. Presumably, since the rabbis of the Holy Land often choose an outstanding scholar to represent their cause to communities. But in Chabad parlance, the term is also used to select Hasidim whose responsibilities include raising funds for the rabbis' institutions.
It has the sacrificial matter, but the rest of the thing that did not come in contact, halacha l'maisa, there's an obligation to Marikan Shtipa. So let's listen to this. So this says, Rabbi,
many poor folk manage to eke out a living without relying on others until their children reach marital age. An expensive, really respectful wedding and setting of the new couple proved beyond their modest means. People collecting money to marry off their children may state that they are collecting for Nosas Kala, bringing in the bride, which the Mishnah lists as a cause so special that it pays immediate dividends to the donor in this world, and the principle still awaits them in the world to come. Tizka mitzvahs, after they receive a donation, and often even before, a collector may tell his respective patrons, Tizka mitzvahs, may you merit to mitzvahs. This reflects the rabbinic notion that the reward for a good deed is the ability to perform another one. Tzedakah, despite the negative connotations attached to the term snorer, the collector himself may feel little shame in what he's doing. On the contrary, he may feel what he's doing. He may feel that he's doing his villages a favor by allowing them to contribute to a worthy cause, to the worthy cause he represents. This ties indirectly to the word tzedakah, which is often translated as charity, but actually means justice. For a Jew to give money to another is not an act of generosity or largesse. Rather, it is an honest reflection of the way of the world, as everything belongs to God, and he gives one person more than another, so that they may perfect his work by redistributing the wealth accordingly. Tzedakah is better translated as righteousness or a means of setting the world right.
Stained with sacrificial blood. There's a chumrah that Hazah has over Marika and Shlipa, and there's a chumrah that essentially when they say Hazah, what they're really referring to is what? What are they really referring to? Kibbutz. Kibbutz, right? Because again, what the Gemara is suggesting is to a certain degree, what kibbutz is to clothing, ultimately again, Marika and Shlipa is to Marika and Shlipa, ultimately again is to
would the emperor not lock you up? God made the beggar, God made his hunger, let God give him his tongue. And yet, what if, you asked Rabbi Kiva, what if it were some son whom the emperor left up with holding his daily bread, but you gave him to eat? Would the emperor not love you? Whenever God conceals his love, can be revealed. Whenever God conceals his love, that love can be revealed to you.
The blood before Zrika. Because if post Zrika blood gets on clothing, as we saw yesterday, the day before, there's no din of Zrika. Whereas Marika Shlipa will say any carbonic matter that gets mixed in, ultimately again, is going to be subject to.
There was once a fellow who would regularly collect alms from Jewish magazines, claiming that the money was for his impoverished mother. Time passed and his mother passed on. When his son next came to collect his regular stipend, Veer's assistant challenged him. Your mother is no longer among the living. Why are you here now? Just 1 second, Chef. Activate beggar. It's bad enough that I am mourning my dear mother. You want the Gear to lose his mitzvah as well?
Furthermore, again, when it comes to Marika and Shlipa,
it's a great story.
Only cook in part of the kli, which part of the kli requires Marika and Shlipa? Which part of the kli?
That we cannot fucking do more about.
The whole kli. And we'll say, ultimately, again, which is not the same case by kibbutz. Because by kibbutz, when you have a stain on the garment, what part of the garment do you have to launder?
We're covering a lot more shit.
Listen to this. The garment with the stain, not the rest of the garment. Amalei, Tanya. Okay, so it says, listen to this. So I'm sorry. So I said, okay, look, if that's what you got, that's what you got, right? In other words, if you have a price like that, then I stand corrected. So it turns out that the bottom line of the Gemara is halacha l'maisa. We saw this part. Kibbutz, you only have to launder the part of the kli.
We'll do that one later. Let's do covenants, since we'll be doing.
Even if, for argument's sake, you only have sacrificial matter on part of the right, you only the kli at an angle, so it's clear. The carbonic matter only touched one part of the kli. Halacha l'maisa required Marika and Shlipa on the entire kli. So the Gemara says, what's the logic behind that? In the cleaning of Hoshas, Kushana, Tafilu Mixas, as well as the Pasuk says, and if you will cook carbonic matter in a clean of Hoshas, right, in a copy utensil, and what do you see from there? It doesn't say the whole utensil. If any act of bishul occurs in the utensil, and by the way, when we say bishul, what does bishul include? Bishul can include either actual cooking or pouring something hot into it. You have to capture the head. And I will say that is halacha l'maisa. So anytime you have sacrificial matter in a particular utensil, halacha l'maisa, again, even if it only comes in contact with part of the utensil, you must do Marika and Shlipa on the entire utensil, as opposed to kibbutz, when there is a chatas blood on a garment, you only have to launder the area of the stain, not the garment in its entirety. So let's say we're going to stop over for today. I just want to share with you just a short idea of the parsha. Again, we'll get the rest of this in Hashem tomorrow. We'll say, so just a short idea. So the parsha begins with the dreams of Para. What's incredible, so again, we're familiar with the story. I want to draw your attention to one pasuk. So Para has the first dreams about the cow. What happens? So the pasuk says they were very dramatic dreams. Vayikatz Para. Now Vayikatz in the parsha came down. Halacha l'maisa. It's not just awake, that he awakened, but Vayikatz means he awakened with the start. You're making it stop. Right? In other words, there was something very troubling about the dream, so he fell asleep and he woke back up. Then it says, Vayishon, Vayachal he went back to sleep, he dreamt the second dream, and in that second dream, of course, is the second dream of the 7 sheaves. Right? So we know, again, 7 large cows, 7 skinny cows, the skinny cows swallowing up the large cows, and then the same thing repeats itself with the sheaves. Hashem Kodesh says something absolutely amazing. The Rebbe says, I understand, Paro, you were so troubled by that first dream, by you got he wakes up. Then what happens 2 minutes later? He goes back to sleep. The Rebbe says that the whole avoda in life, when you are jolted by something, don't fall back asleep. The Rebbe says there are so many moments in life. And by the way, it could be moments of, it could be traumatic moments, it could be moments of bracha, it could be moments of inspiration, but just moments where you're like, wow, like something amazing has just occurred, like a lightning in my neshama. And there's a challenge in that moment. You have a choice. What's the choice? The choice is decide that this moment is going to be the new beginning, right? From this moment on, I'm going to do things differently, dramatically differently, but a little bit differently. This moment is going to inspire me to live differently, to behave differently, to happen differently, to learn differently. Or you can go back to sleep. And the Rebbe says something amazing. He says most people
that was tight.
Dramatic moments in
Kabod
life,
Wimbledon,
just go
fucking
back to sleep.
island.
Most of us are like, whoa, that was amazing.
Are you done?
It's like how good your friends. You ever driving?
I'm done with this
And
bullshit.
Like
Why? What do you do?
real
Baby, we're in survival mode. What? More firing up.
Like for that next little bit, you're like, I'm never looking at my phone when I
yeah, baby.
Right? I'm gonna be all on until
Dog, now what?
Until somebody sends
I'm
you,
gonna burp.
a GIF. Then I gotta look at it now. I can't wait.
Really? Why not?
It's like amazing. We have these moments of this odorous, and then we just simply fall back to sleep and fall back into our
Go fuck
patterns
yourself.
of living. That's what a paro does. A paro has a dramatic dream. He's like, oh my gosh, what does this mean? Like 2 minutes later, he's just right back asleep. Listen, life is filled. I was going to say life is filled with these woke moments, but that'd be the wrong terminology, right? Life is filled with these moments in life that awaken us, and our entire avoda is take them and use them as the fuel to live differently, to move ourselves in a different direction in life. Don't allow the dramatic and beautiful and holy inspirational moments to come and go and just fall back asleep. But when those moments occur, sometimes that's one of those traumatic moments. Sometimes they're happy moments. Sometimes they're inspiring moments. But every single day,
Yes, ma'am.
dream-like moments of life, take them.
Okay.
You don't have to wait on me. Use them
Yes,
as
ma'am.
fuel to live differently. But whatever you do, resist the temptation to fall back asleep. Let's take a Shabbos. All right, remember on Zoom. We'll be a Shabbos, everybody. Good Shabbos.
I'm starting to Jay Scott. No Brandon. Okay. Man.
You were dominant yesterday.
Oh no.
Get it.
That was good. That was good pick yesterday. Rob was getting better.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you gotta get this to get better, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius, that may be an impossible task. Get one.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines of I was sure this one is dedicated by a Kibanoff Andrews.
Get this.
Founder of the Right Aaron Andrews on the special.
What is that noise? Me. Get out of here. There we go. So it's hitting me fast. Oh,
Let's begin. So remember again, we're doing with the combining hierarchy. Ultimately, again, trying to figure out the multiple different kavanos, which one comes first. So the Mishnah said,
Get it.
Nicer called them the Ophos. So remember again, nicer behima comes before a bull.
That was great.
thank you.
Birds should come first. Why? Because they're country Kadesh, or it looks like it actually says over here.
Whoa.
Yes, other by country Kadesh, that they're country Kadesh. So this should come before nicer behima. Which the much is very still any type of animal trouble will always come before
You put split.
Birds are considered to occupy the secondary sacrificial tier. So again,
Get it.
Animal sacrifice will always come before them. But I'm going to be the Bashira. A Muri country she used to replace
No doubt. Are you serious? Oh, this is garbage, Miss Aquarius. This is like the toughest shot ever. Whoa. Get it.
No, you got it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Give me this. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay.
That's what we needed. There we go. And give me one more right here. I want the cherry on top. Here we go. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, I'll take it. That was a strong finish. You win, I win. I win, you win. Miss Aquarius is going to have a fun time tonight. What are you doing with your friend?
Going out because me and Cynthia, my other friend, we're going out of town. So Adrian's not going to be able to celebrate with Cynthia for her birthday. So we're going out to celebrate tonight. We're not going to be able to see Adrian. Adrian's not going. So
very nice.
If it was this week, she'd be able to go.
You going to grown folks?
Yeah, that's Cynthia's place.
Good for Cynthia. Give it. Oh.
Get it.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
Mr. Aquarius, you're going to get these three. I have no doubt. They shouldn't even make you roll.
Nope. Sorry.
That's right. That's right.
It should be positive. I like that. Okay?
100%. All right. I need to get these 5. Or there's 6. Oh. And I only got 5. Get it. An amazing spare. That was great. You're welcome. No doubt here. No doubt there. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. All but one, but that's a big score. She has 44 folks.
Nope.
Big time. That's garbage. Give it. No.
Again, the power of the position of Rish Lakish. That Filu Pasar is so full of this. Amar Adayin Olimpia Smano Lasis.
Get it.
And ultimately, again, is so full of this that is going to go ahead. And ultimately, here is
Nope.
No.
It's okay.
No. Yep. I've got this one, no doubt. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. And now I'm going to get this. That's all right. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Yay.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Thanks for giving me the heads up. And I hope you have a wonderful time with your friends.
I will. When I come in here, you'll be asleep.
Oh, I'll be hopefully far into dreamland.
Yeah. All right. See you in the morning.
Sweet. Have fun, Mr. Aquarius. Take care. God willing.
See you, God willing.
Excellent.
My love is the hardest I do. So when I'm talking about a case of what? I took the Hebrew out. Before his Riva. And then what did I do? I brought them back in. So the Shaila is, can I go ahead and offer it up? Marsavar, Nifsli, Yotzei. So one of you says that once you take it out, each muscle, you can buffer it up. Marsavar, Nifsli, Yotzei. Another thing says, no, it does not become muscle as a result of having taken it out. In the other I live with you, let's say when you bring it back to every one of these, I should say, no one disagrees. So it says, what's the matter with this case? V'hacha, the Isidu Atroi. Let's say here the issue is ultimately what? The sacrificial item, the limbs, are outside. The Isidu Atroi. So v'hapli, let's listen to this. So the fundamental matter is over here is where Rashi says, if the Isidu Atroi, the Shas is becomes very pleasant. Where I took the limbs out of the base of the brush, and yet I'm still outside at the time of the Zrika. So what's the matter of this? The Mar Sabar, in Zrika, no, LS, the Yotze. Let's say one of the holds that what? That Zrika does not work ultimately again for limbs that are outside. So in Mar Sabar, or the other thing says, Zrika, or LS, the Yotze. And Zrika will work even to the limbs that are outside of the base. Which the verse is that Papa who the Abbas, I'd like to be humble. I little the Gavai, and you want to help us in the front row. In my progress, everyone agrees that the rings are outside. No one disagrees. Mainly that it's possible with the macrogas piece. Where again, it wasn't you bring it, take it out, you bring it back in. And hopefully you can have a shame with once you start to do things. Once they have been brought back in, the lab is see, when we say that ultimately again, when is it true? With some that share a lot, which are brought to the about the meaning, the difference with the absolute outright, because it ultimately again, when do we say that ultimately it is outside, that is the argument. That's the case of the Sarah. Okay, Sarah and ultimately again, that's what I say that public law is everything. But when it comes to you, it's not that it's a then in that case, ultimately that's part of the public itself. That's where that's about ultimately again there is so Gemara ends off. Which is interesting that close. It doesn't seem to resolve it. It's interesting that focus about what what happens if you take it out and you bring it into the voice? So
up and make them or not, that's the other end. But a little bit like what you do with sex now back to the sacrifice of hierarchies. All those codes, but all those ultimately again come before the level. Any type of ultimate type of bird offering comes before me. I would say Minachos Kolmos, a Mincha should come first. Why? Because Yeshua is so corrupt. Mincha offered up ultimately again as part of the Tzibor, as a communal offering, and as an individual offering. We have also oath is only brought, oath are only brought as an individual offering. Mincha is either communal offering or individual offering. Actually, for example, here, Mincha Minachos Yeshua Tzibor, Mincha Sa'omer Ishtei Halechem. So say, for example, the Omer Ishtei Halechem. Those are Kavanos ultimately again that are communal offerings and not the part of the Minachos. But yet, when it comes to the bird offerings, it actually says over here, it actually says, both Eno and Tzibor decided they came by nothing, they both being zero by the Eno. So I would say that a Mincha should be cut before both, because Mincha really brought this communal offering, and both cannot. Which was a Iluaki, meaning becoming you know that is true, because birds have brought application, birds come first. Birds come first, because again, bird has not done government as opposed to Iluaki, obviously there is no blood application, therefore birds will come first. So the bird goes like Minchas, remember again, Mishnah said that Minchas, like Mincha that is brought to the Sikha, comes before Minchas Minchava, we call it like with the rest. I would say just the opposite. Minchas Minchava, Kodemes, Shekina, Shemet, it's like it's just the opposite. Minchas Minchava comes first, because ultimately again it requires Shemet and Yehodah. And it also requires oil and frankincense. Right? This is what I was saying. So Minchas Minchava requires more, because we call it accessories. But the carbonic add-ons, then Minchas. You go up to Minchas, okay, I think so wasn't exactly something more. Nevertheless, Minchas will come first. Why? Because of the tones. The ability for a carbon to tone is a meaningful. Why is it? It's in that classic shot. Minchas Sota, Minchas Minchava, is in the head for them. So now pretty much we finished my hierarchies. Now we're going to delve a little bit more into some greater specifics. So let's say, so what happens? What happens in the following situation? Minchas Sota, Sota again, is the Mincha brought by a Sota, and we suspect idolatry, or Minchas Minchava, which is a voluntary Mincha. Which one of those comes first? Even in the ones. Minchas Minchava comes much to the Shemet and Yehodah. There's one that says Minchas Minchava should come first. Why? Because that's more carbonic add-ons. Shemet, Yehodah, those add-ons should make it more Ojoma, or perhaps Minchas Sota Karma. So, Bar Rabbi, or Abba, so I started to come this is not being Kapara. Because Minchas is so good. It's not even the right? It's not Kapara, it's not a sin offering. But what it does do, there, you go ahead and kind of try to figure out if you have sin or not. In other words, it's part of the process for clarification or that's not hating, I'm just even here we did two. Right. So you can push for two. Well, that is exactly remember again. This is part of the process of big guys think she's or not. Sorry? Investigation, right, of the woman, but certainly not what. That wasn't what I wanted to do. It's not kapara. That's maybe the opposite point here. It is not a stone. So, but the idea is that it would seem to be even if it's not the which one comes first?
spaces, from the thread space. I mean, what you guys were looking for, whatever. But it sounds like you found one that was big or something. Like, I found necessarily be that right. So basically, it's a huge restaurant, way bigger than we would ever need. But that would house whatever how many cars that he wants. There's no parking issues or anything else. It's just like an older facility. There are like 3 or 4 different rooms to the but it's a fixer-upper. And to me, that's fine because it's a fixer-upper because we're going to build this set. So it's going to everything on camera will look nice because that's part of the set. Everything off camera, all right, we don't have the cleanest, fucking newest fixtures for that or whatever. It's like, all right, we'll get by. Anything on camera to look right. It's on theme with the whole Texas thing too. So it's like a big, it's a like a barn kind of creepy thing on right in the studio. So we're that's very uncommon to do on your lease. I was very confused about it. That's not hating. I'm just even here. We did 2 here, but we had to like push for 2. Like maybe it's 3 or 5 commercial spaces. So here's the thing. I don't know the details, but I do know this. I've had plenty of friends other than Brennan's. I think Brennan's one that's found a studio. It's not a fucking it's a piece of shit, correct? Yeah, Casey's been there. There's like, it's not meant for recording money. But for some reason, I did see a clip of you guys talking about, I saw a clip of you guys talking about potential spaces for you guys from the fighter.
Dyson.
It's also brought from I'm sorry. Obviously, it's obvious, more obvious that the Minchas Chogli should come aboard the Minchas Sota. But what's the reason? Because the Minchas Chogli atones, the Minchas Sota does not atone. So whenever there's an atonement factor, that which atones always takes a second precedence. The LMI will play whenever you have a mincha that's part of wheat, it always comes before a mincha of barley. And that's independent, by the way, of the identity of the particular mincha. That's independent. So wheat always comes before barley. Minchas okay, kodemes the minchas negava, they she balachim. This was in every one of these. That what? That the mincha of okay, that comes before minchas negava, ultimately again because that's a total minchas. Last year, what the Rambam says, what about a minchas negava? Minchas Sota. So what about that clash? Which is the clash that we're trying to figure out which one comes first. Listen to what the Rambam says. Eiso Sheir Tzamer and Yakin. The Rambam says, do whatever you want. And once again, we're going to see now, by the way, all of the cases. So once again, notice again, this follows the patterns. What's the pattern? The pattern is that you have the hierarchy established by Mishnah. Then if you notice again what the Rambam does, the Rambam mixes and matches cases. Right? We started yesterday, right? the dam of the chatas comes before the dam of the olah because the dam is mechata. But yet, the imurid of the olah are burnt before the imurid of the chatas. Why? Remember why? Because they're totally burned in the mizbeach, and the chatas is not. Chatas is not. So what the Gemara then asked, what about dam chatas and imurid of an olah? Which one comes first? Or any kind of mixture of the cases. That's what we dealt with all yesterday in the Gemara. Like the Gemara didn't take the result. Was that the Rambam passed the same way in all of the cases. In the cases of the Mishnah, the Rambam passed according to the hierarchy. In all of the mix and match cases, what we'll call them, the Rambam always says the same Lashon. He says, Shemehem Yirtzat Yah. We'll say, in other words, once you're not dealing with the hierarchy is established by the Mishnah, pretty much you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever everyone you want to advance, you can do that. In other words, the hierarchy only applies as stated in the Mishnah. Good. Back to Chatas of Choderes. Once again, remember again, the Mishnah said that the Chatas Ha'of comes before Chatas comes before Olah. Like Chatas comes before Olah. So the Gemara says, "Where do I know that from?" So the Tan Rabbi, the Gemara said the pasuk says, "You shall go ahead and offer the one up. You should offer up the animal ultimately again for a Chatas." You shall offer up the animal that is designated as a Chatas first. Suppose in this case when there's a Chatas and an Olah, offer up the Chatas first. Not Talmud Lomar. Why does the Pasuk say this? Shein Talmud Lomar. We're not made to take Rabbi Shona. So try to teach them the Chatas is offered up first. Harik Varne'amar. V'as Hashini Ya'asa Olah. The Pasuk already says that's what? That the second carbon ultimately again shall be offered on as an Olah. So ultimately there wasn't a husband that we told you in this particular context where there's a Chatas and an Olah. The Olah is offered up second. If you tell me the Olah is offered up second, they will say, well, I know, using my powers of deduction, if the Olah is offered up second, and the Chatas is first. Why does the Pasuk need to say the Chatas is first? Let's say the Zebana. Let's say the Cholakatos. And we'll say this Pasuk is called the Binyan Av. And we'll say Binyan Av is a paradigm. Husband, what's the paradigm? Sheikadmu li'olah haba'osimo. So Chol Chatas Shikul also was supposed to teach me that ultimately again, whenever there's a Chatas and an Olah that is brought, Chatas always comes before Olah. That's the Binyan Av, that's the paradigm. Bein Chatas Ha'of la'olah Ha'of was this whether it was like the two animals I'm leading are two birds, one is the Chatas, one is an Olah, that I offer up the Chatas before the Olah, being Chatas Behima, the Olas Behima. So I say, or whether I bring two Behimos, one a Chatas, one an Olah, then I offer up the Chatas before the Olah. I say, here's the novelty, get ready for this. Adilu Chatas Ha'of the Olas Behima. I will say, listen to this. Even if I will say the two offerings I'm making, the Chatas and the Olah, the Chatas is the bird, and the Olah is an animal. It's not actual livestock. Still, the Chatas of the bird comes before the Olah. So it's like it's very unique. It's very unique because again, in the Mishnah, you seem to see that what? That when you have a clash between animals and birds, animals win out because they're an except. How do you have the exception to that rule? Is when you have two kabbalas, one a Chatas, one an Olah. Chatas always comes before an Olah, even if what? Even if the Chatas is a bird and the Olah is an actual animal. So you might say, Chatas ha'of la'olah ha'of le'is Hashem. Therefore, I will say, listen to this. Now you because the other thing you have from. Therefore, again, the fact that the Chatas ha'of comes before the Olah ha'of, so almost like when the clash is between birds, that I learned out the fact that the Chatas come before the Olah from the phrase le'is Hashem. Chatas behima, the Olah behima. We'll say when it's two behimos, and one is the Chatas, one is the Olah. And the Chatas behima precedes the Chatas, the Chatas behima precedes the Olah behima, with the Rabbi Nachman. We'll say that the ultimately word from Ribu in the Pasuk. Chatas ha'of the Olah behima. We'll say, how do I know that if I have a crash between the Chatas ha'of and the Olah behima? If the Chatas ha'of goes first, so they don't say ultimately again, we said Bana Av. We'll say, that I learned out from the Binyan Av. from the paradigm that we just espoused above. So now, bottom line is, Chatas always precedes Allah. There are three cases of Chatas Sa'of versus Ola Sa'of, Chatas Beima versus Ola Beima, Chatas Sa'of versus, Chatas Beima versus Ola Beima. Case number 3 is Chatas Sa'of versus Ola Beima. And once I bottom line in all of those cases is, take home message. One thing you remember from today's shir is, good. Chatas comes before Ola. Chatas, and I will say the novelty that's being advanced over here is that is true even if the Chatas is the oath and the Ola is the behemoth. Quite a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes like, Tashma. So once again, we're not finished. Tashma. Rabbi Yezer Omer, Kolakom Shemischaf on Chatas, Chatas Kodanis. We'll say ultimately again, look at Rashi. Kolakom Shemischaf on Chatas, Va'okol Yibani Takal, V'Donis. So we'll say anytime we have an obligation to offer up an animal as a Chatas.
What up, dude? How you living, pimp?
We'll say the swab will be
I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
and offer up the bird. And so also say Rashi we go so we have a big Josh, we cut off Chatas getting off, we dollars and establish that also we can't be somebody like just when like Chatas. It's really supposed to be with the hammer. But if it's poor, we can bring birds instead. So the man says, come up, which is Chatas, Chatas Kodanis. The can be Yoledes, Ola Kodanis. So it's an interesting enough. So in any case, you don't really have to bring an animal Chatas, and you go ahead and Torah allows you to bring a bird. So again, the Chatas still comes first, even though we're dealing with bird offerings. But I say, what about in the case of Yoledes? Look at that. The can be Yoledes, Sha'of Tachas Ola Liba, Va'adaiva Ikra Isa Ola Kodanis. Exit Bob, Achad Yola Bechad Bechad. There was an interesting enough in the case of Yoledes, the Ola will come first. So apparently what the suggesting over here is Yoledes seems to be the exception to this rule. Well, ultimately again, she will offer up the Ola before the Chatas. Chomakom Sheba'achit, Chatas Kodanis. Any case ultimately again where the Chatas is being brought, then ultimately again Chatas comes first. Because there was some ultimately again by the case of Yoledes, Ola Kodanis. So ultimately again the Ola will come first. The Chomakom Sheshnayim Bar Chatas Kodanis. So we'll say ultimately again the can Ola Kodanis. So we'll say really rationally just that. Chomakom Chomakom Shnayim Bar Chatas Kodanis. Because when we carry the touch, Shtei Opos Chatas Echad. So we'll say ultimately again in the case of let's say only individual purity, you have to be like animals. No one has to be animals. If you can't bring an animal because of poverty, he brings two birds. So any time ultimately again where it's two birds instead of one Chatas animal, so Chatas Kodanis, Chatas comes first. They can, but by Yoledes, Ola Kodanis. We'll say so again, we need to see if the Gemara is not like that. Even though normally we have this Chatas before Ola transfer, and the point that we have actually one intention of this rule is Yoledes. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi says it's not true. We're not the Kura and Kima Kasa. Because it's Rabbi says something very interesting. Rabbi says all the possible thing of this is only the only thing the possible is doing is telling you to read a books. Rabbi says the normal order applies by the letters. Those who find the concept is written earlier itself that Ola is before Chatas, but in fact it's not true. Chatas comes before Ola, even in the case of the last when you try to see my muscle, so they decrease about the Avodasa, Chatas Kodanis, the Avodasa is that one of them. The Rabbi says, even when it comes to the Yoledes, even if they have Ola first, follow the paradigm, Chatas comes before. Good. Part of the problem is the part is now, comes before lambs. The Indian told them buses. Rams are offered up before sheep. Bus in the sea. Sheep are offered up before goats. So what's the shot? So this is again, this is the hierarchy carbonic categories. Goodness and carbonic categories, ultimately, again, the type of animal also determines precedence. Versus my love, the tag. So say, when does this come up? Right? When does this come up? I'm not talking about the carbonos of sukkis. Right? So if you have the carbonos of sukkis, ultimately, again, you have all these different types of species of animals being brought. So now the Gemara is telling you ultimately the precedent to which the Gemara says, no, you're a double. No, this is actually talking about what? It's actually talking about carbonos of double. So the Gemara says, so we'll say all of these are being offered up as the double, then what? The Gemara is using the carbonic hierarchy. So cows come first. So cows, rams, sheep, goats. Right? So the Gemara says, so why do I have this? Why do I have this order? So part of the formula is so ultimately the cows will become before the rams. Why?
What Boston comedy is just really just a bunch of people just doing jokes. The narrative is not jokes. It's not based on any reality. It's not based on people who go there and hang out. Right. Well, it's all of these people who love to talk about Austin, but they don't talk to anyone in Austin. It's like there's a bunch of comics who want to hang out and talk to you. I think I told you this before, but I have a friend of mine who's a philosopher, an online friend of mine who's like going back and forth for years. But he warned me about this a long time ago. He said that you've created a walled garden, and he goes, and you've got all these friends, and they're all supporting each other, and they're all having fun, but there's a lot of people who feel on the outside. I feel left out of it. And so they're like, fuck those people, that party sucks. It's kind of along those lines. And, if you can find some connections to other negative things, me and Tony, we have this connection to Trump, so does Shane. There's all sorts of, right? And then the narrative comes out, you gotta tell jokes about fucking trans people. You have to, you can't be liberal, you can't be this, you can't be the whole, like, you have to be a right winger. That's like, to me, that's like massive projection, because there are these spaces where, like, if you're a right winger in comedy, like, there's like leftist space that you just can't be in. For sure, you'll get pushed out. You'll get treated bad, more importantly. Whereas at the mothership, like, that fucking group, like, 80% of the time, it's mostly like progressive people. Yeah. Oh, and a lot of people, most of the people who work there, mostly left wing. Yeah. It's a place where, but because right wing people, I guess, are allowed to be here, or like also allowed to be here, it's all of a sudden this right wing Nazi haven. Well, it's also something else that even right. Like, what is right wing? Like, because you don't think that candidate and what they were doing by like storming the fucking gates from illegal immigrants, you don't think that was a good idea? You don't think like rampant spending, completely unchecked, with no documentation, like what's going on in California? I don't think that's a bad thing. What Tim Walz is doing, I mean, there's so much of it, man. But then it's also like, what ICE is doing, like fucking shooting them, it seems kind of crazy. Like grabbing people that happen to be American citizens and fucking dragging them out onto the snow and asking for their papers. That seems kind of fucking crazy too. Yeah, that seems insane. But it's also like, they have a crazy job. Like, imagine you're an ICE agent. Just imagine what happened. Okay. So we use our sponsor Perplexity. They're trying to figure out through AI what the exact number is. But when you deep dive, you realize they don't know. They really have like an estimate of interactions with illegal immigrants, and it's somewhere around 11 million for 4 years, which is fucking wild. That's 10 Austins, okay, at least, of illegal immigrants who are allowed to get in this country, needed to get in this country, and then moved to states. They flipped them out to certain swing states. This is how Mike Benz has documented all this stuff. There's all, you can see they gave EBT cards. So imagine, you can imagine two things. One, imagine you're one of those people that are asking me to come. This is awesome. Now I'm in America. I'm going to get a good job. I'm going to support my family. And then all of a sudden you fucking dudes in bulletproof vests looking for you on the streets. Yeah. I thought you said it was okay. I thought the Red Cross gave me a map. You gave me a fucking cell phone, and now you're hunting me. Right, they just like caught in crossfire. But now imagine the ICE agents, okay, this is your job. Your job is to go out and find these people. And one of the things you don't get about this, it's like, because there's like a recent clip of mine that got like highlighted where I was criticizing ICE. One of the things that don't think about when you're into this is just like regular police interactions. The ones that you see online are the horrible ones. So you think all cops are horrible. What you miss is the millions of interactions that people have with cops. Like, how you doing today, sir? Good, sir? How you doing? Can I see your paperwork? Sure, here it is. You in a hurry? I fucked up, late to work. You know, all right, man, just slow down. You go. Like, all right, thanks, brother. Everyone's nice. That happens too. Like, there's nice interactions with cops. There's people that save people from bad guys. It happens all the time. There's people that are thankful that they called the police and they stopped the burglar who was breaking into their fucking mom's house or whatever it is. Right? There's so many more of those, but you're not seeing those videos. And so with the ICE thing, what you're only seeing and you're only hearing about American citizens that have been arrested, the lady that got shot, you're hearing about all these information about. What you're not hearing about is the number of violent criminals that they've caught. And it's a lot. It's in the thousands. So it's not like thousands of American citizens have been shipped out to other countries. No, it's like net positive. If you look at it that way. Like see if you can find out how many, because I know there's probably going to be a bunch of various sources that are not totally accurate. But find out, like, what are the number of violent criminals they've caught since they started doing this?
Also there's a question on this is how. Because I know this is how they recruit some ICE agents. It's just like there are ads on local TV just offering like a sign. Yeah. And it's like these are just like also regular people. How much training are they really getting? Because when you watch the shooting video, you're like, why is the guy shooting also recording with his phone? Like, there's no way that's like anything you're trained to do.
His own safety, like just to make sure that you can see this lady's unhinged. Is he not wearing a body camera? He's not a cop, right? So I bet it's not wearing a body camera. So I bet that's why. I bet that's why he filmed it. And also, that same guy, turns out, was dragged by a car just recently. So, like, he almost lost his life. Or someone did try to run him over. He's hanging onto a car for dear life. I think he got 300 feet. That's crazy. 300 feet that's a long way to get dragged. Right? You know, 100%. There's a full possibility that you may die. So a single public record of violent criminals captured by ICE raids over the last few months. Available data suggests those cases are a relatively small share of recent ICE arrests and detentions. One analysis, ICE internal data said that only 5 to 8% of people booked into ICE detention late 2025 and fiscal year 2026 had violent or serious property crime convictions. But even if it's 8%, they've gotten rid of 500,000 people already, and then 1.6 million voluntarily deported. So in 500,000 people, 8% is a lot. It's a lot of violent criminals. So this is weirdly phrased. As of January 2020, I would say 8% is a lot. Like, if you have cancer in 8% of your body, I would say you're fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're saying, oh, it's only the 8% that are violent criminals, it's a lot. That's a lot of people.
But now the question is, are these 8% and the non-violent people sent in this to the same place? You know what I mean? Because like you do want the violent criminals out, but then I don't want the non-violent criminals to be sent, or other non-violent people who are here to be sent to a prison.
Exactly. It says ICE no longer voluntarily publishes detailed case level arrest breakdowns by offense type and independent projects. So imagine if you're a dude from Mexico that just walked up here because they did a better job, and then they shove you in prison.
And now you're in prison,
And you never did anything bad your whole life, and now you're in some. Well, they also have anything. Are they still doing that?
I don't.
That was a bad.
Yeah.
That's bad optics.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of optics. Optics-wise has been terrible.
It says recent enforcement has involved thousands of arrests nationwide. Available analysis consistently indicates only a small minority of those. Italics. Is it not? Is it?
Maybe.
Weird, yeah. No, it's not. It's just that's complexity showing its bias. Small minority of those, that's a joke. Those in ICE detention and arrested by ICE in late 2025 or 2026 have violent criminal convictions.
most have no convictions. When they say small minority, they indicated previously that that's 8%. That still means a lot of human beings. Yeah, it's a lot of violent human beings. Like, if you could sign a piece of paper that said that, you're going to allow a bunch of people in this country, most of them have no convictions, but about 8% of them are monsters, evil, sociopathic, murderers, drug dealers. 8% is a giant ass fucking number. Right. That's a giant ass number. Right. The real problem is that they have to do this. This is the real problem. Because the Democrats did what they did. They did a crazy thing. They opened the border up and pushed people to the border. And then let people, and they tried to stop them from doing it. They used court orders. That was the thing they did down in Texas at the border. Oh, yeah, some like wall or something. They said, you can't stop this. Which is, what do you mean you can't stop people from breaking the law? What are you saying? There's a method to stop this. You don't want to stop it. Pretty simple. The census doesn't count citizens. It even counts illegals. So if you spend a community way more aggression in that district, and then they said that, I think they said that California, if the census did, see if we can find out what the number is, but if the census did not count illegal immigrants in California, I think they would lose a shocking number of seats. Right. Which is kind of crazy. You're rigging politics by moving humans into place. Yeah, well, you gotta do something. It's very, it's something that no one really talks about. The Democrats, every single minority in the country, right? Every single one, and no one really is like actually trying to figure out why that's happening. They're like, well, if we just import more people, we can overcome that deficit. But they could. If it was successful, they could overwhelm the political process. They could make it just like it's California forever, where you get half the people are like massively disgruntled and so confused about the politics, but they're stuck there. And that would be the whole country. It would essentially be that kind of thing. And then they do what they do in England, what they do in Canada. They slowly start clamping down on the rights. Right. And England starts arresting people for social media posts. Well, hopefully that the free speech stuff is so ingrained in who we are as a people. Because England, like at the end of the day, it's not like that country was built on that principle. This says that they would only lose 2 House seats. It says California would lose, I call it Canada, California would lose an order of 1 to 2 House seats if possible, if people in the state without legal status were not counted in the census used for appointment based on recent expert simulations. What's that? Here's the thing, like, how many illegals are in California? What is the estimated number?
All of our responses for this one to the same illegals in California.
Any question I have, it's like my smart friend. It's like better Wikipedia because you can really use it as like way better. Yeah, because you can scan the entire internet. Sometimes it does catch some bullshit articles in there. It says it might be this. Let me go to that article. That might be bullshit. It's so that would be around 2 seats, right? It's like 30 million in California. Something like that. Yeah. Massive numbers of undocumented
the families in the come up, all those
they'll probably somebody's moving them there. It was funny when I was
all of the body stuff. But with that, we let us begin. Today's back in 1795. We are picking up the ancestors on Sabbath Valley on the day 9014, 16 months up from the mission. After two dots, what am I doing? After was the Muslim God. So this is again, the Mishnah really highlighted to us a number of really fascinating ideas. The Mishnah says that the ideas we actually learned, the Mishnah says, there are lots of nice people slaughtering monthly creatures in the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. You know how you do it. So from where do you know that? It's a Rabbanon. The Sabbath, the Makom Gadol. Alright, so that's just to be explicit. Like it says, you shall warn your king of holy place. Viras Tikaresinai. The Lord said that, you know this number of the Mishnah, Mishnah highlighted a number of different activities which themselves must take place within the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. Another example was breaking up two parrots. So like yesterday, whenever you go ahead and make your true sacrificial meat within a utensil, so remember the utensil needs some type of purging process. Why? Because the objection over time will tend to become nosive. So remember again, in this case over here, if you have a three parrots can't be captured. So because it can't be captured, it has to be smashed, it has to be broken. So where is that breakage done? Again, in the confines where it's in the liquid, 29, comes alright, the three parrots affect the root balls, Shabbat. The Pasuk says ultimately again, any three parrots that you are one of the shall be smashed. And once again, just like it says, so again, if we don't do that, that's the game of the American people between the first 59. Now, let's say the American people first the process of American literally is like kashrus, and Shrifa is washed. So remember again, this is really talking about if you're using non-earthly utensils for kabbanos. So first of all, the kabbanos matter has to be washed away, and then if it's hot and there are objections, it needs to be kosher. How do I know that needs to be done inside of the confines of this? Between the protest of Shalom and the rock of the Shalom of Sanai. It's incredible. Protest is fascinating. You're not all of these what we'll call like purging cleansing types of processes. Whether again it's people with the blood that splatters on clothing, or ultimately again it's the shivura of the Titaras, or the Rita is Shifa of Hadithidin, all must be done within the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. If you look at the thing about it, it's tremendous mission hospital as well. You look at common denominator between all of these things, right? Kibbush, Shivira, Marita, Shifa, they all represent processes through which we go ahead and bless you, through which we sponge something which is absorbed. Now, granted, if you tell us, you can't really sponge it through your face here, but the idea is that it's something that I need to get rid of. That's what's happening over. I need to get the blood out of the clothing. I need to go ahead and get the absorptions out of the earthen oil. I need to render the earthen oil useless. I need to get the absorptions out of the metallic fluid, metal fluid. How do you do it? It has to be done in the Beis Hamikdash. If you want to go ahead and sponge the things that are absorbed inside of you, if you don't want part of you anymore, you have to embed yourself in the atmosphere. This is concept because of these things, it only happens in the Mikdash. I do not create an environment that's holiness for myself. It's very difficult to sponge the things in the things that are absorbed inside. Whereas if I embed myself in the Mikdash, I embed myself in the atmosphere of holiness, then I'm going to be able to tackle my problems, I'm able to tackle my issues, and I'm able to sponge certain of the things that I'm usually able to with myself off. Incredible. We love it like this. Yet over the process. Remember, there was an interesting novel, if you saw it, and this is quite fascinating. You want to read the pick this off with the Mishnah last stages. Specifically, the concept of peace, like the concept of wandering clothing, was splatters on it, is back to again in practice. Back again in practice, like, not the other stuff. The Mishnah says, this is a chumrah. This is a stringency that Karkas has over other couples. So let's say, now it's interesting, the way that the Gemara reads the Mishnah is that it makes it sound like this is the only stringency that Karkas has over other couples. In the Sumaka, there are no stringencies that Karkas has. What about Va'ida? So that one makes sense of that in the case. Karkas should do any type of ultimate where the blood is running before the Shachabashim. Again, you have a Chatas community. So doesn't that make Chatas? Isn't that a form of Chatas? But we're talking about here the Chatas Apitzonios. She'in Niknas Kamal Echnagim. Right, I'm sorry. The Chatas Apitzonios. No. But we're discussing over here are outer Chatas offerings, not inner Chatas offerings. Because again, by outer Chatas offerings, Tabi Akiva, the Amar Kol Domish Niknas Ulehe, Kol Chatas Sula. Because the people hold that in general, any exterior blood that is brought from the inside ultimately is invalid. So we're not talking about that aspect of Chatas. What about checking the Chatas al Pisos? What about the fact that Chatas is more common? I don't say why. Because Chatas, remember, they're both in general. When you bring a common Chatas is brought for any type of infraction where had you done it intentionally, you would be chayiv charis. If you do it unintentionally, ultimately you bring a carbon Chatas. So the Gemara says, what about the fact that Allah on charis bearing prohibitions? So the Gemara says, no, the fact that the Shmias called. Talking about over here, the Chatas of Shmias Boshmias, and you're going to say that you know testimonies this much, and you are called upon to do testimony, and you do not do so. Allah may say, then you give liability for that. And that's not a charis bearing prohibition, right? That's something else. That's the type of Chatas talking about. What about the fact that what about the fact that Chatas is unique because Chatas requires 4 blood applications, whereas most other kavanas only require 2? But you should have done $20 for dollar killers. Very good, like with the instructions of Rabbi that all kavanas require 4 blood applications. All the time, so you're just trying to show other areas where Chatas is more summer. But according to the reason, Ha'ika, Karen, right? Ha'ika, Expa, Ha'ika, Tula. What about the fact that, again, Chatas has its blood applications on the corners of the head? It has to be done with the finger of the corner, as opposed to just like a sprinkling of the feet. So what about that? You know, this on the corners, it has to be part of the has to be on the edge of the corner. So these are all different examples of corners that Chatas has over everything else. Ella, had in trade plus of comida. You might be very nice. Do that. The Mishnah did not mean to say that this is the only corner of Chatas. Rather, what it meant is it's amongst the corners of Chatas. I guess Chatas has more corners over other Kabbalah, but it happens to be for our purposes. The one corner that we are focusing on is this idea that Chatas requires kibbutz, whereas the blood of other Kabbalahs does not require kibbutz. Okay, incredible. Says the Mishnah. That gets you not just supposed to line, but you see very interesting things here. So it's not just that framework, right? So we've established now that if Chatas blood gets on a garment, the garment requires kibbutz. We've also established that the kibbutz, among the rules, will only be done inside of the base of the garment itself. Okay. So now that we've established that gets you the Kustikilayim. You ask from the top show the Muslim color. Let's say, watch this. Let's say you have the garment, right? The garment got blood splatter on it. So now what happened? Someone took the garment down. And let's say, when you speak about garments getting blood splatter on it, the Pashtas, what are we talking about? Which garment? Right, the Pashtas is big Yehuna, right? That's the Pashtas we're talking about. Although again, I guess it could be like a lady's garment also if she's running around over there, so but again, but the Pashtas, so these are things important. Watch this. So now, you put us on the garment, right? What are you supposed to do? Kibbutz. But for some reason, it was peeking outside of the base of the fish. Okay, so the Mishnah says, no problem. Nicholas in the house of Machal Kadosh. No problem. So what do you do to us taking out? What do you want to take out? Bring it back in. How does it say? Sometimes there's a problem. Just find a solution, right? Okay, we don't need to obsess over it, right? You don't talk about the problem, just solve it. Right? So it's taken outside, bring it back in. Good. That's case 1. Now, here's the riddle. So the Gemara says, Nikma, what's the kirai? Okay, here's the problem. Let's say, so again, same garment got Chatas blood on it, speaking outside of the base of the flesh. When it was outside of the base of the flesh, it became from it. So let's say, now we have a problem. What's the problem? You are not allowed to bring something coming into the confines of the base of the flesh. The problem, however, is you can only do kibbutz in the base mikdash. So we're stuck a little bit in a catch-22. I can't bring the garment into the mikdash, but yet the only way to do kibbutz is in the mikdash. So what do? So nikma puts the kirayim, if it became tamei, ultimately again outside of the base mikdash, and now I can't bring that garment as is into the mikdash. What do? Listen to this. Koro, you rip it, like you tear it. Now you tear it. Nikmas from the kapsel makam kodesh. You tear it, then it becomes tar, and then you go ahead and you bring it into the mikdash and you won't do it. Now what is it? Look at that for just a moment. Koro, it's almost very close to actually using it left about 4 lines there. Koro, the tahar yitchuma, umutu lahachisa the nikmas from the kapsel makam kodesh. Okay, so remember again, and this is an important rule is when your utensil becomes covered. So obviously, one way to purify is to subject it to a purification process. There is another way to purify, which is how, and essentially, you remove the identity of the item. The item no longer has its identity, right? Therefore, the tumah goes away, because tumah touches itself to an identity. If the identity is good, so by the paradigmatic example of this is, if you have a utensil that's coming, right, and you bore a hole on the bottom of the utensil, let's say that it's so big that it can't even hold the summit there. Nice example. Then what? That's not a cleat. It's no longer a cleat. If it's not a cleat, then by definition, it loses its tumah. Then by the way, interestingly enough, if you repair the cleat afterwards, the tumah doesn't come back, right? It's almost like the tumah being cleat. So interestingly enough, the Mishnah suggesting it like this: tear the garment. Now again, we'll discuss what, how, what. Tear the garment. Once you tear the garment, what occurs? The tumah goes away. Tumah goes away. Once the tumah goes away, then bring it back into the mikdash, and then you can go ahead and do the kibbutz. Very interesting. Now the Mishnah just illustrates this same idea in a number of different ways. Next, same idea. Let's say you have a klitaris. So let's say the earthenware utensil, same idea. The earthenware utensil had, now also this is not just like damchachos. What is this? This is talking about over here any expressions. Like you cook korbanos meat inside of the klitaris. What do you do with it? What do you do with klitaris? What do you do with it? You have to smash it. Where do you have to smash it? Inside the base mikdash. So now what happened over here is that you took the klitaris out. No problem. What should you do? So the Gemara says, "Right, niknas b'shovel mochen kodesh." Take it back in, and smash it inside of the base mikdash. I need to know what's the line. Okay, now here's my problem. Now what happened? That cleave that had carbonic absorptions now is outside of the base mikdash. Outside of the base mikdash, it became tamei. So what do? I can't bring it tamei cleave back into the base mikdash. So what should I do? No bore a hole in it, as well as just mentioned before. Bore a hole in it. That boring of a hole was to make it lose its identity. Once it loses its identity, then it becomes tar. The niknas the show of the makom kodesh. And then once it has the hole, it loses its tumah. Once it loses its tumah, then bring it back into the mikdash and then break it there. And then break it there. Amazing. One more example of this, the Yehoshas. This is a middle utensil. Now, Yehoshas literally means copper, but again, it's any metal. But it's a Yehoshas, you have to put with the light. Same idea. Have a Yehoshas, that's tunnel. So what am I supposed to do with it? What's the process called? Process for a metallic utensil. Marika and Shlifa. Marika and Shlifa has to be done inside the base of mikdash. I took the kli outside of the base of mikdash. No problem. So what's the halacha? Niknas Marco B'Shofar Makom Kodesh. No problem. So rinse it and wash it inside of the base of mikdash. What happens after I took it out? If it came tummy, now it became coming outside of the base of mikdash. So what do? So the niknas is a so means once again, make a hole in it. Now, interestingly enough, last year we pointed out, if you look at those shonas over here, those shonas are a little bit different by klitaris versus klinochoshes, right? Like klitaris, ultimately the Russian is no hole. No hole sounds like a small hole. By metal utensil, it says so, which is a large hole. We'll discuss that. Right? Make a large hole in it, loses its identity as a kli. When it loses its identity as a kli, it also loses its tumah. And then what? The niknas umar called the shofar makom kodesh. Then once it loses its identity, ultimately again it loses its tumah. Take it back into the base mikdash. and go ahead and kasher it. Incredible. Incredible. We'll say that's our Mishnah. Much deeper, but we'll say, so now we're going to focus on this. Let's start first with the beggar. Right? So remember again, Kohen gets Tatas blood on his Kohanic garment, plus halacha, kibos. Then what occurred? The garment was taken outside of the base of the Mikdash. Okay? No problem. What do you do with it? Bring it back in. However, if it became coming outside of the base of the Mikdash, I can't just bring it back in because it's tummy. So what does the Mishnah say? Rip it, tear it, and then again somehow tear it, loses its tumah, bring it back in like that, and then launder it. So it says the Gemara Maskil Ravina, Karo, I don't understand. If you tear it, beg it, Amra, one of a lot, beg it. Now remember, both said, this is actually very interesting. The din of Kibos only applies to what? To a baguette. And once you tear it, it's no longer a baguette. So in other words, what's going on here? Which the Gemara says, in the Shayer Bay Kedei Ma'aforas. It means you tore it, but you left enough on the garment. Ultimately, Ma'aforas is literally a kerchief. So the idea over here is you went ahead and you tore it, but you still left enough of the functionality of the garment that it could do something. So because it could be something, interestingly enough, apparently, because you fundamentally changed it, therefore the tumah goes away. But because it is still functional, the identity of baguette remained, and therefore the din of kibos still applies. Quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, is that enough? About Shir Bakidei Ma'aforas, people are happy. And the Gemara says, what's happening? The Gemara teaches elsewhere that halacha l'maisa. Look at Rashi says, Abraham Rahuna, the parasha or parasha. Most show the Talis to me, she is Kabbalah Torah, given Shnikra Ruba Torah. So it's talking about if you have a tummy garment, and the garment itself begins to tear. See, here goes the Mishnah says, the Gemara says, that if the garment is large enough to be a kerchief, it still retains its identity. So you see from here that tearing it and still retaining kerchief size doesn't change the identity. If it doesn't change the identity, then the tumah remains. If the tumah remains, you still can't bring it inside. So what's going on over here? Top of Tzadik 8. 95a midrabanan. Most say in reality that is only midrabanan. Midoraisa. If you go ahead and this is nice looking element. That's looking element for a kind of morning, right? So midrabanan. So remember, interestingly enough, midoraisa on a biblical level, when you tear a garment and its original identity is lost, you're good. When I say you're good is because the original identity is lost, therefore the tumah goes away. The Rabbanan were concerned. Like they were goes there, that if the garment is still big enough to be a kerchief, that you're not going to tear it enough in order to allow it to use its identity. But the Rabbanan are the ones who said that if it's still kerchief size, it still retains its original identity. But midoraisa, which is what we're focusing on over here, midoraisa, you tear it enough that it's no longer functional in its original way, but it's still large enough for kerchief size that works to lose its original identity, which then loses its tumah, which for our purposes then allows it to be brought back into the base of Mikdash for kibbutz purposes. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Midrabanan, so I want to point out that there's two different halachas happening over here. The general halacha, right, by tumah by garments, says that even if you want the garment to lose its tumah status, it needs to lose its identity. How does it lose its identity? By tearing it so that it's smaller even than a kerchief. Because we're concerned that if you tear it to kerchief size, a person is still going to leave too much of the original garment intact, and the tumah status is going to remain. But by kibos, we're going by the din d'oraisa. And the din d'oraisa says kerchief size, good enough to allow it to lose its original identity. Once it loses that original identity, then Allah loses its tumah. Once it loses its tumah, you can bring it back in for kibbutz purposes. Incredible. Okay, we'll say top line tzadikim with Allah. So same idea was with the kliparas. There's one utensil. So the Gemara says 1 second. And what did the Mishnah say? If the kliparas ultimately again is right, had blood in it, or had sacrificial matter in it. So you have to, when you do the kliparas, you have to break it. Where do you break it? Inside of the mikdash. In our case, the Mishnah, what happened? You took it out, and it became tamei. So once you took it out and it became tamei, you can't bring it back in. So what did the Mishnah say? Use no control. Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it, loses its identity, loses its tumah. You can now bring it back in and do marika and shtifa in the mikdash itself. Incredible. second, but if you make a hole in it, one second. Once again, if you make a hole in it, it's not a kli. And I will say the Torah says that Marika and Shtipa only applies to a kli. So what's going on over here? Shenika b'shorish katan. So this is actually an interesting answer. We're talking about over here that you made a very small hole in it, the size of a small root, which is a very small hole. So the Gemara essentially says like this. Apparently, that hole is small enough that it causes the Kliteres to go ahead and lose enough of its identity that the tumor goes away, but not so much of its identity that it's not called a kli. Interesting. Okay, so a small enough hole to allow it to lose enough identity so that the tumor goes away and therefore can be brought back in, but not so big that halacha l'maisa, it's not called a kli and will not be subject to Marika and Shtipa. Fascinating. Okay, clean your poach pulp. So next case was a metal utensil. So what do you do with a metal utensil? So halacha l'maisa. So remember again, by a cleaner by Kiteres, Torah uses this lashon of nokbo. All right. No. Now we've established no means a very small hole. By cleaner potions, by a metal utensil, the Mishnah uses the lashon ultimately again of pochso. Pochso is a much larger hole. So the Gemara says, I have a halav cleaner bowl. Second, if you're making a large hole in a metal utensil, I got it. I understand what you're trying to do. Cause the kli to lose its identity. If it loses its identity, it loses its tumah. I understand that. But also, if it loses its identity, it's no longer a kli. And if it's no longer a kli, then ultimately, again, there's an obligation of Marika and Shtipa. Jerusalem was a halach kliu. What's the case over here? Well, see, interesting enough, the case over here is yes, you make a big hole in the utensil, but then after you make the hole, what do? You hammer it out and essentially make it whole again. So what I'm doing is I'm making a hole in the utensil. What that does is it allows the utensil to lose its tumah, but then I go ahead and in metal you can do this. You can hammer it back out so that it becomes whole. Once it becomes whole, now it's a kli. Once it's a kli, it's subject to Marika and Shtipa, which I also thought is even very interesting. When the kli loses its identity, it loses its tumah, but it doesn't lose its guinness, or it doesn't lose its absorptions. So even though, again, the metal utensil, when you make a hole in it, it'll lose again. It's no longer kame, but any carbonic absorptions are still there. So that's what you'll do. Make a hole in it, a large hole in it, this way it loses its tumah status, then repair it, and then bring it back into the base of Mikdash as a kli, and do the Marika and Shtipa. Incredible. Always like this. Me'il shenikma machnin, so the pachos mishalosh al-shalosh and the chavis. Okay, so we'll say, this is a fascinating case. Let's say the me'il, right? The me'il, which is one of the begadim of the coin, like this is the tool of the coin becomes coming. Now look at Rashi's name. Rashi's right across. Me'il, shall be the tool, shenikas al-tam chatos, yatsa put the line, the nitma, machnis machnin. Okay, process now watch this. Here's what's occurred over here. In this case, same case of our Mishnah. The me'il of the coin, it got blood on it, that comes chatos. No problem. Remember, as long as you're saying the base of Mikdash, do your tibus. Then what happened? The me'il was taken outside of the base of Mikdash. When it was outside, this became tummy. So now, what do I do? How do I rectify this situation? I will say, just to point out over here, you're not allowed. Let's actually go through it. So what do? You go ahead and you bring it into the base of Mikdash at less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths a mouse. In other words, bring it into the base of Mikdash slowly. What is that? You take a look at Rashi. The pachos mishalosh al-shalosh. Rashi says, she'eno machnis shir beget kami la'azara. Now remember again, you can't just bring in that me'il into the base of Mikdash. Why not? Because it's tummy. And you can't introduce tummy items into the base of Mikdash. So what can you do? Bring it into the base of Mikdash a little bit at a time. Remember again, a garden is less than 3 finger breaths, 2 finger breaths, doesn't have the halakhic definition of a garden. Therefore, again, there's no tumah issues. So bring it in a little bit at a time. So the machnis shir beget kami la'azara, the sushi extra the color, or the chus mishim shenema very fine. I will say, Now the problem over here that we run into with the meal, like you say to yourself, oh, the Mishnah gave you the process for rectifying the Kamei Dagger. The problem is you're not allowed to actively tear big data. There's a biblical prohibition to actively tear big data. As such, the remedy that the Mishnah puts down, which again is to tear the garment on the outside, allow it to go ahead and lose its tuma status, bring it back in, and then the kibbutz won't work by big data. So what you can do is bring it in a little bit at a time, less than 3 finger breaths, and be in the top zone, and launder it as it comes in. So essentially what you're doing over here is you are bringing in less than the shear of Rabbi. When you bring in less than the shear of Rabbi, any tumor that may be there is simply inconsequential. So bring it in a little bit at a time, launder it in that space of, or launder that piece of less than 3 fingers at a time, and ultimately be Mekayah the clothing like that. He says you're not allowed to care. You're not allowed to care, and that's the remedy by the meal. Fascinating. The most of the Rabbi is the Kasha, you say once again, the Abin Darakin, Ain Bahamishin Shalosh Shalosh. So here's the problem. Versus oven and racking. Oven and racking literally means very thick material or very thin material. It's not subject to the halachos of ultimately 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. Like, why? Take a look at that. Ain't buying these things the lap will reduce. Because remember, very thick material and very thin material is not really usable for gardening purposes. So it's interesting, apparently very thick material, very thin material are not really usable for garments. What they're usable for is like you could sit on it. So because you can sit on it, the din of 3 finger breaths by 2 finger breaths doesn't apply to them. Rather, again, their shear is measured in hand breaths. So the Gemara says, so what's happening? The material was thick material. So how can you give this each of 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths if that shear shouldn't apply? So which Gemara says, no. I got Hasin and Kashiki. Since again, because the material itself is a garment, the smaller part of the material is reckoned as part of the larger garment. So again, when the Gemara says that a piece of material, thick material, thin material, that's meaning it's a tangible material. But because this is already a garment, therefore the smaller pieces ultimately are looked at as part of the whole, and therefore you could use this itself at 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. Therefore, we'll say, just to portion this is that. Therefore, what we have over here is as follows. If it's a case of a garment that cannot be given, that gets takas blood on it, so it's subject to kibbutz. Kibbutz has to be done in the base of the flesh. If you take the garment out of the base of the flesh, what do? Bring it back in and do kibbutz. If it can come outside of the base of the flesh, so what do? Tear it. When you tear it, ultimately it loses its identity as a garment. When it loses its identity as a garment, it also loses its tumah. Then bring it back in, repair it, and then do kibbutz. What problem is if your garment is one of the big Yudah? Then you're not allowed to tear it. So what do? What's the answer? Bring it back into the base of the flesh in small amounts of less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. That's less than the shear of a garment. Therefore, the tumah is inconsequential. And essentially, do kibbutz on each little thing as it enters in. Okay. The Gemara says we have a problem. Now, I will say the problem the Gemara is going to bring up over here is a general issue with kibbutz. We just established before in the previous region that kibbutz has to be done in the base of the fish itself. Here's the problem. I have a hard Shiva Samar. So we didn't get into this. I wasn't getting into it. How do you launder clothing? Right? How do you launder clothing? You actually the Chazal have a very specific way in which laundering was done. You require 7 different ingredients. Some of them are literally herbs or spice. They're in these ingredients. Some of them the way to remove gam katos, and also the way to remove certain saras lesions, you need these 7 different ingredients. So we'll say again, if you look at Rashi, he actually says over here the hot boy, gam katos, shiva samar, shnim sekas nida, le'im summon, lo kapel, Miraglayan, Nessa, Boris, oil, the Kimunya, the Ashma. These are all the ingredients, right? The one that we're being so false we start over here is Miraglayan, urine. Urine apparently was one of the things that was necessary for laundering. Here's the problem, the Gemara says. The Tanya, Ela She'im Machnis Miraglayan Mikdash. There's a problem. What's that problem? Right? So again, kibbutz has to be done in the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to bring urine into the Beis Hamikdash. So how do I do this exactly? So now we're jumping back, right? We're going back to actually this really belongs a little bit more like in the previous Mishnah. The previous Mishnah was the one that spoke about the idea that kibbutz has to be done in the Mikdash. Not as much as it was. How do you do kibbutz in the Mikdash? You need urine. So I was say size 95 feet. The feet came up the middle of the hole. The hard shiva sana money. All the Ba'arim of Hulu Kitan, still says it's similar. It's not a big deal with the urine. Why? Because you take all of the ingredients and you mix them together. So because they're all mixed together, you don't view it as bringing urine or mixing something outside of this Mikdash. Bring it in. By the time you bring it in, whatever it is, you just call it tithe. Just call it tithe. Alright, so don't only do ingredients, right? So the night listen to tithe, just bring it in. Gemara says, last night, here's the problem. You can't do the Hachnan. Here's what the Sidran, interesting enough, the way that this modeling process works is you have these 7 ingredients, and they are used in a specific order. If you mess up the order, the kibbutz process does not work. Or if you mix all of the ingredients together and then wash it out long together, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So apparently, again, it's order specific and it is one by one. So the Gemara says, okay, so once again, we're back to our urine problem. But you say, the middle of the room, the hard ceremony, maybe say this, okay, so maybe, I can't mix all of them together. Then maybe you'll mix the urine with one other item. To which you might do the hot stuff, but that's just so time to put that back. But again, I will say, again, the amount of stuff that brings down is a very specific laundry process. And again, what that requires is you take each of the items, and each of the items is rubbed on the beggar 3 times by itself. So once again, it sounds like the urine is being used by itself. I think the urine is good as a brush, you might listen to this. Hello, the middle of the below. Once the difference between the case over here is there, you actually dilute the urine with the saliva. So in other words, you put enough stuff, this actually saliva is one of the ingredients. So apparently you dilute the urine with enough saliva that the urine identity is lost, and therefore you can bring it into the Beis Hamikdash. Amar Shlokish, Yom Chachal, Tzar Shem Kol Echad Echad. Shlokish himself said that saliva. Chachal literally means like tasteless saliva, as opposed to let's say saliva that can generate actually teeth, right? So this is pre-eating or post-eating, saliva, right? So Yom Chachal, they try to say that saliva is mixed with certain ingredients. So apparently, again, I don't know if there is really, I'm sure something of it, but apparently enough saliva mixed with the urine, mixed with as if you're not bringing urine to the Mikdash, and therefore, again, I love how nice you can use this for your laundering process. Incredible Mishnah. So says now, switching gears a little bit. Remember again, the halakha. Remember, kibbutz is unique ultimately to dam tapas. Okay? But then these other halachas, for example, again, shvira, breaking of a klitaris because of carbonic absorption, or marika and shtipa, washing and kashering, with let's say a metal utensil because of carbonic absorption, that applies, right? Those halachas apply to any carbon. So therefore, again, whether you cooked carbonos in a cream, or you put hot carbonic matter. I will say hot carbonic matter could be hot meat, right? Could be hot mincha. And so you put hot carbonic matter into a cream. The Gemara says, and again, whether the carbonos are kachay kadashim or the kachay kalin, ultimately, again, the utensil is going to require marika and shtipa. That's halacha. Okay. Shimon says, kachay kalin in tu'unim marika and shtipa. It's also quite interesting. Shimon says that kachay kalin do not require marika and shtipa. So I will say, so there's 2 things happening in the Mishnah. So first of all, the Mishnah says, halacha number 1 is, however the hot matter is coming into the kli, whether you're cooking in the kli or ultimately again you're pouring hot matter into the kli is going to require marika and shtipa. The machlokes and the Mishnah between the Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon is what does marika and shtipa apply to? Tanakama says kachay kadashim and kachay kalin. Rabbi Shimon says only kachay kadashim, not kachay kalin. Good. Let's analyze. Tanabanan. Asher tebu shalbo. So listen, see now remember. this concept of Marika and Shtipa is Ukli Cheres Asher Tevushal Bo. If you have now this earthly utensil in which you cook carbonic matter, Yishaber, it shall be broken. And if it's cooked, if you're cooking in a metal utensil, literally copper utensil, then ultimately again Marika and Shtipa. I must say, if you know the flush on the process is only by Bishul. Yet the Mishnah said that it applies by Bishul as well as to pouring hot matter into it. So Asher Tevushal Amy Elishadi Shalom. Even the so-called saying, how do I know that if I pour hot carbonic matter into the kli, that ultimately again the kli requires Marika and Shtipa? Asher Tevushal Yishaber. Therefore the pasuk says ultimately again that which you shall cook and eat shall be smashed. Rashi says over here, Nidisamet Yishaber Eitzel Bo, below Kasaf in Kli Cheres Tevushal Yishaber. The Medrash in Nidla Bo Mikamot in Yishaber. So that's very interesting, which is the Yishaber is written next to the Kli Koshas. Because it's written next to the Kli Koshas, which ultimately again absorbs. Therefore, the Gemara understands over here that this halacha ultimately again is about absorption. Because it's about absorption, therefore we know absorption doesn't only occur through cooking, but absorption occurs even when a hot object is placed inside of a kli. Okay, incredible. So now we've established this, whether you're cooking in the kli or ultimately again you're pouring hot carbonic matter into the kli, the din of Marika and Shtipa will apply. One more piece of review over here. Remember, Marika and Shtipa only applies to metal utensils because again by a kli cheres by earthly utensil, what's the halacha? You have to smash it. Okay, so now we want to ask the fascinating question. So we'll say, listen to this. Let's say you have an earthenware, well, let's assume for what to do with an earthenware oven, and you suspended sacrificial meat. You cook sacrificial meat in the oven suspended. Now, what's the chap with suspended? It's not touching any part of the kli. So what is the halacha? Mahu. What is the halacha ultimately again in this situation? Rashi says that it's low. The sheep which are katos is also the avid kanor. And it's special about will mizla bo klum. So again, in this case over here, the Gemara says essentially, we are always assuming that how does absorption occur? How does absorption occur? Contact. So let's say again, I'm roasting my chatos inside an earthenware oven. So the spit is in the oven, but the meat is not touching any part of the oven. What's the status now of that oven? So the Gemara says, Abishal will be lower the top of Rahmana. So again, we'll say, do we say that the only time that carbonic absorption poses a problem is both when there's cooking and absorption? Now, cooking, remember, again, requires heat, and absorption requires contact. So the Gemara says, oh, Dilma, Abishal below Bilua, or maybe not. Maybe I will say the halacha of either Marika and Shtifa or Shavira by Kli Cheres is a din in Bishul. If you cook sacrificial matter inside of the utensil, that triggers the need for a process. Whether there's absorption or not is irrelevant. So we'll say, Yiddish Shaila, is the din of by Kli Cheres Shavira and by another utensil, Marika and Shtifa, is it a din in Bishul, in which right, or is it a din in Bishul and absorption? The nafkamina will be you cooking item in the utensil, but the utensil has no contact with the kli itself. That is bishul, but not necessarily absorption. Fascinating. Amar Rava Shabbos says Tashma, Echad Shebishalo, Ve'echad Mishir L'Sochor Oseach. So Rava said, well, look at this case. What did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said whether you cooked sacrificial matter in the kli, or you poured hot sacrificial matter into it. And I will say, now that's a case of no cooking. Okay, the Mishnah says no. So I'll say, no one's asking about a case of where there's absorption without cooking. Everyone agrees, absorption without cooking is certainly a need for the process of Marika and Shtipa because there's an absorption. What's our question? Our question is where there's bishul, but there's no absorption. Well, isn't this fascinating? Now, again, so what's the case of bishul without absorption? I put a spit or a chatas inside of an oven. Chatas is roasted and the bishul is happening inside of the oven. But the chatas is not touching any part of the oven. That's called bishul below bilua. Ultimately, again, cooking without absorption. Now, again, the Gemara is making the assumption that where there is no contact, there is no absorption. Okay, that's an assumption. But the Shaila just says, for our purposes, what happened in this case? Tanner Shal Mikdash. I don't say no, we're going to do it in a sample day for today.
No, it was like in a plaster case.
Tremendous. So we got a little bit of a cliffhanger. We'll pick up with this message tomorrow.
With a mask on it and an artificial vagina and cases
Davening in the name is really interesting.
This guy's just fucking covering this thing for perfume, getting his fuck on. Yeah. Jamie, you gotta find the picture of it. He even inserted a paper tube into her decrepit corpse to serve as a vagina for making love. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the fake vagina. I think it was, it was like something he made. Like he made something. People made a thing to fuck.
People go through lengths to get their rocks off. That's crazy. That's like ingenuity. That's like, man, if you had that energy towards anything positive,
You could get to Mars.
Find
us a photo of the corpse.
there you go.
Yeah. So this is
Carl Cancer. That's what he figured but he did the same thing.
sequence of her body, hangers to support her skeleton, and pumped a continuous stream of perfume to massive continued for 7 years. This popular scope by her sister. Oh God,
What a horror story that is.
God, you find your sister's body and it's just a continuous stream of perfume to keep people from going to the body of their
Or in fact, probably memory of
Well, you know, and any sort of like weird predator will end up in that situation where they can't do their thing, right? So like if you like fuck dead bodies, you can make a corpse like something like there's like female pedophiles used to become middle school teachers. That's what they do.
The families in the summer, although it's new report happens to us,
That's awesome.
it's very high.
Oh, I think that Epstein's on touch. They said they released the files, and I was like, oh no, but they still haven't released them. And I was like, oh, thank God, the jokes are over. Like, oh my God,
Fascinating
at least 2 separate times where I said it was so it was even bigger back then.
Let's get a must complete within the confines of the base.
They're still not all out yet.
Where do you know that? It's the Muslim cover.
It reminds me of that Onion article where they're like, oh, CIA realizes they were using a black highlighter this entire time. It's like that. It's like, oh, okay, you're
highlighted a number of different activities from the confines of the base. Another example was breaking up three pallets. So like yesterday, whenever you go ahead and you consume sacrificial meats within a utensil, so remember the utensil needs some type of purging process. Why? Because the absorption over time will constantly become moist. So remember again, in this piece over here, if you have a three pallets can't be kasher. So because it's very kasher, it has to be smashed, has to be broken. So where is that breakage done? Again, in the confines of English, word 29. The Pasuk says ultimately again, any Tiferes that you shall be smashed. And once again, just like it says, so again, that's even a local Mikdash. Merito Shtipa, the Queen of Kosher Sinai, there was the Merito Shtipa first the process of Merito literally means Hashri, and Shtipa is washed. So remember again, this is really talking about if you're using non-personal way for Kabbalah. So first of all, the Kabbalah matter has to be washed away. It needs to be kosher. How do I know that that needs to be done inside the confines of the between the Koshas, Shalom, Umurah, and Shotah, incredible process of fascinating not all of these what we call like purging, cleansing types of processes, whether again it's kibbutz, where the blood that splatters on clothing, or ultimately again it's the shevira of the Tiferes, or Marika and Shvita of Haggidim, or must be done within the confines of the base of the which I must say, if you think about it,
Don't they kind of just do that sometimes?
as well.
So like you're not supposed to, just because some of them are unethical or someone called
Yeah, I don't
understand all this, so I'm
through which we go
teach
ahead
everyone
and bless
about
you,
it. Yeah.
through which we
I'm gonna be charitable
expunge
about it, but I
something
just
which
don't
is
understand
absorbed.
how anybody can go to jail for sex trafficking when you don't have
But the idea is that it's something that I need to get rid of.
That don't
That's
make
what's
any
happening over. I
sense.
need
Like
to get
if I
the
was
blood out of the
Clayton's
clothing.
lawyer,
I
I'd be
need
like,
to
dude,
go and get the absorptions out of the or
like
at least
how
turn
do
the
you not do
original
that? Like
useless. I
you
need
want
to
to
get
tell
the
me there's some
absorptions
sort of
out of the
compromised trial?
metallic
How do you not have a
clean.
lawyer
Like
that
the metal
goes,
clean. How do you do it?
who did she
It's
sex
actually
traffic
done
to?
in this
Right, that's clearly
If
there's
you
some
want
sort
to
of
go
backdoor
ahead
deal that
and
was like, hey,
expunge
because you
the
can't
things
have
that
a
are
jail that
absorbed
won't kill
inside
you.
of you, if you don't
Yeah,
want
or
part of you
also
anymore,
she's
you have
working
to
with them.
embed
Right.
yourself
How
in it.
do you have?
A person
In
has
any
to
way,
put
shape, or
themselves.
form,
These
how do you
things
have a person
should only
convicted of a
happen
crime
in the
when there's
I
not,
do not
like
create
especially that
an
kind of crime
environment of
where there's
holiness
a
for myself.
person
It's
that
very
hires you
difficult
or
to
gives you
expunge
money
the
or
things,
that
the
you
negative things
use
that are
to get
absorbed
influence from,
inside.
and then
Whereas
you
if I
sex
embed
traffic to
myself
them.
in the midst
So
of
there's
it,
another
if I
person
embed
involved,
myself in the
and that other
atmosphere of
person is
holiness,
completely eliminated
then
from the
I'm
trial
going to be able
because
to
what?
tackle my problems, be able to tackle my issues,
Because
and
they're
able to
anti-state.
expunge
Yeah, they're
the
powerful
things
now,
that I
dominant
really need
scientists.
to rid myself of.
Like, how is
Incredible.
that
We
okay?
love it like
That
this.
doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
That you
over
can
the
get through a
practice.
whole trial
Remember
like
there
that.
was a
Yeah,
just
but
moving
I
up
think
what
that's
we
just
saw,
I
and this
was
is
thinking
like
sort of that.
fashion.
This is
I
just
want
a
to
function of
take this off.
government. These like
If the Mishnah
intense like
explicitly,
blackmail sex
the
rings that
concept
everyone
of
just kind of gets
peace,
away
right?
with
The
it.
concept of laundering
It seems like
what
it's
fathers
happened
on
over and over
is
again.
that
But it's like,
of
look at it
these
this way.
tapas.
Imagine if
That
you
would be a tapas.
were selling hash, right? And you had like pounds and pounds of hash in your house. You've been selling hash, and you got caught selling hash.
Now, what's interesting is the way that the
If they
Gemara reads the
charge you
Mishnah is that it makes it sound
distribution,
like
and you're
this
like,
is
okay, but distributing to
the
who?
only
Because you're only
source
selling to
that
like
Chathas
rich
has
famous people,
over
or
other
you're only selling
Chathas.
to like
Very
heads of
much
JP
the
Morgan.
Sulaka. There are no
You're selling
discrepancies
hash
that
to those
Chathas
guys.
have.
And they're like,
What
well,
about
who do you sell the
Na'ida?
hash to?
Shekama
Nobody.
Yetnas Lefazim.
Somebody bought
Exactly.
$100 million worth of
Chathas
hash,
is the only type of
and
carbon.
there's nobody,
Because the
no
blood is brought
person.
into
That doesn't make any sense.
the
There's no crime. So
Again,
he's
you have a
getting
Chathas
really selling.
community. So doesn't
You'd
that
say
make
that's
sense?
it,
Isn't that a Chumah
but
Chathas?
maybe
In other
intent
words,
to
we're talking
distribute.
about the
You
Chathas
might get it for
Chathas
actual distribution and
in
selling of hash. It's gonna sell to somebody.
Right? I'm sorry.
And
The Chathas
this
Soros.
is
You are saying, no,
right?
we're discussing
But
over
like
here
in this
outer
situation, it's like, did we ever really think anyone was really going to go to jail for this?
Again, by outer Chathas
Like,
Chathas the Amar Kol Doron Shinit Mesuleh, Amar Chathas Sula. So the people hold in general, any exterior blood
I wish I
that
was
is
that
brought,
honest
that
with
is
the
brought
government.
inside ultimately
They've
is
done a good
invalid.
job of,
So we're not
they've done a
talking
good
about
job of
that
it,
as a Chathas.
keeping it,
What
the
about
names out
taking
of
the
the press,
content
even after they
outside
said
the
they would delete
outside
them.
the
It says
pieces?
here, FBI and
What
DOJ
about the
records
fact
from
that Chathas is more
2019
common
reference
about
about
why?
10 individuals
The Chathas,
described
remember
as
the most in
alleged
general.
Epstein
When you do the
co-conspirators,
Chathas,
including
the
Maxwell,
Chathas
a
is
French
for any
modeling
type of
agent,
infraction
Jean
where had you done it
who died in French
intentionally, you
custody
would
in
be cited
2022. That's a way to get out of it, too.
if you
Like,
do
oh, he sold it to a
unintentionally,
dead guy.
ultimately you bring a
Yeah, but
carbon
it's also,
Chathas.
this is not
So the
saying
Gemara says, what
that
about the fact
sold it
that
to
Allah
them.
comments
They're
that Chathas is in
co-conspirators.
on
So they're
colors
probably
varying
involved
prohibitions?
in
These were the
facilitating.
middle of the
They're probably
proposition
involved
is
in
called.
acquiring these
Talking about
girls,
here,
making
the
connections.
Chathas
Because that guy
upstairs,
owned a
yes,
modeling
coming to say
agency.
that you know,
So he's a modeling agent. Right.
you
So
are told
that
to
guy's
be
getting him
testimony,
quotes.
and
So he's a
you do not
co-conspirator.
do
It's
so.
not saying that he was John.
Allah comments
He was a John that was getting the girls. He
But
was
that's
a
not a courage
co-conspirator. So there's
things
at
like
least
that.
10 individuals
That's the
involved,
talking
which
about.
makes sense. If you
I
have
what
this
about the
joint
fact that came
blackmail
to
ring,
I
it's
don't
not
know.
like one guy.
What about the fact that Chathas is unique because Chathas requires 4 blood applications, whereas most other covers only require
His just brother came out of
but you
nowhere.
I'm a
For like a little
$1
bit.
million.
It's like,
Thank
oh,
you,
this is like,
thank you,
first of all, look at a brother that just
all
knows
the
everything that happened.
require
Because he
4
came out
blood
and said that
applications.
wasn't like the email that was like, oh,
What
Clinton,
trying to
Trump's
show
on
other areas when
suck on his
Chathas
dick.
is more
Yeah,
common.
it was like,
But
oh, Bubba was a Clinton. But you didn't say you didn't suck on his dick. Like,
What about the fact that again, the Chathas has a blood application on the corner of his dick? It has to be done with the finger of the coin as opposed to just like a sprinkling of the cheek.
Non-prosecution agreement.
So what about the right application on the corners? That's the part of trade application on the edge of the corner. So these are all different examples of hummus that Chathas has over everything else. Hello,
better in law than a technicality.
Initially did not need
He said it wasn't Bubba, and then which implied that he knew exactly what was going on the whole time, and he was out in the valley. Still saying that Joseph sucks on his dick.
Tapas has more colors over other Kabbalah, but it has to be for our purposes. The one color that we are focusing on is
We just learned about him. Man, I believe a lot of things. I do not believe Trump sucks at
whereas the blood of other criminals
do
does not
drugs.
require people.
You know,
Okay,
Charlie Sheen
incredible.
was saying he sucks some
Sending
guy's
this
dick.
that
Like,
makes
okay,
you have to push
Charlie's
the line.
doing so much crack. He's out of his fucking mind.
That level of power is a drug.
So you establish now that if Papa's blood gets on a garment requires kibbutzz, you've also established that the kibbutzz, the laundering, can only be done inside the base of the itself. Okay. You know, you establish that. That gets you as a chutzpah kilayim. Niknas from the kapsel the muffin carpet. Also, watch this. Let's see how the garment. That the garment got blood splatter on it. So now what happened? Someone put the garment down. Somebody else said, when we speak about garments getting blood splatter on it, the pastor is what are we talking about? Which garments?
Side with the
The
fucking
pastor is
Democrats.
thinking right? That's the topic we're talking about. Although again, I guess it could be like a lady's garment also if he's running around over there, so but again, but the concept is these are those points. Watch this. So now the point is on the garment, right? What he's supposed to do, what he's supposed to do is keep us. But for some reason it was thinking outside of the basement. Okay, so the Mishnah says, no problem. Nicholas in the kapsel muffin cover. No problem. So look. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? Bring it back in on the whole side. Same time, there's a problem. Right? Again, we don't need to obsess over it, right? You don't talk about the problem, just solve it. Right? So we're thinking outside, bring it back in. Good. That's case one. Now, here's the reason.
Underage sexual thing going on there.
Let's say, same garment that tackles for the honor is sticking outside of the basement. When it was outside of the basement, it became permanent. So let's say, now we have a problem. What's the problem? You are not allowed to bring something permanent into the confines of the basement. The problem, however, is you can only do kibbutzz in the basement. So we're stuck a little bit in the catch-22. I can't bring the garment into the mikdash, but yet the only way to do kibbutzz is in the mikdash. So what do? So Nikmas was the Kilayim, take it in Tamei, open it again outside of the mikdash. And now I can't bring that garment as is into the mikdash. What do? This is this. You rip it, like you tear it. Now, you tear it. Nikmas from the kapsel muffin cover. You tear it, then it becomes hard, and then you go ahead and you bring it into the mikdash and you warm it. Now, what is that? What is actually the woman? Koro, it's almost very close to actually. If you move your finger to the left of that 4 lines there. Koro, the tahar mikdama, umukila ha'isa v'niknas in the kapsel muffin cover. So remember again, and this is an important rule in general. When you hopefully becomes public, so obviously one way to purify it is to subject it to a purification process. There is another way to purify it, which is how? Is essentially you remove the identity of the item. The item no longer has its identity, right? Therefore, the tumor goes away, because the tumor attaches itself to an identity. If the identity is gone, so by the way, the paradigmatic example of this is if you have a utensil that's common, right? And you bore a hole on the bottom of the utensil. Let's say that it's so big that it can't even hold the pomegranate. Nice example. Then what? That's not a cleave. It's no longer a cleave. If it's not a cleave, then by definition, it uses then by the way, interestingly enough, if you repair it afterwards, the tumor doesn't come back, right? It's almost like the tumor being moved. It's interesting enough, the Mishnah suggesting it like this. Pair the garments. Now again, we'll discuss what, how, what, right? Pair the garments. Once you tear the garment, what hurts, the tumor goes away. The tumor goes away. Once the tumor goes away, then bring it back into the mikdash, and then you can go ahead and do the kibbutzz. Very interesting. Now, the Mishnah just illustrates this same idea in a number of different ways. Now, same idea, but they're doing it with utensil. Right, so let's say the earthenware utensil, same idea. The earthenware utensil has, now okay, this is not necessarily done tacos. What is this? This is talking about over here any instructions, right? You cook carbonic meat inside of the kefirus. What do you do with it? What do you do with kefirus? What do you do with it? You have to smash it. Where do you have to smash it? Inside the base on mikdash. So now what happened over here is that you took the kefirus out. No problem. What you do? So the Gemara says, try Niknas the shovel of the bush. Take it back in, move it back in, and smash it inside of the base of mikdash. Okay, now here's my problem. Now what happened? That sleeve that had carbonic constructions, now it's outside of the base of the fish. Outside of the base of the fish, it became Kame. So what do? I can't think of Kame food fast as the base of the fish. So what should I do? No bore a hole in it, as I just mentioned before. Bore a hole in it. That boring of a hole of what's significantly loses its identity. Once it loses its identity, then it becomes tar. It needs not the shoulder of the Makom Kaddish. And then once it has the hole, it loses its tumor. Once it loses its tumor, then bring it back into the mikdash and then break it there. And then break it there. Amazing. One more example of this. The Nechoshes. This is a real utensil. Now, the Nechoshes really means copper, but again, it's any metal. Right? So the Nechoshes, you're not supposed to kill it. Same idea. Have the Nechoshes, that's Thomas. So what's the what am I supposed to do with it? What's the process called? The process called for a metallic utensil. Marika and Shtipa. Marika and Shtipa has to be done inside the base of English. I put the key outside of the base of English. No problem. So what's the halacha? It's Marco the chauffeur Makom Kaddish. No problem. So we're sitting pastures inside of the base of English. What happened after I took it out? It became coming. It came up with circulating. Now it became coming outside of the base of English. So what do? Poke so. It needs to use a poke so. So poke so means once again, make a hole in it. Now, interestingly enough, last year we said if you look at those shonos over here, the shonos are a little bit different by Triceras versus the Nechoshes, right? Like Triceras, ultimately the Russian is no hole. No hole sounds like a small hole. By metal utensils, it says poke so, which is a large hole. We discussed that, right? Make a large hole in it. Loses its identity as a key. When it loses its identity as a key, it also loses its tumor. And then what? The Nicholas will mark all the shots for Makom Kaddish. The ones that loses its identity, ultimately again loses its tumor, take it back into the base of mikdash, and go ahead and touch it. Incredible. So what's that condition? Let's get there, so now we're going to focus on, let's start first with the diet. Guys, remember again, Cohen discussed his blood on his Kohanic garment plus halacha, kibbutz. Then what occurred? The garment was taken outside of the base of the mikdash. Okay? No problem. What do you do with it? Bring it back in. However, if it becomes outside of the base of the mikdash, I can't just bring this back in because it's coming. What does the Mishnah say? Rip it, tear it, and then again, somehow tear it, uses its tumor, bring it back in like that, and then one more. So you do my mask with I don't say it. If you tear it, beg it, I'm not one of a lot of begging. Remember, this is actually very interesting. The video of kibbutz only applies to what? To a baguette. And once you tear it, it's no longer a baguette. So in other words, what's going on over here? First, the Gemara says, "The Mishayir Bay Kedei Ma'aforas." It means you pour it, but you left enough on the garment. Ultimately, Ma'aforas is literally a kerchief. So the idea over here is you went ahead and you pour it, but you still left enough of the functionality of the garment that it could do something. So because it could be something interesting enough, apparently, because you fundamentally changed it, therefore the tumor goes away. But because it is still functional, the identity of baguette remains, and therefore the din of kibbutz still applies. Quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, "Ini that enough? Lo shalash shir batidei ma'aforas. Aval shir batidei ma'aforas." If you might do a second, you might teach us elsewhere that halacha l'maisa. Look at Rashi says over the parasha or parasha. Not sure the colors to me actually is about Torah, even Shnikra Ruba Torah. So it's like if you have a comic button, and the garment itself begins to tear. The Rabbi says, the Gemara says that if the garment is large enough to be a kerchief, it still retains its identity. So it seems from here that tearing it and still retaining kerchief size doesn't change the identity. If it doesn't change the identity, then the tumah remains. If the tumah remains, you still can't bring it inside. So what's going on over here? Top of Tzadik 8, 95A, the Rabbanan. In reality, that is only been the Rabbanan. Midda Oraisa, if you go ahead and this is nice looking over. That's looking over for a Hanukkah morning, right? So Midda Oraisa. So remember, interestingly enough, Midda Oraisa on a biblical level, when you tear garment and its original identity is lost, you're good. When I say you're good is because the original identity is lost, therefore the tumah goes away. the Rabbanon were concerned, like they were going there, that if the garment is still big enough to be a kerchief, that you're not going to tear it enough in order to allow it to use it. But the Rabbanon are the ones who said that if it's still kerchief size, it still retains its original identity. The Midoraisa, which is what we're focusing on over here, Midoraisa can tear it enough that it's no longer functional in its original way, but it's still large enough for kerchief size that works to lose its original identity, which then loses its tumah, which for our purposes then allows it to be brought back into the base of Mikdash for Kippur's purposes. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Midrabanan, Zine Gomoloma Asim, Mikroruba, Avam Midoraisa Kaholo, Umukravaha, Nisa, Nishum, Nisa Skiva. So I want to point out that there's two different halachas happening over here. The general halacha, right, by tumah by garments, says that even if you want the garment to lose its tumah status, it needs to lose its identity. How does it lose its identity? By tearing it so that it's smaller even than a kerchief. Because we're concerned that if you tear it to kerchief size, a person is still going to leave too much of the original garment intact, and the tumah status is going to remain. But by kibbutz, we're going by the din d'oraisa. And the din d'oraisa says kerchief size good enough to allow it to lose its original identity. Once it loses that original identity, then Allah meant to lose its tumah. Once it loses its tumah, you can bring it back in for kibbutz purposes. Incredible. Okay, let's say top line navigated out. Let's see Paris Shiyasa to see an idea with the three Paris. The utensil, so the words in 1 second. Now, what did the Mishnah say? If the three Paris ultimately again is right, had blood in it, or had sacrificial matter in it. So you have to, what do you do with the three Paris? You have to break it. Where do you break it? Inside of the Mikdash. In our case, the Mishnah, what happened? You took it out, and it became tummy. So once you took it out and it became tummy, you can't bring it back in. So what does the Mishnah say? Use no hole. Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it, loses its identity, loses its tumah. You can now bring it back in and do Marika and Shtipa in the Mikdash itself. Incredible. Once again, but if you make a hole in it, once again, if you make a hole in it, it's not a kli. And I will say the Torah says that Marika and Shtipa only applies to a kli. So what's going on over here? Shanika Bashar is cutting. So this is actually an interesting answer. We're talking about over here that you make a very small hole in it, the size of a small root. A very small hole. And you might essentially say like this. Apparently, that hole is small enough that it causes the Kliparas to go ahead and lose enough of its identity that the tumah goes away, but not so much of its identity that it's not called a kli. Interesting. Okay, so a small little hole to allow it to lose enough identity so that the tumah goes away and it can be brought back in, and that's so big that halacha l'reisa is not called a kli and will not be subject to a Mikdash shtipa. Fascinating. Okay, clean your process pump. So next piece was a metal utensil. So what do you do with a metal utensil? Halacha l'reisa is, remember again, by a three teres, it sort of uses this lashon of milk bowl. All right.
Cauliflower, just buying a drink. Get it from like
milk bowl. Now we established milk bowl means a very small bowl. By clear focus, by metal utensil, the Mishnah uses the lashon ultimately a bit of folk soap. Folk soap is a much larger hole. The Gemara says, I have a whole lot for you. But 1 second. If you're making a large hole in a metal utensil, I got it. I understand what you're trying to do. Cause the key to lose its identity. If it loses its identity, it loses its tumah. I understand. I understand that. But also, if it loses its identity, it's no longer a kli. And if it's no longer a kli, then ultimately again, there's an obligation of a Marika and Shtipa. Those words are halakhilu. What's the case over here? So see, interesting enough, the case is, yes, you make a big hole in the utensil, but then after you make the hole, what do? You hammer it out and essentially make it whole again. So what I'm doing is I'm making a hole in the utensil. What that does is it allows the utensil to lose its tumah. But then I go ahead and in metal you can do this. You can hammer it back out and that it becomes whole. Once it becomes whole, now it's a kli. Once it's a kli, it's subject to Marika and Shtipa. which I will say, by the way, is even very interesting. When the key loses its identity, it loses its tumor, but it never it doesn't lose its glios, and it doesn't lose its absorption. So even though, again, the memory vessel, when you make a hole in it, it'll lose again. It's no longer coming, but I love what I say, any carbonic absorptions are still there. So that's what you'll do. You make a hole in it, a large hole in it, this way it loses its tumor status, then repair it, and then bring it back into the basement as a key, and do your meridian shlicha. Incredible. I'll make this. Million שנקרא מכניס לו בפחות משלוש על שלוש ומחפש. Okay, so we'll say, this is a fascinating case. Let's say the me'il, right? The me'il, which is one of the begotten of the coin, the tunic of the coin becomes tamei. Now look at Rashi this morning. Rashi is very fast. Me'il, שבגדי ושניתס על אדם חדש, יוצא חוץ לכליים ונטמע מכניס נוחו לבן. Okay, process, now watch this. Here's what's occurring here. In this case, same case of our Mishnah. The me'il of the coin, okay, what got blood on it, what got katas. No problem. Remember, as long as you're saying in the base of Mikdash, do your kibbutz. Then what happened? The me'il was taken outside of the base of Mikdash. When it was outside, it became tummy. So now, what do I do? How do I rectify this situation? And what's that? Now, just point out over here, you're not allowed, well, let's actually go through it. So, so what do? You go ahead and you bring it into the base of the Mikdash at less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths now. In other words, bring it into the base of the Mikdash slowly. What is that? You take a look at Rashi. The Pachos Mishalosh Rashi says, She'enu machnis shir beget coming la'azara. Now remember again, the Torah says bring in that me'il into the base of the Mikdash. Why not? Because it's tamei. And you can't introduce only items into the base of the Mikdash. So what can you do? Bring it into the base of the Mikdash and do it together. Remember again, a garment less than 3 fingers, less than 2 fingers, doesn't have the halachic designation of a garment. Therefore, again, there is no tumor issues. So bring it in a little bit at a time. So the matter is sheer beggar coming last time. The fishy actual color will not be so sheer my body kind. We'll say. Now the problem over here that we run into with the media, right? You see, suppose that in the Mishnah gave me the process for rectifying the coming beggar. The problem is we're not allowed to actively tear big dick. It's a typical prohibition to actively tear big dick. Such, the remedy that the Mishnah puts down, which again is to tear the garment on the outside, allow it to go ahead and lose its tumor status, bring it back in, and then the kibbutz won't work by big business. But what you can do is bring it in a little bit at a time, less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths, and the capsule, and launder it as it comes in. So essentially what you're doing over here is you are bringing in less than the shear of a beggar. When you bring in less than the shear of a beggar, any tumor that may be there is simply inconsequential. So bring it in a little bit at a time, launder it in that space of, or launder that piece of less than 3 fingers or 3 fingers at a time, and ultimately do the kahar of the clothing like that. Whereas in Shimshunamar, Moikar, it's a possible explicitly says you're not allowed to care. You're not allowed to care, so that's the remedy by the media. Fascinating. So most of the Rabbi is the kasha, and he said, one second, the Adin Dairatin, Ein Bahem Mishum Shalosh Shalosh. So here's the problem. Versus oven and racking. Oven and racking literally means very thick material or very thin material. You're not subject to the halachos of ultimately 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. Right? Why? Remember, very thick material and very thin material is not really usable for gardening purposes. Although we're talking about elevation halal, it's interesting, apparently very thick material, very thin material are not really usable for gardening. What they're usable for is that you can sit on it. So because you can sit on it, the beginning of keeping the rest and keeping the rest doesn't apply to them. Rather, again, their shears measured in hand breadths. So the Gemara says, so one second, the meal was thick material. So how can you give this piece of 3 finger rest of 3 finger rest if that shear shouldn't apply? Since again, because the meal itself is a garment, the smaller part of the meal is acting as part of the larger garment. So again, when the Gemara says that piece of material, thick material, thin material, that means it's tangible material. because this is already a garment, therefore the smaller pieces ultimately are looked at as part of the whole, and therefore you could use this itself speaking about separation. Therefore, listen, just the question just exactly. Therefore, what we have over here is as follows. If it's a case of a garment that's not big deal, that gets top of blood on it, so it's subject to kibbutz, kibbutz has to be done with this in the flesh. If you take the garment out of the base of the flesh, what do? Bring it back in the kibbutz. If you can come it outside of the base of the flesh, so what do? Tear it. When you tear it, ultimately you lose its identity as a value. When it loses its identity, it also loses its tumor. Then bring it back in, repair it, and then you keep it. What problem is if the garment is one of the big deals, then you're not allowed to tear it. So what do? What's the result? Bring it back into the base of the flesh in small amounts of less than 3 fingers of that's less than the seal of a garment. Therefore, the tumor is not the same. So essentially, you put on each little thing as it exists. Okay, you must have a problem. But now, okay, the problem is more than we're not over here is a general issue with kibbutz. We just established upon the previous Mishnah that kibbutz has to be done in the base of the fish itself. Here's the problem. I have a hard Shiva Samar. So we didn't really get into this. How do you run this both? Right? How do you run this? You actually have to have a very specific way which one is done. You require 7 different ingredients. Some of them are literally herbs, the spice, the leading ingredients. Some of them the way to remove dam takos, and also the way to remove certain saras lesions is you need these 7 different ingredients. So let's say again, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Bahabai, dam takos should be someone Rashnim Sekas Nida, Le'in Ksamin, Loptato, Meraglayin, Nesser, Boris, Oil, the Kimini of the Ashla. These are all the ingredients, right? The one that we're focused on over here is Meraglayin, urine. Urine apparently was one of the things that was necessary for laundering. Here's the problem, the Gemara says, the kind of there's a problem. What's that problem? Right? So again, kibbutz has to be done in the base hamikdash. You're not allowed to bring urine into the base hamikdash. So how do I do this exactly? So now we're jumping back, right? We're going back. It's actually, this really belongs a little bit more like in the previous Mishnah. Because the previous Mishnah was the one that spoke about the idea that kibbutz has to be done in the mikdash. That was 1 second. How do you do kibbutz in the mikdash? So let's say it's like 95 feet. If he came up in the middle of the whole, Bahadi Shiva Sanamanim, all the violated Urushichan, he said this, it's not a big deal with urine. Why? Because you take all of the ingredients and you mix them together. So because they're all mixed together, we don't view it as bringing urine or mix the concoction outside of the base of the gush. Bring it in. By the time you bring it in, whatever it is, we just call it tithe. We'll just call it tithe. Alright? So don't eat the ingredients, right? So the nice thing is you get into tithe, you bring it in. Gemara says, last night, here's the problem. Here's the Haknan. If you look at Sidran, there was an interesting enough, the way that this modeling process works is you have these 7 ingredients, and they are used in a specific order. If you mess up the order, the kibbutz process does not work. Or if you mix all of the ingredients together, and then watch that long to get this doesn't work. Because apparently, again, it's order specific, and it is 1 by 1. And the Gemara says, okay, so once again, we're back to our urine problem. So if you came off, the Niblo Me'u Bahadi Kad Misalaman, so maybe say this, okay, so maybe, okay, I understand I can't mix all of them together. Can't mix all of them together. So maybe you'll mix the urine with one other item. One other item to which the Gemara says the hard cycle of test case. So let's find the full after that side. But again, we'll say, again, the Gemara says that brings down that there is a very specific laundering process. And again, what that requires is you take each of the items, and each of the items is rubbed on the beged 3 times by itself. So once again, sounds like the urine is being used by itself. How can you bring urine into the base of blessing? Into the base of touch. You must listen to this. It's not. Hello, the middle of the below. What's the case? Interestingly enough, the case of the you actually dilute the urine with just saliva.
very tame
the
compared
saliva.
to the others.
In other words, you put enough. So this actually saliva is one of the ingredients. So apparently you dilute the urine with enough saliva that the urine identity is lost, and therefore you can bring it into the basin. I'm going to shock you. Look, Papa, sorry, shake for after that. Because you're sucking yourself said that saliva.
And I thought, okay,
Look, Papa literally means like pieces of saliva, as opposed to, let's say, saliva that you generate after you eat. Right? So this is pre-eating or post-eating your saliva. Right? So look, Papa, there's like that saliva is mixed with each of the ingredients. So apparently, again, I don't know what the ratio is. Maybe I'm sure you might check it, but apparently enough saliva mixed with the urine makes it as if you're not bringing urine to the nitrous, and therefore, again, I love how nice you can use this for your run weight loss. Incredible Mishnah. Okay, so now switching gears a little bit. Remember again, the halacha. So remember, kibus is unique ultimately to dam tapas. Okay, but then there's other halachas. For example, again, shvira, breaking up a klitaris because of carbonic absorptions, or marika shtipa, washing and kashering with, let's say, a metal utensil because of carbonic absorptions. That applies, right? Those halachas apply to any carbon. So therefore, again, whether you cooked carbonos in the akachir or you cook carbonic matter. And also carbonic matter could be hot meat, right? It could be hot mincha. So you put hot carbonic matter into a kli, the Gemara says, or the kachim kalim, ultimately, the utensil is going to require marika shtipa. That's the halacha. Shimon says, kachim kalim ain't to marika shtipa. It's also quite interesting. Shimon says that kachim kalim do not require marika shtipa. So therefore, both sides. So there's two things happening here in the Mishnah. So first of all, the Mishnah says, halacha number one is, however the hot matter is coming into the kli, whether you're cooking in the kli or ultimately again you're pouring hot matter into the kli is going to require marika shtipa. The machlokes of the Mishnah between the Tanakama and the Shimon is what does marika shtipa apply to? Tanakama says kachim kadashim and kachim kalim. The Shimon says only kachim kadashim, not kachim kalim. Good. That's analyzed. Asher to Mishalbo. Listen, now remember, this concept of marika and shtipa is ukli chayash asher to Mishalbo. If you have an earthen utensil in which you cook carbonic matter, it shall be broken. In the kosher, and if it's cooked, if you're cooking in a metal utensil, literally copper utensil, then ultimately again marika and shtipa. Now let's say if you know the flush on the pasuk is only by bishul. Yet the Mishnah said that it applies by bishul as well as pouring hot matter into it. So asher to bishul is the other to bishul. Even the self will say, how do I know that if I pour hot carbonic matter into the kli, that ultimately again the kli requires marika and shtipa? Asher to bishul yishaber. Therefore, the pasuk says ultimately again that which you shall cook and eat shall be smashed. Rashi says over here, "Midisamet yishaber it's a bowl. Below kasa in yishaber to bishal yishaber. The megish and midla b'mikam yishaber." So this is back something very interesting, which is the yishaber is written next to the cleaner kosher. Because it's written next to the cleaner kosher, it's ultimately again absorbed. Therefore, the Gemara understands over here that this halacha ultimately again is about absorption. Because it's about absorption, therefore we know absorption doesn't only occur through cooking, but absorption occurs even when a hot object is placed inside of a plate. Okay, incredible. So now we've established this, whether you're cooking in the kli or ultimately again you're pouring hot carbonic matter into the kli, the din of marika and shtipa will apply. One more piece of review over here. Remember, marika and shtipa only applies to metal utensils because again by a klitaris by earth it has what's the halacha, you have to smash it. Okay, so now you want to ask the question. Why not in the kama? So lo ba'avet kanama. So listen to this. Let's say you have an earthenware, well let's assume for a moment to do with an earthenware oven, and you suspended sacrificial meat. You cook sacrificial meat in the oven suspended. Now, once the carpet is suspended, it's not touching any part of the cleat. So what is the halacha mahu? What is the halacha ultimately again in this situation? Rashi says where it's low, the shikut shachatos v'shlosa ba'adir kanor, and it's pasha ba'abal yul nivla bol klum. So again, in this piece over here, the Gemara says essentially, we are always assuming that how does absorption occur? How does absorption occur? Contact. So let's say again, I'm roasting my chatos inside the earthenware oven. So the spit is in the oven, but the meat is not touching any part of the oven. What's the status now of that oven? So the Gemara says, so again, we'll say, did he say that the only time that carbonic absorption poses a problem is both when there's cooking and absorption? Now, cooking, remember, again, requires heat, and absorption requires contact. So the Gemara says, oh, Dilma, official below the or maybe not. Maybe that was like the halacha of either Marisa and Shvifa or Shvira by Kintaras is a different bishul. If you cook sacrificial matter inside of the utensil, that triggers the need for a process. Whether there's absorption or not is irrelevant. So, Shaila is the thing by Kintaras Shvira and by Militants Shvifa. Is it a din in bishul? In which what order is it a din in bishul and absorption? And that for me will be you look at item in the utensil, but the utensil has no contact with the clean itself. That is bishul, but not necessarily absorption. Fascinating. Allah Shabbat says, Tashma, Echad Shabbat, Ve'echad Neshir Yosef Orosea. So that was, look at this case. What did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said whether you cook sacrificial matter in the food or you pour a hot sacrificial matter into it. I will say now that's the case of no cooking. Cooking, Shmuel says no. You do have low body. So I'll say no. No one's asking about a case of whether there's absorption without cooking. Everyone agrees absorption without cooking is certainly a need for the process of low because there's an absorption. What's our question? Our question is whether it's bishul, but there's no absorption. This is fascinating. Now, again, so what's the case of bishul without absorption? I put a stick or a chatas inside of an oven. The chatas is roasted in a bishul happening inside of the oven. But the chatas is not touching any part of the oven. That's called bishul below bilua. Ultimately, again, cooking without absorption. Now, again, the Gemara is making the assumption that where there is no contact, there is no absorption. Okay, that's an assumption. But the Shaila just says, for our purposes, what happened in this case? Everyone say, no, he's going to stop over for today. Yeah. So we'll stop over today. Tremendous. Yeah, so we got a little bit of a cliffhanger. We'll pick up and get some messages tomorrow. Hopefully this is the time to get everyone. Stop in the main shul in the touchdown.
I don't want anyone to get hurt. I'm another story. It's kind of amazing that you're okay. Other than the bad concussions. Yeah. I'm pretty okay with how it turned out. What's the worst injury that anybody ever suffered during a jackass home? Wow. There's been many concussions, breaks.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of us for this morning cheer. Thank our Talmud sponsors.
My lower back
Thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev, Allison, and Simon Swimmer, and his grandfather, Shlomo Tzvi Ruben, and Shimon Zipon Rizlach, Singing Marka Asusin, in memory of all of their parents, Yitzchak Reid, Ben Anna, Cohen, Sarah Rachel, Bachar, Avram, Hinda, Bas, Hannah, Raphael, and I was the Wooden Assistant Supporter, Mordecai, Zach, Yona, in the memory of the dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Tony, Yona, Gordon, Holly, in memory of Paul's Mishpacha, Meir Bashmol, Zahim Bashulamis, and Zahim Shulamis Bashmol, and Esther Bashmol, Zachoni's Bashmol, and Sarah Steinberg, and discuss continued help for Shulamis and Bas Shula, and America by Tanakora, all of the Shulamis will have an Amir, the Bernie Zina Kama, all those who will shall be taking a call for the Israel. Alright, he's opening up Hashem. He's so trouble. Also, we got us people. He's got this Sadik Dali, 94, and we are picking up on Sadik Gimel on the base 93b, Nisayaya Miladi Elosa, which pretty much is like in the middle of a page. Easiest for me to say like this, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 lines up from the Mishnah. Yeah, not from the bottom. That's from the Mishnah. Sorry, it's embarrassing. It's the lines up from the bottom. Says the word. Say the laws. I'm the laws. So what's this number again? It was small. What is that? I used to act up to it. So let's go hold that ultimately again. It's actually very interesting. So it's the end of yesterday's time. When the king sprinkles the blood, anything left over on his finger is invalid for any subsequent blood sprinkling. So the sprinkling requires its own new blood from the receptacle. So the man goes back to the man says, only gotten by Ada, the student says, Amarad, so if a Kohen is sprinkling the blood, and the actual blood application left his hand, the man says, Ad Shelo Shiza, Ta'un Kibus, Mishehiza, tongue kibus. Okay, say the current situation. So it's when you clean the sprinkling, and so it's splatter on the clothing. So again, Rabbi says, if ultimately actual Hiza tongue kibus, if the sprinkling has not yet, the actual sprinkling has not yet been done, then the clothing requires laundry. You should use that in tongue kibus. Whereas the sprinkling has been done, then laundry is not necessary. What does that mean? My Lapakako is this not what it means? Actual Gamamira Hazos Ta'on Kibus. If the sprinkling has not yet been completed, then the splattering of the blood on the clothing triggers an obligation ultimately to laundering. You should Gamamira Hazos, but once the sprinkling is finished, Ain't Ta'on Kibus, then laundering is no longer necessary. People say, no, somebody may well, how come there's going to say, actually, you have to Sahazah Miyado, up until this morning, that he was not yet begun sprinkling Ta'on Kibus. So let's remember again, as we saw yesterday's stop, once the blood has already been used for sprinkling, there is no longer a laundering obligation. Remember again, we saw this rule in yesterday's stop. The only time there's a laundering obligation is when halacha l'maisa, the blood has not yet been used, right? So it's this interesting time. It has to be from the time that the blood reaches the Kisharis, but before it's been actually used for any application. Once it's been used for application, then halacha l'maisa, it no longer triggers a laundering obligation. That's why, like, if you let's say splashes back when it was bayah, there's no particular obligation there. The Gemara says, "Mishiyat v'sa'azam yadal in Ta'on Kibus." Ultimately, again, the blood leaves his fingers. In other words, then halacha l'maisa, if it splatters, then there is no obligation of kibus. Interesting. Says Rabbi, Sabari is the Kasha, Gamamira Hazos, Mekanek, Yada Bukufa Shapar. That's interesting. Not Para Aduma. So it says, remember it was like Para Aduma, there are blood applications that are done, and then the Para Aduma, the whole service is done outside of the basic. So there are sprinklings that are done in the direction of the basic. So therefore, when you see Yata Sahazam Yado, once the blood leaves his hands, in Ta'on Kibus. There is no longer an obligation ultimately for kibus if the blood splatters on the clothing. Sabai is the Kasha, Gamamira Hazos, Mekanek Yada Bukufa Shapara. When the Kohen finishes ultimately the blood application, or the say the sprinklings, then he is able to wipe his hand on the actual body of the paraduma. Gamar in lo gamar lo. So listen, that sounds like again, it's only once he finishes, which makes it sound like during the course of it, even if he reuses blood, that's okay. Amalei, gamar mekayash yada bukufa shapar. No. When he finishes all the applications, that's when he wipes his hand ultimately again in the body of the paraduma. Lo gamar, if he did not finish, mekayash eshba'o. He wipes his finger. So the Gemara says, gamar mekayash yada bukufa shapar. I understand when he finishes the entire service, he wipes his hand on the body of the paraduma. Shinaki was remember again, usually you can't wipe your hand on the body of the paraduma during the service. Why? Because if you ever tried to wipe the hand with blood on the body of the cow, if you've actually ever tried that, please tell me the circumstances around that, right? But if you were to try that, all ultimately, again, we end up with a lot of schmutz on your hand just from the body of the cow itself. So these are like this. When you finish all of curdling, then you go wipe your hand, ultimately again on the cow, to remove residual blood. However, the Gemara says, let you know, or what you go ahead and wipe your finger on, right? So interesting applications, what are with these fingers, what are you wiping your finger on? Rabbi, you discuss these, ultimately, you wipe your finger on the edge of the bowl. So you take your finger, essentially rub it down, rub it against the edge of the bowl, and ultimately, again, there's residual blood comes off. So you must say, so say the bottom line take from all of this is that halacha myself, we learned about the concept of people. So we're not finished yet. The concept of people says that it's sacrificial blood. Go ahead and splashes on clothing. There is a laundering obligation. This passage just defines what type doesn't trigger an obligation. The blood splashing back from the mizbeach, right, from the floor, doesn't trigger an obligation. So what triggers an obligation? Very specific blood. Blood which has been received in a kisharis and has not yet been used for the blood applications. That's the blood and splashing back on the clothing, which it says in the Mishnah. Mikas al-Ha'ar. This is seen on the blood going ahead and splattering on the clothing of the cow. Now we'll say, what happens if the blood splatters on the hide of the carbon? Hide of the carbon. Now, again, normally, remember a hide, who gets the hide? Who gets the hide? Kohen. So now, Mikas al-Ha'ar. So again, if the sacrificial blood went ahead and splattered on the hide. So again, actual shut in Karantivos. So if the hide has not yet been splayed, in other words, if the hide is still attached to the animal, there's no dinner to keep us. Right? There's no dinner to keep us. Ultimately, we're going to see why that is. That's already points this out. Because in order for something to be subject to the laws of kibbutz, it has to be makabel tumah. To be makabel tumah, essentially, you have to be a kli. So let's say an article of clothing is considered to be a kli, but a hide attached to an animal is called an animal, right? That's what it's called. So an animal, and therefore, again, halacha l'meisa, it's not a kli, it's not makabel tumah, and therefore, again, no din of kibbutz. Misha Hofshot, but once the hide has been freed from the animal, then it's told then it will be subject to the law. These words already do that. So again, interesting enough, the condition of Rabbi is, remember, generally, even after a hide is freed from the animal, there's still a lot of work that has to be done on it. So it's not really fit for final use, but Rabbi Yehuda ultimately again holds that halacha l'meisa, it's finished enough. Finished enough, it's usable enough, has the status of a kli, therefore makabel tumah, and therefore require a covenant of kibbutz. So the Loza says no, Mishnah Hofshat in Kol kibbutz. The Loza disagrees. The Loza holds that no, a hide that's been flayed from the animal, it hasn't been processed, it hasn't been cut, it hasn't been canned. That's not a finished product. Because it's not a finished product, therefore halacha l'meisa, it does not require kibbutz. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ela Mokom Adam. So we'll say furthermore, the Mishnah says, when we speak about kibbutz application of laundry, what part of the garment do you have to launder? You hear the Mishnah says you only have to launder the part of the garment that actually has the blood on it. That davar shu right makabel tumah. Furthermore, again, it's only on the garment, only on the item that is makabel tumah. Right? And that's right kibbutz. And something which itself ultimately again is fit for laundry. So we'll discuss the laundry and just what that means. After that, we'll say the thing of kibbutz applies to a garment, the after sack or sackcloth, the after or leather, cleaning kibbutz. All of these things require kibbutz. Rabbi says some details about kibbutz. The kibbutz, the makom kadosh. So first, it's very interesting. So it's not the fact that like you're framing clothing like this an off-site, cleaners. But rather again, where is kibbutz done? Kibbutz is done in the base HaMikdash itself. Isn't that fascinating? The Makom Kodesh, Bahzara. So in contrast, it's done in the Beis HaMikdash itself, Ushvilas Kulkaras, Kumakokot, means there was a particular utensil that had carbonic meat in it. What do you do with a particular utensil which has carbonic meat in it? What do you do with it? You smash it. Smash it because you can't kasher it, you can't use it for mundane use once it has sacrificial absorption. Where is that smashing done? In Machon Kodesh. In a holy, like, even now again, where exactly in the Beis HaMikdash will this happen? Remember again, a couple of Yaakov Kalas ago, right, when we went to Shiloh, one of the most incredible things that you can find about Shiloh is this very day. You could find earthenware shards all around Shiloh. I don't think it's the case of it. It's further. It's so the nice stuff, but it's fascinating. Why? Because again, thousands of years ago, when our ancestors went to Shiloh, and they eat kavanos, they would eat kavanos in their earthenware utensils. Get ready, it's smashed, and literally again, the entire area around the Mishkan, you can literally find earthenware to this day. To this day, it's the most incredible thing. Right? It's actually going to on the place. Norikun Shlifa, between the Koshes, and also Norikun Shlifa refers to the process of cleaning and kashrus. That's done by a metal utensil. Right? If you eat a korban in a metal utensil, you have to clean it and you have to kasher it. Where is that done? The Machon Kodesh. Also, that's been done in Israel. So what's really interesting? So in other words, kibbutz, the breakage of earthenware utensils and the cleaning and kashering of metal utensils all have to take place within the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash. Incredible. That Homer the Chatzos make Kachek Hadashim. The lesson that where it jumps back. This concept of kibbutz. The lesson is actually really interesting. The Gemara is the Mishnah here kind of trying to understand a little bit. Kibbutz applies to only Chatzos. Only Chatzos. The Mishnah just said, what we discussed is, this is a Homer that Chatzos has over other Kachek Kadosh. So apparently it's music, which is interesting because we haven't actually seen this really explicitly stated before. But apparently the din of kibbutz only applies to Chatas blood. Even though Chatas is in the category of Kachek Kadosh, it only applies to Chatas blood and not to other blood. That's incredible. Okay, says the Gemara, meaning from where you know this. Says the Gemara, there was not much really focused on because there's notion about what type of garments does the din of kibbutz apply to. Where do you know this? That isn't outside. So it says, I don't even know that kibbutz applies to the garments. The Gemara says, Minayin Rabbos are Mishakot Shah. How do I know that it applies to a hide? Once the hide has been removed from the animal, and when the Shayyaja Allah Shakabi, it says anything that the blood sprinkles upon shall be murdered. Yaakov and Yimada are Hashimokoshas. Maybe you can include a hide even before the hide has been removed from the animal. Amamoma Sagan. Therefore, now the Pasuk says Sagan garment. Not Sagan Halal the Kabul Sumo. Afkal Halal the Kabul Sumo did a Rabbi. Ultimately, again, just like a Sagan is something that is right with Kabul Sumo. I just think one of the two because the Lord has essentially in order for something to be ultimately it has to be a finished product. If it's not a finished product, it's simply a product. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, therefore, just like a beggar is a finished product, therefore, right, and it's a right in the Kabbalah Shema, alcohol, I right in the Kabbalah Shema, the Rabbi Yehuda. So again, these words of Rabbi Yehuda, and that's a contrary, you get even a hide, once it's complete, even though again, there's still more to it, Allah might say it is in the Kabbalah Shema. The Beloso says, Baggage, any ever baggage. The Beloso Baggage, I just want to point out to you, if you look at the Lashon over here of Rabbi Yehuda, this Lashon is Kol HaRa'oi L'Kabel Tzolot. As long as something is ra'oi, right, which ultimately again means as long as it is capable of receiving from ultimately the helpful. Hold on to that for just a second. The Beloso says baguette, any other baguette. I don't know that a baguette or a garment is subject to kibbutz. Minayin the Rabbos Saf. I don't know that it comes to include sackcloth, papal saddle, 94A, the whole maybe got them and other types of garments. garments of any other types of materials. Asher aleha chabes. So as it says, that which when blood sprinkles on it, you shall launder it. Yochel shani ma'ba on mishochet. I might have thought, now this is the regular example of the Mishnah. But it says, you might have thought that this applies even to a hide that has been freed from the animal. Therefore, the pasuk says beged. Ma beged on the kabel tuma. Just like the beged is in its finished form and is ready to be makabel tuma, a whole davar hamakabel tuma. So to anything that is in a finished form and ready to be makabel tuma. So we'll say, here we go. So this is the fundamental motion of Yehuda and Rabbi. But really, and it comes down to the case ultimately again of the blade hide. But Yehuda says it's kol haroi as makabel tuma. Anything that is fit, capable, ultimately again of being makabel tuma, ultimately is makabel tuma. That's like he includes even a frayed hide, even though there's more to do with the hide. So on the other hand, uses the Lashon ultimately again of davar hamekabel tuma, not roi, but davar mekabel tuma, which means in the Lazar's world, only a finished product ultimately again will be makabel tuma. Let's try to do it. Rabbi, so now he's going to give a couple of different nafkaminas in the respective opinions. Rabbi is, Mashwat's producing shalosh Rabbi says a good example of this would be a piece of cloth that is less than a rag, that's less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths. Nanda amarlai, hanamarlai, these by Hashabbat. So again, if you say something is loi, it's called a city tomorrow. So again, is a piece of cloth, a rag less than 3 finger breadths, is capable? Sure. How can you become a Kalkama if you're not sure? If you say this is my bottle stopper, you say this is my Dafyomi bookmark, you endow it with importance, then by definition it becomes a double pasha and it's right with Kalkama. On the other hand, if you say again with the larger, it's got to be something that right now is Makabel Tuma, that a piece of cloth less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths is halachically insignificant and therefore not makabel. Very interesting. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Amram is another nafkamina. Beged she'ishav ala yitzira ikabenai. So it's very interesting. Let's say you have a beged, a garment, or really a piece of cloth, that ultimately again you're going to go ahead and use for embroideries. My serok embroideries. So right now it's just it's a beged. But again, you're going to embroider on it. So the most mandam law and Amiroi. So the one says law, right? Outside the Buddha. So this is right at Kabbalah. Why? Because if you decide not to embroider it, and therefore what? It's good to go right now, it's finished product right now. On the other hand, mandam and down the Kabbalah, Hashtam Nihad Ladas Kabbalah. But if and right now it's not a finished product because halacha l'maisa your intention is supposed to embroider. Rabbi says another happiness. So we just go literally nafkami after nafkami between the two of them. Rabbi Amar utzva b'chashiv alevi tzah ikavinai. So Rabbi says the case would be an utzva. And also utzva is like a large piece. Usually it actually says it's leather. It's leather or ultimately again or also some type of cloth, some type of other material. And actually the idea is a large piece which normally is like a tablecloth or as a covering. But you have in mind to trim it down. So the word mandam roi mandam roi. So if you say roi like the Buddha, so again this is right because even though your intention is to trim it, you can decide not to trim it, and by doing so it is a finished product. The Gemara says, "Manda Amar Gavan the Kabel Tuma." But if you go in the Kabel Tuma, Allah and the Kabel Tuma, it's not really considered to be finished. Ultimately, I guarantee you cut it down. That's Hanya. The Rishon Menashe Omer Utzba Shefashav Allah Rikatz Tahora Achiatzena. But what's the Rishon Menashe rules on this? He says the Utzba that you have in mind to trim down is going to remain tahor ultimately again until you actually trim it down. So let's say there's a couple of very interesting things happening over here. Just a general interesting insight into the halachos of someone's house, which is if you have an item that is technically usable, but you have in mind to further things to it, to bring it into a finished product, is that item a kabbalah or not? The backdrop to that is only a finished product, ultimately again is in the kabbalah. So how do we do if something is usable now, but you plan on doing more to it to It's further refined. Is it Makabel Tuma now before the refinements or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, it is. Right, because Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as it's really Makabel Tuma, it's Makabel Tuma. Rabbi Lazar says, no, it's not. Allah says, if you can further refinement, ultimately the idea is not Makabel Tuma. So you again get those further refinements done. Where does this come up for us, specifically in the case of kibos? What is this? Everyone agrees that blood is something of kibos, right? Because a hide attached to an animal is an animal. Animal's not Makabel Tuma. What's the status once you flay the hide? So the Buddha says, good to go. You can use it. But you can use it for Makabel Tuma if Allah it requires kibos. The Lord says, no one just uses the hide, right? It's not like off the rack, you just buy it. You uses like to it, and therefore halacha l'maisa it's not Makabel. That's how I'm not holding it. So it happens to be, by the way, like the Rambam passes like the Lazar, that a hide off the animal is not Makabel Tuma. And because it's not Makabel Tuma, therefore blood gets onto it. It doesn't have to do with kibos. Again, we're going to talk more about hide in just a little bit. Let's go ahead. By the way, I also want to point out it's really interesting, by the way, that if you think about it from a hashkafic perspective, that something that only something that is finished is Makabel Tuma. Right? It's interesting because included would have been a little bit differently. So maybe once something is finished by definition, like it's on a higher level, it shouldn't be Makabel Tuma. Only an unfinished product ultimately again is Makabel Tuma. But the tremendous most of us feel, they want to say, one of the things we wish was true in Ruchnius is that once you get to a certain level, you're no longer susceptible to certain wants, desires, mistakes, right? It's one of the most frustrating things in life. I work on myself, and then I feel like I get myself to a level, and then I slip, and then I fall, and then I make a mistake. I'm so frustrated with myself because I worked so hard to get myself, and I can't believe that I'm still doing these same things. The reason is because even a fully finished cook is Makabel Tuma. That's just the way that it works. So even though we work on ourselves to refine ourselves, to lift ourselves up, to push ourselves, which is beautiful, which is incredible, ultimately, like Mishnah Abba says, don't believe that you are impervious to sin until you die. And so one of the benefits of death is that so when you die, there's no Sahara. But until that moment, understand that even though we are Halabai, we should also finish healing. We're still susceptible to sin. And what's for healing is certainly is true for people as well. Let's go back. It says the Gemara. Eles dão kibos, senhari, murder others, Tanabanan, Yoko Mitas on the Cascadia, he call it that get on kibos, I would have thought, that was like, here's another very interesting fact, Mishnah said. What requires kibos? What requires wonders? Only the spot on which the blood fell. The rest of the garment does not require kibos. So you might have thought that once blood falls on part of the garment, the entire garment should require kibos. Alagoma Hashem Yasa. Ramaki the Kha Elamakom Dan. What about saying that's a fact that everyone agrees on? Alagoma is only going to kibos on the area where the blood actually took the garment. Incredible. David Shula the Kabbalah. So we'll say, remember again, Mishnah said the only time that the garment is subject to kibos is when the garment has Makabel Tuma. So you must stomach heavy Buddha. Right with kibos, you may take called Davar regularly. Sorry, you take clean the bar regularly. So ultimately, again, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda holds that ultimately, again, anything that is lawfully Makabel Tuma, ultimately, again, is going to be subject to kibos. And what does it come to? Exclude a clean utensil. Why I will say because again, utensils themselves are not cleansed to kibos. How are utensils cleansed? Really don't literally mean scrape it. Literally means scraping, scrubbing. This is very interesting. The halacha of kibos tafka only applies to garments, which again tells you that when the blood falls onto a garment, what happens? There's going to be some type of level of absorption that wandering could extract. Echad habeged ve'echad hasam. And then the Mishnah went on to enumerate all different types of materials. Right, whether it's a garment, whether it's sackcloth, whether it's leather, remember the arbar kibusu, and then that leather ultimately again is subject subject to laundering. And also, by the way, for some of you who's ancient, where we did this so you actually in Haskara. A couple of months ago in Robo Shabbos, watch this. For me, Marisa Kasha, Hi Salah Lash Lashas. So we'll say, if some Lash Lashas gets on your clothing, I hate it when that happens. Right, so we'll say, so Lash Lashas actually brings down over here with second Shabbos tonight. Hi Salah Kar Shal Begin Gil Shal Rob, O Shal Soah. Some type of literally translated saliva, saliva is excrement, anything in a general category. Right? Gets on your clothing. So we'll say, so what do? So we'll say, so just to give you context a little bit, this is talking about over here the malacha of mechabes. The truth is, there's no malacha for wandering. That's why the wandering falls under the umbrella of libra. It's malabing, which literally means cleansing. So what happens if, let's say, and we'll say this is better than I say, because this happens probably every Shabbos, not necessarily excellent, but again, that hits on your clothing every Shabbos. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says over here that halacha for myself, you can go ahead and let's say, you could wipe it off with a rag. So you can go with it actually. Second Shabbos. So you're going to say some type of, like I said, mucus or excrement gets on the pillow, right? It gets on the cushion. So what can you do? You can remove it with a rag. What can't you do? You can't put water on it. Why? Ignition the cups. If you put water on it, ultimately that's laundering. The kibutz admalachim and kibutz mechabes and karshel are. Okay, so let's finish up. Haisa al shel are. What happens, however, was let's say the mucus and the excrement landed on leather. What's halacha? No sin ala nayin ad shetikla. You can go ahead and put water on the leather until the stain goes away. What do you see from here? That leather is not subject to laundering. Now, it actually points out what you can't do with leather is rigorously scrub it. That you can't do. That would be malabing. That would ultimately be laundering by leather. But you see that the act of putting water on leather is not a din of laundering. Well, that's the problem, because part of this is that turning water on leather is laundering, is mechabes. Rabbi said, no, kasha, two different things. Decide, here we go. So the Rabbi says like this, which also means any garment ultimately made out of any materials other than leather. Sak is sackcloth. So subject to people's hashli ba'ar garado. Ultimately, so most of this by sacrificial blood. Kli and R, right, is sacrificial blood, on leather. The garo, you straight it. The Achirim, when the Achirim say, Habeget ba'asak ba'ar mechabso ba'ashli megaro. We'll take my focus ultimately again how to treat leather. But I want to say sacrificial blood gets on leather, scrape it off. Achirim say sacrificial blood gets on leather, laundering. And what's going to talk about laundering? Laundering is of course with water. So the same focus that will apply to sacrificial blood will also apply to Shabbos is leather subject to the din of malabing. So Kiman Azad Ashi, so who's it? Meaning is reflecting the following statement. Zinu Sagir Habakarim Nakamedrat. Listen to this. Many times I was in front of Rabbi. I says right here, but Ashi says, many times I was in front of Rabbi. The Shashiki lay my son the night. And I saw Rab rinse his shoes with water. Rinse his shoes with water. I must say something on Shabbos. So now what do you see from here? Rab is rinsing his shoes, which presumably are made of leather. He's rinsing his leather shoes with water on Shabbos. Incredible. So who's it doing? Is that Kiman? Kirabanan. So we'll say that must be like Kirabanan, who holds that leather is not subject to secret. There's the same Rabbi who just said that blood. But if sacrificial blood gets on leather, what do? You scrub it out. Why? Because it must be that leather is not subject to mechabes. So remember again, whatever is true by sacrificial blood will be true for Shabbos also. So therefore, By Shabbos, they would say you can put water on leather. I'm a Rabbi. We need to remind the Amar about this. One second. I'm telling you that there's an opinion that holds that leather is not subject to kibbutz. But there was, by the way, there's also a tremendous Moshe on that. All right, the Rabbi actually is saying, I was in front of God many times and saw him wash his shoes, ultimately again on Shabbos. What do you see there? No matter how great you are, no matter how great you are, don't rely on other people. Whatever you need, people should there wasn't like that. I would have washed God's shoes in a heartbeat. So you wouldn't wash God's shoes. Like, you wouldn't want that, of course. I have no doubt that many people offer to wash their shoes, and what it sounds like is Rav just went ahead and denied. The incredible use of being a self-sufficient person. It doesn't need to rely on habits. We all need other people. Right? No man is an island. We all need other people. But the things that you can be self-reliant for, ultimately, again, is the moment you begin to rely on a couple of people, you begin outsourcing your success as well. The most important thing that, like, if you want to be successful, you and only you hold the reins of your success. That's what Chazal always teaches us. Be as self-reliant as possible. Self-reliant people often push themselves to accomplish great things. People are perpetually relying on others and outsourcing everything, including their own success, to other people. Incredible. So the word says, I love sin. We need to learn the word all about so is anyone who actually hold that leather is not subject to kibbutz? But we said, the pasuk says it actually pretty explicitly. So this is about saras. Right, saras. The Torah explicitly says that if you have a garment and has saras on it, what do you have to do? You have to launder it. So again, it's a pretty explicit pasuk. Which the Gemara says, the Rabbi you have to say, look, that in the world of leather, there's sympathetic leather, there's hard leather, and there's soft leather. So everyone agrees, ultimately, again, in the world of soft leather, that soft leather is subject to kibbutz, is subject to laundry. But both the sacrificial, but and the Shabbos, you couldn't put water on it. Hard leather is going to be the machlokas. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. We give a question. What is the machlokas with hard leather? So the Amr Ashia, Sidin and Sagin have the Kaina Kamei Rav. What's that? Let's go back. So he said many times I was in front of Rav. And ultimately again, he washed his shoes in water. So let's say, so what's that case? That must be the crushing ukirabanan. That must be in a case ultimately again of hard leather, and like Rabbi will that there is no din of kibbutz by that. Okay, so Hakam Rabba, so Rabbi went ahead and then said, Lav nosa ki da'an. Pick back what I just said before. Pick that back. So the Gemara says, Niku nemo lekra. So remember, Rabbi was the one going to say that the passing by saras must have been talking about soft leather. So I said, no, I thought about it more, and I take it back. I was about it. What a profound moment. It must have been so hard on the Gemara, right? Can you imagine? You say something in this man, everybody's like, yeah, that sounds good. But you realize it's not true. Like, how tempting it is just to kind of stay the course. So yet Rabbi had this tremendous strength of character and said, something that's not true is not true. He went back, he took it back. How could it be? The pasuk in Rashi is talking about soft leather. It doesn't make any sense. The Gemara says, "Nemo lekra." I think kasino, but I think kasino milo askinon pli achsalgia. Haboim medina sayam. Perhaps we're talking about over here pli achsalgia. So we'll say, what's a pli achsalgia? Rashi says of Gekashin and Asandia or Shalom Bakasha. Boiled leather. So apparently, again, by boiled leather, everyone would agree in that type of situation that hardened leather, ultimately, again, in its own category. Okay, but coming up point, the Torah says, implies kibbutz. Ultimately, again, it still requires kibbutz. Rabbi says like this: Sharas kibbutz b'mitzvei kaparcha nebchal tolalei u'mashuleilas. It could very well be that saras. Why saras? Because it looks like saras itself could weaken the leather to the point that saras itself makes the area, the afflicted area, into soft leather. And once again, every piece by soft leather, then halacha so the garment is subject to kibbutz. So Rabbi says in his house, if there are any questions, if there are any questions, here are my questions. In my days, Rabbi said, 1 second, everyone agrees pillows and cushions. Because the leather, or certainly soft leather, it's not yet we learned Kaisashal are no Sinalai Machashishwa. Then the most what did he say? He said that no Shabbos, if you have pillows and cushions, which certainly are soft leather, then what can you do? If there's a stain on them on Shabbos, what are you going to do? You can go ahead and put water on it for 1 second. But you just said before that by soft leather, everyone agrees that there's a din of kibbutz. Allah Amar Rabba was like third line 94b. Allah Amar Rabba calls kibbutz less like kibbutz, most like kibbutz. This is very interesting. Right? If you're not on Shabbos, but you have to say it like this. Any kibbutz that does not have kibbutz. Those are what's kibbutz? Kibbutz Rashi says is shifshot, which means rubbing. So for Hilchot Shabbos, laundering never just means the application of water. Rather, laundering means the application of water with some type of vigorous rubbing. Rashi says, Kiskos, Mishakshek Sido Zah Zido Zah, Kidera Hamakabis Kidadim, Okri Sabagi Mishira, Mishakshek, rub the clothing together. Good. So when it says, Moshe Kivos, I, Bahada Amra Kiva, Ashi, Zini Sagina, even Hamir Dirad, Mishakshek Ilay Masanoi Benaya. But we did keep coming back to the same story. But Rashi said many times, I was with Rav and I saw Rav rinse his shoes. So the Gemara says, yeah, in about kibbutz law, he would rinse it. That's exactly the point. What he would do is he would rinse his shoes, but he wouldn't scrub them. That's exactly the point. So rinsing is going to be mutter, but ultimately again, but not scrubbing. So the Gemara says, okay, now what kind of leather? If it's soft leather, obviously everybody agrees with this. If it's cashmere cotton, and if it's hard leather, that would be like the Yakin. The Beged Nami, for a second, there shouldn't the same thing apply to any garment. So this is actually very important. Beged Shriyas Luzu garments are different because by other articles of clothing, by other materials, simply soaking it, that's the form of kibbutz. So I just want to point out, this is actually very interesting because Allah this distinction is actually accepted. Leather, the act of just simply applying water to leather is not kibbutz. That is not kibbutz. But halacha again, so by leather, kibbutz is water and rubbing. By other materials, the mere introduction of water, that is kibbutz, even without rubbing. Incredible. So we want to rub it, put a Rabbi goes to his logic. That's so you get some cholent on your shirt, and okay, I'm not going to rub it out, but I just want to put some water on it. That is halachically problematic on Shabbos. Because that is the malacha of malachim. That is malacha of warming the Shabbos. Even though I'm not rubbing anything out, it's the mere application. But by leather, interestingly enough, so let's say, for example, you get some schmutz on your shoe, right? So you want to put some water on it, that would be mutter. The act of rubbing it, that's going to be a little bit more complicated. So Rabbi goes according to his reasoning. What is Rabbi's logic? If you throw a garment into water on Shabbos, ultimately again you are tired because of Malabi. If you throw flax into water, you're also going to be tired. So So ultimately again, if you throw a garment into water, it's kibbutz. There's no flax into water. Why is throwing flax into water on Shabbos problematic? If we came to the Kadeah, maybe because it sprouts, it makes the sprout from the Ihafi. If you sorry Nami, then throwing wheat and barley into water is also problematic. Hanaf is the reed, because ultimately you're interesting enough, apparently, when you put flax into water, it has some kind of like mucus thing that it gives off. So who cares about that? The flax then begins to kind of like coalesce together, and it's actually part of the malacha of kneading, of lush. If that's the case, the Gemara says, raw hides, the kind of foods you put them into water, also emit like this type of mucus that brings them together. Awesome, carbon bisha. The difference by the mucus by the plant is that ultimately again it kind of forms a mass, and that mass is then kneaded together. So that's the malacha of wash, as opposed to the hide that doesn't apply. We'll stop over here for today. I know that was just a couple of lines within the two dots, but we'll stop over here today. We'll continue with Hashem in this. I will finish up this sugya. Really great Gemara ahead of us. So I will say, Shkoya, incredible.
I guess I didn't want to write, but I incorporate that into movies.
Adam.
It's a very strange life, John.
Adam.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, for sure.
Adam, get started. Yeah, sure.
I kind of created the environment that I grew up in.
Right.
My father owned a tire company, and he had all these crazy characters working for him. People like Big George, ass-kicking Robert, this guy SD's named Super Dick. One guy named WW Woodrow Wilson Boxcar Johnson Jr. He was the tire guru who was always getting arrested for one thing or another. And he was always pranking these people that work for him. He would stage gunfights at Christmas parties.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all others for this morning's cheer. Thank our Talmud sponsors. Thank our Talmud sponsors for the kissing out and the transforming and grandfather. Shlomo Steve Dubin, then Shimon Zipon with Roth, Shimon Malka Esther, and then with all of the Yitzchak Reid, Ben Anna, Shlomo Sarah, Rachel, Barak, Avram, Kinza, Bas, Hannah, Tafai, and then it's the Morton, Mordecai, Ben, Yonah, and the memory of the good family friend, Staff Sergeant, Henry, Yonah, Coordination, the memory of
So they did, and they were very excited. They pulled up guns on fire, but then everyone else in the party playing guns, so they started firing back at those who were celebrating the street.
that's only spot for today on Sarah Steinberg. Discuss continued help for Shuman's Hammond back to Shio for American back on the Torah. All the things from this will happen on the the family in the Kama. All those things will show up in the cold holiday snow. And I usually go in the Hashem. We saw us go also with that, let us begin. Please that Second 94. And we are picking up on Second Gimel on the days 93b, Misayea Rabbi Arasa. It's pretty much like a point in the middle of the page. As easy as me to say, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 lines up from the Mishnah. Yeah, not from the bottom. That's really good. Sorry, it's embarrassing to realize up from the bottom. Says you want to say the logger. I'm the logger. So let's just remember again, it's the logger. That's the mistake. This is the logger. I should ask what to do. So let's hold it that ultimately again, it's actually very interesting. So it's ended yesterday's half. When the coin sprinkles with blood, anything left over on his finger is invalid for any subsequent blood sprinklings. Or each sprinkling requires its own new blood from the receptacle. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, only adopted by Adam,
The IRS,
the student said, Amarav, Amravandam, that the coin was sprinkling the blood, and the actual blood application left his hands. So the Gemara says, Ad Shel Ohiza Ta'un Kibus, Mishehiza, in Ta'un Kibus. Okay, say the bunch of situations. So the coin is doing the sprinkling, and some of it's splattered on the clothing. So again, Rabbi said, if ultimately actual Ta'un Kibus, if the sprinkling has not yet, the actual sprinkling has not yet been done, then the clothing requires laundering. Mishehiza in Ta'un Kibus. Once the sprinkling has been done, then laundering is not necessary. What does that mean? My it's not what it means. Actually, if the sprinkling has not yet been completed, then the splattering of the blood on the clothing triggers an obligation ultimately for laundering. But once sprinkling is finished, Ain Ta'un Kibos, then wondering is no longer necessary. Krishna says, no, somebody like, well, how come it's like to say, actually, you have to say, up until the point is that he has not yet begun sprinkling Ta'un Kibos. So let's remember again, this was when this thing is down. Once the blood has already been used to sprinkling, there is no longer a wandering obligation. Remember again, we saw this rule in yesterday's daf. The only time there's a wandering obligation is when halacha l'maisa, the blood has not yet been used. Right? So it's this interesting time. It has to be from the time that the blood reaches the kisharis, but before it's been actually used for any application. Once it's been used for application, then halacha l'maisa, it no longer triggers a wandering obligation. That's why, like, if you just splash his bathroom in his brayah, there's no particular obligation there. Gemara says, "Mashiach the Sazal Yadot in Ta'un Kibos." Ultimately, again, the blood leaves his fingers. In other words, then halacha l'maisa, if it splatters, then there is no obligation of kibos. Interesting. Says the Rabbi, Sabai is the kasha. Come on, Hazos. Mekanech Yadot b'kufa shakar. That's interesting. Now, Para Aduma. So it says, remember, like Para Aduma, there are blood applications that are done. Remember, Para Aduma, the whole service is done outside of Israel. So there are sprinklings that are done in the direction of this Mikdash. So therefore, then once the blood leaves his hands, in Ta'un Kibos, there is no longer an obligation ultimately for Kibos if the blood splatters on the clothing. When the coin finishes ultimately the blood applications, or I should say the sprinklings, then he is able to wipe his hands on the actual body of the paraduma. Gamar in low gamar low. So also that sounds like again that's only once he finishes, which makes it sound like during the course of it, even if he leaves his blood, that's okay. Amalei, gamar mekayach yadav b'gufon shapar. When he finishes all the applications, that's when he wipes his hand ultimately again in the body of the paraduma. Low gamar, if he did not finish, mekayach etzba'o. He wipes his finger. So the Gemara says, gamar mekayach yadav b'gufon shapar. I understand when he finishes the entire service, he wipes his hand on the body of the paraduma. Shinach is once again. Usually, you can't wipe your hands on the body of the paraduma during the service. Why? Because if you ever tried to wipe a hand with blood on the body of a cow, if you've actually ever tried that, please tell me the circumstances around that, right? But if you were to try that, ultimately, again, you'd end up with a lot of schmutz on your hand just from the body of the cow itself. So it means it's like this. When you finish all of the sprinklings, then you can wipe your hand ultimately again on the cow to remove residual blood. However, the Gemara says, what you go ahead and wipe your finger on, right? You know, in between applications, what are you wiping your finger on? On Rabbi ultimately, you wipe your finger on the edge of the bowl. So you take your finger, essentially rub it down, rub it against the edge of the bowl, and ultimately, again, the residual blood comes off. So you might say it's kapoli. So the bottom line takeaway from all of this is that halacha l'maisa, we learned about the concept of kibbutz. Now, we're not finished yet. The concept of kibbutz says that if sacrificial blood goes ahead and splashes on clothing, there is a laundering obligation. This passage is just define what type of blood does that. So obviously, if the blood spurts out from the animal, that doesn't trigger an obligation. The blood splashes back from the mizbeah, right, but from the floor, it doesn't trigger an obligation. So what triggers an obligation is very specific blood. Blood which has been received in a kisharis and has not yet been used for the blood application. That's the blood that splashes back on the clothing. The splash on the clothing, there's a kibos obligation. It's incredible. Let's go back. It says the Mishnah. Mitas al-Ha'ar. Listen to this. We'll say, now this is an interesting case. Up until now, we've been focusing on the blood going ahead and splattering on the clothing of the Kohen. Now we'll say, what happens if the blood splatters on the hide of the carbon? How does it go? Now, again, normally, remember a hide, who gets the hide? Who gets the hide? The Kohen. So now, mitas al-Ha'ar. So again, if the sacrificial blood went ahead and splattered on the hide. So again, actual shut in Ta'un Kibos. So if the hide has not yet been flayed, in other words, if the hide is still attached to the animal, there's no thing of Kibos. Right? There's no limit kibos. Ultimately, we're going to see why that is. Actually, already points this out. Because in order for something to be subject to laws of kibos, it has to be makabel tumah. To be makabel tumah, essentially, have to be a food. So let's say an article of clothing is considered to be a food, but a hide attached to an animal is called an animal. Right? That's what it's called. It's called an animal. And therefore, again, halal from the race, it's not a food, it's not makabel tumah, and therefore, again, no din of kibos. But once the hide is complete from the animal, then indeed it will be subject to kibos to law. So we'll say, so again, interesting enough, the thing you should have Rabbi Huda is remember, generally, even after a hide is freed from an animal, there's still a lot of work that has to be done on it. So it's not really fit for final use, but Rabbi Huda ultimately again holds that halacha l'maisa, it's finished enough. It's usable enough, has the status of a food, therefore makabel tumah, and therefore require a current of kibos. The Rabbi says no, so Rabbi disagrees. Rabbi holds that no, a hide that's been saved from the animal, it hasn't been processed, it hasn't been cut, it hasn't been canned, that's not a finished product. Because it's not a finished product, therefore halacha l'maisa, it does not require kibos. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so we'll say furthermore, the Mishnah says, when we speak about kibos, the issue of laundering, what part of the garment do you have to launder? So here the Mishnah says you only have to launder the part of the garment that actually has the blood on it. That davar shu roi makabel tumah. Furthermore, again, it's only on the garment, only on the item that is makabel tumah. Right? Next, roi kibos. And something which itself ultimately again is fit for laundering. So we'll discuss what that means. So we'll say the din of kibos applies to a garment, or sackcloth, or leather, tuning kibos. All of these things require kibos. Rabbi says some details about kibos. That kibos the makom kadosh. So first, it's very interesting. So it's not the fact that like you're sending clothing like to some off-site, cleaners. But rather again, where is kibos done? Kibos is done in the Beis Hamikdash itself. Isn't that fascinating? The Makom Kodesh, Ba'azara. So in the courtyard, it's done in the Beis Hamikdash itself. Ushviras Klikaras, the Makom Kodesh. So you're going to say, if you ever heard more utensil and had carbonic meat in it, what do you do with an earthenware utensil which has carbonic meat in it? What do you do with it? You smash it. Smash it because you can't kasher it and you can't use it for mundane use once it has sacrificial absorption. Where is that smashing done? The Makom Kodesh. In a holy, right? Now again, where exactly in the Beis Hamikdash we'll discuss it. We'll say, remember again, a couple of Kalas ago, right, when we were into Shiloh, one of the most incredible things that you can find about Shiloh is to this very day, you could find earthenware shards all around Shiloh. I don't think you could take them. I'm pretty sure they're antiquities, but whatever. Don't ask me black people how big it is. Right, so nice stuff, but it's fascinating. Why? Because again, it was thousands of years ago when our ancestors went to Shiloh and they would eat kabanos. They would be eating their kabanos in their earthenware utensils. They would smash it. So literally again, the entire area around the Mishkan, you could literally find earthenware to this day. It's the most incredible thing. Anyway, so that's the Yom HaMachon discussion. Meriku Shtifa, the clean the Choshes, and once a Meriku Shtifa refers to the process of cleaning and kasher. That's done by any metal utensil. Right? If you eat a korban in a metal utensil, you have to clean it and you have to kasher it. Where is that done? The Makom Kodesh. Also, that's to be done in these ways. So much is really interesting. So in other words, kibos, the breakage of earthenware utensils, and the cleaning and kashering of metal utensils, all has to take place within the seasons of the Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. That Chomer Bechakos Mekacheh Kadashim. The Rosh Hashanah jumps back. This concept of kibos, the Rosh is actually very interesting. The Gemara, the Mishnah here kind of very understand a little bit. The din of kibos applies to only a chakos. Only a chakos. So the Mishnah just says, well, we'll discuss this. This is a chumrah that chakos has over other kacheh kadashim. So apparently, which is interesting because we haven't actually seen this really explicitly stated before, but apparently the din of kibos only applies to chakos blood. Even though chakos is in the category of kacheh kadoshim, it only applies to chakos blood and not to other forms of blood. Incredible. Okay, says the Gemara, from where do we know this? Says the Gemara, the Rosh Hashanah Gemara is maybe focused on over here, this notion about what type of garments does the din of kibbutz apply to. So in Hanimiri, where do we know this? So it says, I only know that kibbutz applies to a baguette, a garment. The Gemara says, Minayin Ravos or Mishaber Shak. How do I know that it applies to a hide once the hide has been removed from the animal? Because it says anything that the blood sprinkles upon shall be laundered. So maybe you should include a hide even before the hide has been removed from the animal. Therefore, none of the apostles says baguette garment. Not baguette haroy lekabel tumo. Akol haroy lekabel tumo divrei Rabbi Yehuda. Ultimately, again, just like a baguette is something that is roy lekabel tumo, right? It's capable of receiving from because it was a baguette has essentially. In order for something to be just important, in order for something to be lekabel tumo, ultimately it has to be a finished product. If it's not a finished product, it's going to be lekabel tumo. So therefore, again, the Gemara says. Therefore, just like a baguette is a finished product, therefore, right, and it's a right, so again, these words of Rabbi Yehuda, and that's our contrary to even a hide, once it's complete, again, there's still more to it. A lot of them I say it is in a couple of them. The Velosa says baguette, any other baguette. The Velosa, I just want to point out to you, if you look at the Lashon over here of Rabbi Yehuda, his Lashon is Kol Hara'ui L'Kabel Tumo. According to Yehuda, as long as something is Ra'ui, right, which ultimately again means as long as it is capable of receiving Tumo, ultimately it's L'Kabel Tumo. Hold on to that for just a second. The Velosa says baguette. Any other baguette, I only know that a baguette is a subject to kibbutz. The nine rabbis sat. I don't know that it comes to sackcloth, kapot, tzaddik, before the whole maybe got any other types of garments and any other types of materials. Talmud Omar, Asher Aleha Kechabes. So Basi said, that means when blood sprinkles on it, you shall launder it. Yochal Shani Marba Har Mishal Shak. I might have thought that this, remember again, Zohar focus the Mishnah. But as it says, you might have thought that this applies even to a hide that has been fleed from the animal. Talmud Omar, baguette. Therefore, the pasuk says baguette, not baguette, just like the baguette is in its finished form and it is ready to be makabel tuma. So to anything that is in a finished form and ready to be makabel. So one says, here we go. So this is the fundamental machlokes in Yehuda and Rabbi. Right, really, and it comes down to the case ultimately again of the flayed hide. Rabbi Yehuda says it's Kol Hara'ui L'Kabel Tumo. Anything that is capable, ultimately again of being L'Kabel Tumo, ultimately is L'Kabel Tumo. That's why he includes even a flayed hide, even though there's more to do with the hide. But on the other hand, uses the Lashon ultimately again of Davar HaMekabel Tumo. Not Ro'i, but Davar Mekabel Tumo, which means in Elazar's world, only a finished product ultimately again will be Mekabel Tumo. So once again, what's not going to do it? Rabbi, so say now we're going to give a couple of different nafkaminas in their respective opinions. Rabbi, what's the crucial shalosh itavinai? Rabbi says a good example of this would be a piece of cloth that is less than a rag that's less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths. None of the Amar Ra'i, Hanamar Ra'i. So again, if you say something is Ra'i, capable of receiving Tumah. So again, is a piece of cloth, a rag, less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths capable? Sure. How can it become a Tumah? If you're not shitting, if you say this is my bottle stopper, you say this is my Dafyomi bookmark, you can endow it in importance, then by definition it becomes a double pasuk and it's right a couple Tumah. On the other hand, non-dumber, never have a couple Tumah. But if you say again like the Belazar, no, it's got to be something that right now is in the Kabbalah Tumah, that a piece of cloth less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths is halachically insignificant and therefore not in the Kabbalah Tumah. Very interesting. Let's go back here. Says the Gemara. Rav is another nafkamina. Baguette shechishiv ala l'ksila ikavenai. So this is very interesting. Let's say you have a baguette, a garment, or really like a piece of cloth that ultimately again you're going to go ahead and use for embroidery. My embroidery. So right now it's a baguette, but again you're going to embroider on it. So the Mershimandam are Ra'i and then Ra'i. So the one that says Roy, right? I'm sorry, Rabbi. So this is right in Kabbalah Tumah. Why? Because you can decide not to embroider it, and therefore what? And therefore what? It's good to go right now. It's a finished product right now. On the other hand, man down the Kabbalah Tumah, Hashtem Yihad Lafras Kabbalah Tumah. But if you hold up like Rabbi says, no, it's got to be a finished product now. And right now, it's not a finished product because halakha l'maisa, your intention is supposed to embroider it. Rabbi is another afternoon. So we just go literally nafkamina after nafkamina between these two things. Rabbi Amar, utzva b'chashiv alei l'kitzoa ikabeinayin. So Rabbi says the case would be an utzva. And also utzva is like a large piece. Usually it actually says it's leather. It's leather, or ultimately again, or also some type of cloth, some type of other material. And actually, the idea of it is a large piece, which only feels like it's a tablecloth or it's a covering, but you have in mind to trim it down. So you want to mandam a ro'i, mandam a ro'i. So if you say ro'i, like that's done. So again, this is right, because even though your intention is to trim it, you can decide not to trim it, and by doing so, it is a finished product. The Gemara says, "Man da'amar dabar mekabel tumah." But if you look at mekabel tumah, ha'lav mekabel tumah ad v'nitzalei. It's not really considered to be finished. Ultimately, again, so you cut it down. Ba'kanya. So you should renasi omer utzva shefashav alav mekatz tahora ad shiatzir. And also, Renasi rules on this. It says the utzva that you have in mind to trim down is going to remain tahor ultimately again until you actually trim it down. So let's say there's a couple of very interesting things happening over here. Number one is just a general interesting insight into the halachos of Chuman, which is if you have an item that is technically usable, but you have in mind to further things to it to bring it into a finished product, is that item a tabel tumah or not? The backdrop to that is only a finished product ultimately again is a tabel tumah. So how do we do it? Something is usable now, but you plan on doing more to it to further refine it. Is it makabel tumah now before the refinements or not? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, it is. Right, because Rabbi Yehuda says as long as it's really makabel tumah, it's makabel tumah. Rabbi Lazar says no, it's not. Allah remembers if you plan further refinement, ultimately the item is not makabel tumah until you ultimately again get those further refinements done. Where does this come up for us specifically in the case of kibbutz? What is this? Everyone agrees that if blood, Tasha's blood splatters on the hide and it's attached to the carbon, there's no din of kibbutz, right? Because a hide attached to an animal is an animal. Animals not makabel tumah. What's the status once you flay the hide? So the Buddha says it's good to go. You can use it. Because you can use it, it's right the kabbalah tumah. If halacha l'maisa, it requires kibbutz. Allah says no one just uses the hide, right? It's not like off the rack clothes you just buy. Nobody uses like hide off the animal. Like you always going to do something to it, and therefore halacha l'maisa it's not the kabbalah. That's our machlokas. So also it happens, by the way, that the Rambam passes like Rabbi Lazar, that a hide off the animal is not makabel tumah. And because it's not makabel tumah, therefore blood gets onto it, it doesn't have to be kibbutz. Again, we're going to talk more about hides in just a little bit. Let's go back. Also, by the way, I also want to point out, it is interesting, by the way, that you have to think about it from a hashkafic perspective, that something that is only something that is finished is makabel tumah. Right? I was thinking, like, intuitively, you would think a little bit differently. Maybe once something is finished, by definition, like it's on a higher level, it should have been makabel tumah. Only an unfinished product, ultimately, again, is makabel tumah. But it's a tremendous muscle skill. I will say, one of the things we wish was true in witness is that once you get to a certain level, you're no longer susceptible to certain wants, desires, mistakes. Right? This is one of the most frustrating things in life. I work on myself, and then I get myself to a level, and then I slip, and then I fall, and I make a mistake, and I'm so frustrated with myself because I worked so hard to get myself, and I can't believe that I'm still doing these same things. The reason is because even a fully finished creed is makabel tumah. That's just the way that it works. So even though we work on ourselves to refine ourselves, to lift ourselves up, to push ourselves, which is beautiful, which is incredible. Ultimately, our commission of it says, I'll come in the Ashmucha Yomosecha. Don't believe that you are impervious to sin until you die. Honestly, one of the benefits of death is that there's no longer that's not just right, there's no Yitzhara. So when you die, there's no Yitzhara. But until that moment, understand that even though we are Halabai, we should also finish healing. We're still susceptible to sin. What's the truth of the story is true for people as well. Let's go back to Says the Gemara. Hey, down kibos, min hani miri of this Tanabanon. Yoko Mikas on Mikas Bagia, Gay Kala Bagia, and Kibos, most eventually, I would have thought, that was like, here's another very interesting fact, I to say. What requires kibos? What requires laundry? Only the spot in which the blood fell. The rest of the garment does not require kibos. So you might have thought that once blood falls on part of the garment, the entire garment should require kibos. That was Omar Hashem Yazit. Good about saying that is a fact that everyone agrees on. Allah reminds the only thing that people on the area where the blood actually hit the garment. Incredible. So remember again, the Mishnah said the only time that the garment is subject to kibbutz is when it's a garment that's makabel tumah. Says your stomach had Yehuda. Right, kibbutz.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck comes strolling in here like they fucking own the place. This man, dude, how you living, Pim? Alright. How's Chelsea doing?
And what does it come to? Exclude a cleave, a utensil. Why I will say because again, utensils themselves
I can find out
kibbutz.
Alright.
How are utensils cleansed?
Tell her there's a rabbi in California who wants to fuck.
Scraping scrubbing. This is very interesting. The law of kibbutz only applies to garments. Again,
I've got to be honest with you. I just do that. I just talk like that to just be funny. If I met her, I would be very polite. I would be very polite. All right. Well, she probably needs a daddy.
Remember the art about kibbutz. I tell you them that ultimately again is laundering. I will say, by the way, some of these may sound familiar. We did this actually in
you're not old enough to be
a couple of months ago in local shops. Watch this for me.
All right, Zoot. You're not old enough to be their father. That's not really a thing. Zoot, you know that Zoot, you know you have a fucking invitation. Let's quit with the bullshit.
I have a child.
All right. Yeah, and if your grandparents had wheels, would they be a tricycle? Are you gonna go? Doug, are you gonna go? I don't give a flying fuck about your story. I want you to accept my invitation.
In the history of lineage, like my great-great-great-great,
Yeah, and I bet they played mini golf better than you do as well.
Which literally means cleansing. So what happens if, let's say, and we'll say this is very nice because this happens
right, and do you think they suck dick at mini golf just like you do? Is that where you got it from?
What's the halacha? So the Gemara says over here,
Zoot, you know you're going in the water. Dude, you know you're not going to fuck me up. You know I'm the best at this game. The best that there's ever been.
With a rag. I see you can go. Look at actually just a moment.
Yeah, dude, you're going to fuck it up. No doubt.
Some either, like I said, mucus or gets on.
Baby, I'm the best. Don't you recognize that? I'm the best. Baby, you are fucked. There's no doubt. I'm just letting you know you're fucked. It's over for you, son. What up, big dog?
What's the halacha? No sin ala mayim ad shetichla. You can go ahead and water in leather until the stain goes away. What do you see from her? That leather is not subject.
Well, that guy, he was a UFC fighter who like beat up a guy who was like trying to abuse his child. So it would have been that guy, but he just got free like 2 weeks ago or something. So I don't know.
But you see that
I
the
like
act of putting water
generally
on
to let
is not a din of laundry. Well, that's a problem because our Mishnah seems to indicate that
justice
putting water on leather is laundry, is mechabes.
habits.
Rabbi says, no, lo kasha, harabanan ha'achim.
Way.
Two different things.
Dude, that was the worst shot I've ever seen. And
because the right says like this, a beggar.
I'm just going to be honest with you. It's maybe one of the worst shots in the history of the game.
Sak is sakot mechabso, subject to kibos hakli ba'ar migararo. What's supposed to be this by sacrificial blood?
Zoot.
Kli and R, right? If sacrificial blood gets on
Zoot.
the on leather, the garo, you scrape it.
Zoot, are you serious? Look at that shot. You're done, son. It's over for you. It's over. You should give up now. Because this bitch is over. Zoot, you're done. Do you understand me?
Scrape it off. He didn't say sacrificial blood gets on leather.
You would need the greatest comeback in your career. Oh, what a shot. Dude, what a shot. What do you think of that shot, dog?
Is leather subject to the din of Malabin? So
That's a good shot. Look at this shot, though. Look at this shot. I'm getting fancy, baby. Zoot, it's over for you. I don't know who that is. No one knows who that is. If you say YouTuber, I'm going to be pissed. Freddie Wap? Yeah, but you didn't say that.
So we'll say that must be like Rabbanon. Leather is not subject to people.
Dog, I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention.
You scrub it out. Scrub it out. Why?
Your whole life revolves around
so remember again, whatever is true about sacrificial blood will be
Pornhub list, mental illness, and celebrity drama. Look at this shot. My world revolves around live streaming and winning, baby. Live streaming and winning. Let's see you match that. Zoot, it's over for you. It's over for you. It's game over, baby. Game over, son. Zoot, you're done. You're done, baby. Yeah, a 12-year-old who's beating your ass.
Whatever you need. Whatever you need, take ownership. You think there wasn't lots of it? I would have washed Rob's shoes like in a heartbeat.
Don't fuck me. Don't fuck me. Zoot, you didn't help jack squat. Big dog, look at this move. Look at this move, dog. Look at this move. Look at this move.
We all need other people, right?
Zoot, are you going to the comedy club in 2 hours?
But the things that you could be self-reliant for, ultimately, again, the moment you begin to rely
Okay, why not?
on people, you begin outsourcing your success. And it's the important thing.
What'd you say, big dog?
Only you hold the reins of your success. That's like Chazal always teaches us to be
A comedy writers event?
Self-reliant people often push themselves.
All right, are they going to help you to write not a perverted joke there?
Outsourcing everything, including their own success, to other people. Incredible.
All right, Zoot. I'm going to beat you. It's guaranteed. Oh, yeah, I'm sure I will. I'm sure it's going to be just absolute garbage. I'm sure it's going to be about how good a mini golf player you are and how you're good at Scrabble. Just straight up lies. Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot. Don't fuck me.
It's gonna be that.
Okay, well, I don't. You're obsessed with these topics, dude.
Which the Gemara says.
Because they're wrong.
Okay, that's cool.
So Rabbi, you have to say, we'll say that in the world of leather.
Because it's not the most relevant thing right now. It's not about.
And there's soft leather. So everyone agrees ultimately again in the world of soft leather.
I'm gonna start off.
Soft
It's
leather
gonna be
is
funny.
subject
It's funny. I'm gonna start off. So how many schizophrenic diagnoses should we revoke right now?
Okay, so the Gemara says as follows: keep the caution. Where's the machlokas with hard leather?
Again, Zoo, you're just obsessed. You're obsessed with mental illness. No, I get it. It's just you can't make a joke that doesn't have to, like, these are easy jokes. You can't come up with anything creative.
So what's that case? That must be the cushion.
Extremely easy.
Must be in a case ultimately again hard leather and like put up on the wall. By that. Okay. So Rabbi went ahead and then said,
It is on a topic about people
what I just said
who
so the Gemara says,
can't necessarily control what's going on in their life. And it's just not. You don't have a single joke. You're a comedian. You don't have one joke that you can tell to a child. Okay, Zoo. What a shot. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen. That was amazing.
He took it out. How could it be? The pasuk in Taz is just talking about soft leather.
What are you
Doesn't
talking
make
about?
any sense. The Gemara says, "Mimlo mikra, kasino b'ragin kasino, milo askinon b'kli asalgio, haboim l'medina salgio." Talking about over here, the asalgio. So we'll say, what's a kli asalgio? Rashi says,
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody does to some
or
extent.
shalok b'kasha, boiled leather. Boiled leather. So apparently, again, by boiled leather, everyone would agree in that type of situation that hardened leather ultimately again is in its own category. Okay, but coming up more, the Torah says Nifai Kibos. Ultimately again, it still requires Kibos. Rabbi says like this: Saras kibak the Nifei Kaparpa Nechalu Kololei Umashirela. It could very well be that Saras. Why Saras? Saras itself could weaken the leather. To the point that Saras itself makes the area, the afflicted area, into soft leather. And once again, everything is by soft leather, and how the garment is subject to kibos. So obviously, it's
Thanks, baby.
actually hot passion.
Watch I was. And it's just mini golf invites. And then you're like, what kind of coded language is this? What does mini golf really mean?
Certainly soft leather. It's not yet either in places shofar, no sinalama, machatikwa. And the most what can we say? We said that no Shabbos, if you have
That shit's hilarious.
which certainly are soft leather, then what can you do? If there's a skin on the Shabbos, what are you not going to do? You can go ahead and put water on it for 1 second. But you just said before that by soft leather, everyone agrees.
No, Joe Rogan, did you say? Maybe I misheard you. No, it wasn't because of that. It was rejected him to have him on his podcast. Get it right, big dog.
Right, if the Hilchot Shabbos, what you have to say is like this. He wanted
to go out to dinner or whatever.
Kiskus actually says is shifshot, which means rubbing. Rubbing. So for Hilchot Shabbos,
Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, oh come on. That was garbage. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. That's garbage too. That's in the water. Joe Rogan wouldn't press him on anything. Joe Rogan doesn't press people on stuff.
So the Gemara says, yeah.
He's not an investigative journalist. He'd sit there and just suck his dick.
What he would do is he would rinse his shoes, but he wouldn't scrub them.
Now, like Joe Rogan in 2010, that'd be a whole different story. But Joe Rogan now, he's too corporate.
Okay, now what kind of leather? If it's soft leather, obviously everybody would agree with this.
Dude, look at this shot. The best Joe Rogan is episode 1000. Joey Diaz, Tom Segura, actually, or episode with Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell. And then I also found the one with Oliver Stone to be quite interesting as well. I believe that's episode 1992. What a shot, Zoot. Zoot.
leather.
Dude, did you see your shot?
Applying water to leather is not kibbutz.
Yeah,
That is not
like I was trying.
But halacha l'maisa again.
It wasn't like
by
you were
leather,
trying.
kibbutz is water and rubber.
Dude, we never play this one. Dude, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen in my entire life.
That is kibbutz even without rubber. Incredible. So he wants rubber to the Rabbi goes running to the garden.
What up, Zoo? Zero. I'm just telling you right now, it's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Do you know what I'm going to do to your shots, son?
Even on that, application, but by leather,
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that,
so
big
let's say,
dog.
for example, you get some schmutz on your shoe, right? So you want to put some water on it. That would look at the rubbing it. That's going to be a little bit more complicated. So Rabbi goes and running to his reasoning. What is rubber?
I think it does. I think it might be one of the best shots of all time.
You throw flax into water, you're also going to be tired.
You do whatever makes you happy, big man.
So ultimately, again, if you throw a garment into water, it's kibbutz. And throw flax into water.
Dude, that was devastatingly bad.
Maybe because it sprouts, it gets the sprout from it.
That's like the worst shot. That's like the worst shot you can have. Unless you make it on that little strip. That would be, I've never seen anybody get it on there. But try. That was garbage. Dude, your shot was terrible. That was terrible as well. Get it on that strip, dog. No. Boo.
Also, you get like this type of mucus that the difference by the Ishtan, by the flax, is that ultimately again it comes
doesn't matter. Camp's here. Watch, you could get it in from there, and we just never knew it. The champ. Zoot is obsessed with sex. I know you are. I was just thinking to myself, well, dog, you're the one who was like, hey, tell fucking Chelsea, Rabbi says what's up. So you're absolutely right about that. All right, Zoot. But when I talk about it, oh, Chelsea would fucking love me. I might be Chelsea's best friend. I'm going to make that bitch the most famous woman from Australia in the comedy scene ever. Oh, what a shot, Zoot. Shout out to Chelsea if you ever see this. You rule.
She's pretty happy in her relationship.
Dog, I'm glad about that. I don't want to take her out of it. All I want to know is, Zoot, is this ball going to have enough to go? That's bullshit. Zoot, I know, but I don't know any of their names, and I don't really care. All I know is about Chelsea, dog. And I'm glad she's happy in her relationship. I just talk just to be funny. Some of it lands, some of it doesn't. She's going to think it's funny as fuck, though, that she's a celebrity on someone's stream and she has no idea about it.
Are the learning sponsors? Ed and Iris Miller in memory of Dr. Arthur Shapiro, Alter Yonah.
I don't know if you're
Okay, Zoo, that's cool. You're allowed to think whatever you want, baby. Okay. What if I don't die? What if I just do this until the universe contracts?
Well, it took James McCann 16 years to become famous.
Yeah, but he's not that funny. I'm fucking hilarious.
James McCann took 16 years to get the wall.
Okay. He didn't live stream his life. He didn't have a community that had 2,800 people in it. He was just some bloke from South Australia who couldn't even win Raw Comedy. He was just some bloke from South Australia who couldn't even win Raw Comedy. I know he didn't. I mean, you're practically a bigger celebrity than James McCann was 14 years ago.
So if you bring a carbon that's supposed to be externally, like, or what we call a carbon afito, and you bring it inside, that is qualified.
Do you know why?
Because
he's not that funny.
If you bring the meat, if you bring the body of the animal,
because it's 14 years, 16 years.
I don't think it is.
Okay, well, I don't understand why he didn't win because it was 14 years ago. Dude, quit moving your fucking ball in my way. Oh, no. That's devastating. Okay. Some people say comedy comes naturally. Oh, what a shot. Great shot, dude.
Does comedy come naturally?
It's a little bit of both. Look at this shot, though. You know what doesn't come naturally? Skill in mini-golf. Dude, what are you doing? You are just giving up. You've given up. You've literally just given up and allowed me to have one of the best shots in the history of humankind. Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at the shot. Look at this. Look how perfect. Are you serious? Zoot, are you serious, dog? That is the most tremendous amount of bullshit I've ever seen. I'm going to try to hit it off the wall. Oh, and I can't. I can't. Can't stop, won't stop, baby. That was awful. Do people watch Jackass in Australia?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, who's your favorite Jackass character and why? Why don't you like Jackass? Why don't you?
And then ultimately again it went into the south. The Khazra, then it came back into the north. What's Taracha? Sheva, ultimately the animal is kosher.
Zoot, why don't you like Jackass? Okay, why not?
That's not true. In other words, even if you intentionally put the animal to the south, the covenant's not possible.
The movies were kind of gross.
You have to say
you thought the movies were gross?
The case that we're trying to highlight over here is if you ended up taking the covenant outside of the how come now you
did you know
over here by the bird, the case of the convulsion, ultimately again the case that actually
there was a jackass like knockoff in Australia called Ice Poseidon.
not as much about what the animal was that had a bird goes into the Kodesh.
Did it involve that guy who's a streamer?
Okay.
Ice Poseidon?
Leaves the question unanswered.
There's a streamer called Ice Poseidon. Did it involve him?
Blood of the bird in the neck.
I don't think it was called Kids of Poseidon.
Alright, did it involve people accepting my invite to 9-ball? Okay.
Let's say it's sacrificial blood spilled on the
They're like 17,
and you gathered it back up by a bird offering.
It was really dangerous. There was a guy who became notorious for eating.
On one hand,
No way. That's funny.
So maybe again, maybe halacha
Just how you said that. Yeah, just how you said that. That was funny. But are you gonna go? Dude, that's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Just go, dude. Hit the ball. Worst break ever. I don't think so. I think that was the best. It's regular.
Go ahead and check the bird. Blood goes obviously, what you're doing now is you're collecting the blood into a cliche. Now is what is the status of that blood? Do we say
I don't know.
Do we say like this? You know, with the Torah, what is an illegal require?
That's an excellent question. I don't think anybody knows.
So again, it's that the Torah didn't require it. In other words, you don't need a cliche, but if you had a cliche, ultimately, again, it's fine. And therefore, you collect the blood back up and put it into a cliche.
Get it.
Usable.
Get it.
Oh, Dilma, or the other possibility is, Nifsal Hustle Data.
Did I just get
the Torah actually disqualifies the use of a cliche. The Hilchach Osvo Upassel. Therefore, and halacha.
Yeah, big dog.
Cliche actually disqualifies the blood, and therefore, if you were to go ahead and gather the blood back up in a cliche, back to the halacha,
you're up.
You would disqualify the blood.
Yep.
So actually, it's very interesting because
are you gonna go?
Did you know that?
Oh, this is a strategy that I have. Oh, oh my word! That was the funniest shot I've ever seen, Zoot. Zoot, that was the funniest shot I've ever seen. Why not? Dude, that was the funniest shot ever. Like, that was amazing. Blind shot, and you don't get points for it.
Yeah, I just don't.
Is a limiting factor to say that the laundering only applies to the blood of animal sacrifices.
No way you're gonna get this.
If you say that when bird blood comes into a cliche, it's automatically disqualified. If that in fact is true, so the Gemara says, "Safe for play." If so late,
what was your strategy?
And the truth is, when the blood goes ahead and
to win
the garment, ultimately, again, the blood should be disqualified. Because why? Because the garment itself.
I thought that's what you had to do to win.
Because the garment is considered to be a clean, therefore the blood should be disqualified. In other words, forget about kibbutz. Forget about kibbutz. The blood should just be disqualified.
They have to get
so then literally again when that blood hits the garment,
yeah, baby.
Blood should be
do you want to
because the garment
you ever seen?
Yes.
No, so this very well be that halacha will say. So remember that the only time that
are you proud of that shot?
Was when it was sacrificially filled. If it was sacrificially unfilled, there was no kibbutz. Or if we say that the blood of a bird is disqualified when it comes into a kusharis, then halacha
dude, you
is
fucked me.
disqualification of kusharis even get to the airspace of a kusharis. If that's the case, once it gets to the airspace, ultimately again,
Zoot, you're just talking.
Ultimately,
you're not making any sense.
What's the case? The case is where there's no airspace, and ultimately again you're finding the blood of the bird.
Zoot, let's see you make this shot.
Okay. Good. Well, so that's
Zoot, make the shot.
The Gemara doesn't seem to answer this case. So again, this type of situation, halacha l'maisa again, is the blood of the bird spilled on the floor.
Zoot, did it freeze?
Is the blood usable or not? It depends. Usually say that these shutters you don't need it, but if you have it by the blood of a bird, fine. But these shutters disqualified by blood.
Zoot.
Once again, open-ended.
Zoot.
Because we beg in the
Zoot. Get in the hole.
If you have sacrificial blood that splatters on a garden, ultimately the garden is what happens if the blood splatters from the blood?
Dude, are you ready to see one of the best shots ever?
Dude, what were your thoughts on that shot?
So Shaila essentially is like this. Shaila is, do we say that once we get Rashi for just a moment, Rashi is 6 lines up in the bottom. So obviously this is Dan Behim or Rashi points out, right? Remember, bird blood does not generate a kibus obligation. This is animal blood. So do we say, look at Rashi,
Great shot.
Says, the husband keeping the kasher is weaker, right?
Dude, you're playing amazingly.
So do we say that halacha l'maisa, once the blood splatters on the
You're not gonna win here. No way. You just played the best 3 shots I've ever seen you play. Let's see you make this though. You missed. You missed. Oh, dude. Bravo.
I'm gonna clap for you. We're gonna end with that. That was amazing, dude. All right. Congratulations, dog. Shout out to Zoot. That was amazing.
So this is a good kasha. This question, which is the second that requires kibos, regardless. How so? The kasher, so again, the Gemara actually wants to compare this to a case of blood that spills on the floor, and then you collect it back up. So if we say that ultimately, again, when you collect it back up, it's kasher this rita, then the case of where it splatters on the second garment should be no different. The osvo puzzle, and if you hold that no, when it splatters on the floor and you collect it back up, the blood is puzzle. Oh, not Rabbi Akiva's really. He says, I hold it Rabbi Akiva. What does Rabbi Akiva say? The Amar, Hai Salo Shas HaKosher, the Nif Salo, that never, so we're going to see this sheet in a little bit. I mean, everybody is thinking that as long as sacrificial blood was kosher at some point in time, even if it subsequently became a puzzle, when it splatters on a garment, the garment will require kibos. So this stands in contradistinction to our Mishnah, right? The primary thing in our Mishnah was that in order for blood to generate kibos, ultimately, again, the blood has to be sacrificially taken. The kibos of the opinion that Allah says, as long as it had shas kosher, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa for the kibos, right? That's why the Mishnah said, "Katas psula ein damas ha'on kibos." Okay, fine. Simon says as follows. So therefore, again, so he says, "I have Rabbi Akiva." Rabbi Akiva says, as long as the blood was fit, even if it is subsequently unfit, ultimately again requires kibos. Top of Saudi 93A. Therefore, interestingly enough, the kind of third question left unresolved. If it splatters for the beged 1 plus beged 2, is there a din of kibos or not? Third question open-ended. Saudi 93A. Nikas al beged tamei mahu. Another interesting case. What happens if halacha l'maisa the blood splatters on a beged that is tamei? It's actually a fascinating question to perfectly. If you look at the top Rashi says like this. Rashi says, Nikas al beged tamei. The mikvah b'nikli alpha. Now it's very case with the blood between tamei upon contact with the garment. Rashi says, Mi having done hustle, he will niktimad kol dem lachem below by kibos. Remember again, remember the idea that in order for blood to be required, in order for blood on a garment, in order for a garment to require kibos, the blood itself has to be sacrificially fit. The shaila now is, when blood falls on a garment which is tamei, does that garment require kibos? Which essentially, what's the kasha? Do we view the blood as being kosher at the time of blood fit at the time that it hits the garment? Or no, we essentially view it as coming from the beginning, and therefore again no do that kibos. The Gemara says that's the shaila. Since we're asking this particular question, the Gemara says, Shmamina Haisa Lo Shasa Kosher V'Nifsala In Dama Ta'on Kibos. We can infer from this, by the way, that halacha l'maisa, if blood was kosher and then became common or then became puzzle, that such blood would not require kibos. When is that so? Hani nidizah hazeh. That's only true ultimately again if these events occur in succession. But if they occur simultaneously, lo, they'll not be the halacha. Look at actually this is what that. So when we say that if blood was kosher and then became possible, that there's no din of people, that's when first the blood became possible and then it splattered. But interestingly enough, when let's say again the invalidation of the blood occurred at the same time as the splattering on the garment, that's not so clear. Because that's our case. Our case over here is the blood becomes unfit. If the blood becomes unfit, mamish at the exact time that it falls on the garment. Or perhaps there's no distinction. Perhaps I will say at the end of the day, what we look at is like this: when that blood falls on the garment, is the blood sacrificially fit or not? If it is, it's called divus. Right, it's called divus. If not, it doesn't require divus. That's our shayla. Otherwise, this question itself ultimately again is not going to be So I'll say, what's the case? So then we got the rabbi. Everybody got to come to the sign. Here we go. What's very interesting? The laws are on that. Make chatas shemit. What's it? This is actually fascinating. If you have make chatas in the waters of the paraduma, that became tummy. That became tummy. So the waters themselves that became tummy, they still have the ability to go ahead and make a person tahar. It was a DJ on terrible. Look at Rashi. Rashi in the second shot on the pattern. As ha'adam mishmas mace, the evil low mishma. There was isn't this incredible? That if waters of a paraduma become tummy, ultimately again they have the ability to make a person tahar. The lesson of Rashi actually is very interesting. Rashi is if you look at that, as ha'adam mishmas mace, the evil low mishma. Isn't that fascinating? You have to wonder why Rashi is thinking of phrase. Like the waters of the paraduma of a person, and you don't with the person, tahar from tumas mace, and if you never come in. The two girls are giving us up the insight into the power of Shiva as well. A lot of times when we think about Shiva, we think about Shiva as, okay, I do Shiva, I do Shiva. Shiva is the ability to kind of wipe away some of the activities, but the scars of the sin. The power of Shiva is that Shiva has the ability to affect each purification of the Shiva has the ability to wipe your face. Shiva has the ability to give you a fresh start. That's why when you get sprinkled by the water of the Kala Azuma, it takes away your small as if it was never there. That's the shot that I'm a poor person to become Tahar. It's as if I was never coming at all. So to Shiva, and I think it's the same way to Shiva. Shiva has that same power as well. So that's just cleanse your sin of the as if it was never there. You want to say the scholars. How do we know that? What is the Kala Azuma? Become coming and still working for this. Shaharida Mazinala. It's a bunch of these simple Paraduma waters upon the women who choose. I watched it. Let's say ruffles and you can track to my students. So what do? We sprinkle the waters of Paraduma. Now what happens when the Paraduma waters hit a woman's disease? What happens? The waters become tummy. That's what it does. Right? And therefore, yes, you see that the waters still work. So what do you see here? That even when the waters of Paraduma become tummy, they still have the ability to affect the fire. Look at actually third short line. Shenitma of the Mazin Allah, with me Tilas, Nitcha B'Savalas B'Shia Sanos B'Shia Achas. So say everything kind of idea. Sprinkle Paraduma water on a woman. Ultimately, again, she is Tamaya, right? Because again, halacha is the water of the Paraduma will still work. Will still work. You want to say, Rabbi, so let's say, what does that show you? That shows you that halacha Rabbi, the Rabbi says that people Rabbi. So the Rabbi holds it that we speak in his studies. The Amar, Avara Si Adabi Makom Kamei, Munach. So the Rabbi holds it that people hold that when you go ahead and pass the tree over a tummy area, it is a exact coming to life, and therefore compressed to one as well. Now, what does it mean? It's not. How you almost hit the tunnel, the carrot, the tunnel, listen, watch this. I'm standing over by the side of the oven. And there's a sheret in that oven. And we're going to say oven is a key terrace. There's a sheret inside of that key terrace which makes it tunnel. And then we're going to both say their ovens, the opening was on the top. Okay? So now watch this. Now watch this. Now I extend my hands over the oven and somebody hands me water of Tahara Aduma. I take the water and then pass it back over the oven. Over the oven. So therefore, what happens over here? The water to the Tahara Aduma passes over the opening of the oven. What's in the opening of an oven? Ultimately, again, the sheret. That passes it over an opening of water. What's up? Rabbi Akiva the Tami, ultimately, Rabbi Akiva says the waters are coming, and the Chachamim say that it's tar. Now, what do you see here? Rabbi Akiva Savar, Kimunach Tami, Rabbi Akiva holds that when you pass the waters over the opening of the tanur, it's as if the waters have come to rest inside the tanur. And therefore, Rabbi Akiva Sav, Rabbanan Sav, is laughing. Rabbanan say, no, passing over the airspace of an area does not mean that it is not treated as if the item is rest. What are we arguing about? Rabbi Akiva Savar, the Savar, the space, the Abayah is the Kasha. Or Rabbi Akiva, Bazar, Shavira Gaviti Paris coming. Or Al Gavi Mishkaf and Moshe coming. Shizim Tahora. Yeah, Savaya is the Kasha. Rabbi Akiva holds that if you do sprinkling, like sprinkling of the waters, and the waters pass over a few pares that is tummy, or something else, Mishkaf or Moshe, some other item, that's tummy. Torah, and ultimately I can start. So what do you see here? That the people that when something passes over in space, it remains tar. What's going on? Otherwise, the Chazavich and Tanya Namala Kilamata, Alex Giants in Manes, is Shad Kolama. That the people hold that Halakha myself, there is no item that goes ahead and creates too much airspace. That's what it is. Tanya Namala Kilamata is like using Tanya when it passes through the airspace. To that, the other hand is Zayas in Manes, natural, like literally against Zayas of the corpse, with Shad Kolama here. Or anything else that's based to my skull house. What is this? Ruba. Evan Hamidas. Ultimately, again, a stone that itself has salas, which has the ability to convey to my skull. Ella says, so what is the Mahos to the Rabbanah? Ella Rabbi, the Amalach Munacham. Rabbi says like this. Everyone agrees that when something passes over the airspace, that there is something that is coming, it is not as if the item continues to rest by the area of Tumah. I saw the Maslow so we have a Hakabah. Rabbi Akiva Savar Kazira Shannon. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that the item may come to rest. Rabbanan Savi Loga. Rabbanan say, no, we're not concerned. Look, here this case. I'm standing by the tunnel. The tunnel has a sheret on the inside. I extend my hand over the tunnel. Somebody hands me waters of Tahara Aduma, and I pass the waters over the opening of the tunnel. Rabbi Akiva says the waters are coming. The Chachamim say the water is tar. So what's the word? So originally we thought Mahokis was something that comes in airspace specifically for us. Then he knows no, it's actually not Mahokis. The Mahokis is where to turn lest you come to put the item down. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that you may come to put the item down. The Chachamim are not concerned. I'm not concerned with most Rabbi Akiva agrees in the case of Hazal. Now let's see if Rabbi Akiva agrees. Let's say what I see. In the case we're talking about over here is I actually open the waters of the Tahara Aduma and then passing them over the opening of the oven. Rabbi Akiva says the waters are coming because we are concerned we may come to put it down. With Rabbanan, we're not concerned we may put it down. What about if you sprinkle the water? I'm the Kohen and sprinkling the waters over the opening of the oven. What about in that case? Even Rabbi Akiva would agree that the waters are coming. Why? Because there's no concern you may come to put the waters down. Why not? Even the nafas. Once you sprinkle, the water's left your hand. Once they left your hand, then what? There's no possibility that you're going to put them down to rest. Every address is incredible. So those of Rabbanan to my family, those of ultimately again, one of the laws of Rabbanan really down, which the Gemara says, Rabbi, you keep spending too much to do more, too much to also shock. The argument about the rest of do we go ahead and learn out the existence of us, ultimately again from Tumah that exists in the if you take a look at Rashi, which is the one with Rashi from the third white line, we've done it with Tumah to Dimah, Rashi says to don't, and they can't us to make more of the Hazal, son, like the believe learning out again, for example, Paraduma water, like we can come in before this sprinkling, we too much of a osa shah, from Tumah that is created at that time, we don't Hazal, Nida, Shetuma Samai, but Hazal, point back. That'd be the example, let's say they're sprinkling Paraduma waters on a Nida, where the water becomes coming at that exact so ultimately, again, this is what you're arguing about. My Sabbath is done. My Sabbath is done. Rabbi Amar says no. The Kuli Alma ain't done. According to him, we do not learn about here's the method. Rabbi Elazar Sarah has Za'at with the shear, and the Ksatan Azal. Rabbi Elazar holds that ultimately again has Za'at applies the shear, and the individual sprinkling has to be combined to form the requisite shear. Rabbanan Samri has Za'at into the shear, and Rabbanan ultimately again hold that no, there is no shear by Hazal. Okay, so this is incredible. So first of all, just to point out over here, the question that we raised also again remains unanswered. That Halacha L'Maisa, if you went ahead and sprinkled the water on a baguette tame, what is the status? Right? If sacrificial blood splatters on a baguette tame, ultimately again, does the baguette require kipos or not? The Gemara seemingly leaves that question. When the Gemara does exactly what side, which is actually quite interesting, is that Halacha L'Maisa apparently Paraduma waters, even if it becomes tame, still has the ability to affect Tara, which is actually pretty amazing. And again, the value for that is if you distinct the waters of Paraduma on a Nida, he and she becomes Tahora from Tumas Names, even though again, when those waters hit her, ultimately again, the waters themselves will become incredible. Katos Ksiva, was it again, the Mishnah then said that the only time that the din of Ksiva applies is when the blood is sacrificially fit. But for example, if the blood of an invalid katos hits the garment, Allah L'Maisa again is going to do a Ksiva. Tanabana, where is it? Some Tanabana. Nidama, Dam Shera V'Lo Midam Ksiva. The Pasuk says from its blood, the actually only blood that is sacrificially fit, and not some blood that is sacrificially invalid. Even the Hebrew says, Ais L'Tasa Kosher V'Nipsala, Dama Ka'un Kibos. Lo Ais L'Tasa Kosher V'Nipsala, in Dama Ka'un Kibos. So what's the very interesting? So kind of holds that in order for the din of Kibos to apply, the blood that hits the garment itself has to be sacrificially. Rabbi Akiva holds that Halacha L'Maisa, as long as the blood was sacrificially fit at some point in time, even if it subsequently became Halacha L'Maisa, it requires Kibos. Shimon Shimon says, Echad Zeh Ve'echad Zeh, Ein Delatel Kibos. Shimon says in both of these cases, ultimately again, it does not require Kibos.
He was just fucking getting the money.
My time redemption wasn't just for the chain holders and in both of these cases, there is no sin of Kibos. So my time redemption, what redemption is logic? So the Gemara says, Sid Osa, Sid Midama. It says Osa, and this is from his blood. Right? Rabbi Akiva. I'm sorry. Ksiva Osa, Ksiva Osa, Ksiv Midama. One is coming to tell us about a case where the blood was sacrificially at one point in time. Rabbi Akiva will say Osa, Prat with Truma. That comes to Truma, the Shula Tamin Damar Kachin Kayan in Merika, Shmita, the culture of the ultimately, Shimon goes going to be lodged in the general Kachin Kayan, and that's up to laws of the region Shmita, which is again a laws of the Hashrim, right after the all the more so that would apply to Truma as well. Incredible. God says, halacha l'maisa, the way Rama passes is the only time that the is of kibbutz is when the blood that splatters on the garment ultimately is sacrificed. But if the blood is unfit, whether it was never fit or whether halacha l'maisa again it was fit and then became unfit, ultimately again it's only within the kibbutz if the blood that splatters on the garment itself is sacrificial. Incredible. Okay, Mishnah. Because in that Saba Alabama, it'll tell us what's going to be. Now remember, Mishnah that was very ridiculous. Let's say the coin shechted the animal, and the blood from the neck of the animal splattered on the coin's face. So the Mishnah says, in that case, there's no din of kibbutz. Which I will say, the students even before you get into it makes sense. Why? Because Allah reminds us what type of blood requires kibbutz. What type of blood? Sacrificially fit blood. When does blood become sacrificially fit? Ultimately, then when it's Kabbalah. And it goes from the neck into the feet. So if the blood splatters from the neck out to the garment of the Kohen, there is no din of kibbutz. Mina karen or mina yisod. So again, let's say the Kohen is doing the blood application. Splashes back from the corner of the mizrach onto his garment, or from the yisod, from the base, it splashes back. In no time kibbutz, there is no din of kibbutz. Mishpat ala ritzvah v'asro. Let's say in the sacrificial blood spilled on the floor, the coin collected it in its own kibbutz. Ultimately, again, there's no din kibbutz. There's no din kibbutz on that blood as well. Why? Because it says in town kibbutz, elegantum is kabel b'kli or rai lahazah. Here's the rule. What type of blood requires kibbutz? Only blood that was extruded, that was extruded in the utensil, and ultimately again is fit for said the Gemara Rabbanan Yachol Mikachim Sava Ala Bagel Yehiton kibbutz Yumas. When the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment, ultimately again it would require kibbutz. Therefore, the pasuk says that will be sprinkled. It is only blood that is fit for sprinkling that ultimately again generates the kibbutz obligation. I mean, another place. So, when you got Yaakov, it doesn't have to associate telling kibbutz. I'm at a point that the blood splatters back from the corner or from the base. You should require kibbutz. Therefore, the pasuk says that we're sprinkled. Ultimately, again, this excludes blood that was already sprinkled. And once you see this, if the blood is already sprinkled on the Messiah, and then ultimately again splashes back, then halacha l'maisa that blood was already sprinkled, and therefore not telling people. So we're really defining this. The only type of blood that requires kibbutz, ultimately again, is blood that is fit for sprinkling. What is that? That's blood that has been received in a utensil, and ultimately again is ready to be used. But if the blood was already used, or for that matter, again, the blood spurted from the neck of the animal onto the clothing, ultimately no din of kibbutz. Mishpat ala ritzvah, it's spilled on the floor. What's the other base? Chaskulami. Why do I need that last case? Okay, that last case is a little bit obvious. Why do we need to be told that if the blood spilled on the floor and then it got onto the garment of the clothing, that is no din of kibbutz? To which the Gemara says, not time comes. The Gemara is making me the reason. Not time mishpat ala ritzvah v'asro is on kibbutz. Why? If you get a sacrificial blood poured on the floor, and then you regather it, and it went ahead and splattered on the garment, that is no din of kibbutz. Why is that? The fisha ain't tone kibbutz, and the mention kabel b'kli b'rai lahazah. Because also the only time that there is a din of kibbutz, ultimately again is the time where the blood was collected in the food and fit for sprinkling. So that's our rule. Essentially, the Mishnah was just illustrating the rule with this case of the blood that fell on the floor. Okay, right last time, let's say someone gets halacha, but the bottom line, the only time that there is a wrongdoing of previous obligations is when the blood itself is fit for sprinkling. Therefore, the paradigmatic case would be you receive the blood in the utensil, the blood is ready to be sprinkled, has not yet been sprinkled, ultimately gets on the garment requires cleavage. But if the blood was never collected in the cleave, or the blood was already used for sprinkling, and then it got on the garment, no din of cleavage. So the Gemara says, no din. Now when we see this, the blood has to be sprinkling with this cleavage. So the Gemara says, we will even keep the pachos nuclear via the pizza. The pachos nuclear via the pizza comes to its fully following case. But let's say about that you collect blood in 2 utensils, but in the 2 utensils there's not enough blood for sprinkling. So the Gemara says, Isanya, the halachta by Shal Omer, Sidish pachos nuclear via the pizza. If you collect not enough blood, or too little blood for sprinkling in one case, the pachos nuclear via the pizza, and less than the necessary amount for sprinkling in the low kiddush. The key itself does not sanctify the blood. The only time that sacrificial blood becomes sanctified in the kiddush is if there's enough blood for sprinkling purposes. But if there's not enough blood in the key does not sanctify. And again, if the key does not sanctify the blood, then when that blood gets on the garment does not require kibbutz. The dam mahu. The dam, the dam now, the word is now, so when it comes to the dam, so the dam now, Gemara says, now, Ruchasini, or Ruchasol Gamion, O Dilma Hassam, my someone says so again, then Gemara asks as follows. Do we say that it's just a halacha? It actually says, the dam and I, Kabechatas Hakimis, Kiva Pahos Midyah, because of the Ilay, we have a Kabbalah Allah. What says here is the Shaila. The Shaila is like this: if you went ahead and you received too little blood in the cleave, and then you received more blood, ultimately, again, does that work? So do we say Hilchasari, or Hilchasari? So do we say that ultimately, again, do we say that halacha l'maisa again? Don't say, by the way, I'm sorry, I just realized before. The case of Kiddush Pachos is used by Paraduma waters, like not being much actually the same side. So the first case is by waters of Paraduma. If you receive too little water, not enough water for sprinkling purposes, right, in one case, right, and if you receive too little waters in a clean, then the clean does not sanctify the water. Okay, not even asking the same shiloh by sacrificial blood. If you receive too little blood in the clean, not enough for sprinkling, what does the clean sanctify the blood? So the dam now, so we would say that it's a halacha, ultimately in the project. When the open shalom, you can't bring out one halacha from another halacha. Or we say no, by paraduma, what's the reason why you receive not enough water for sprinkling purposes? Even if it doesn't sanctify the water, the Gemara says that save the haba of the night. And the pasuk says you will go ahead and literally again immerse the Issa, right? You'll immerse the Issa up into the you'll immerse into the water. So how can I mix it with haba badam? So by sacrificing you use immerse like a haba of immersing. So that's the shayla. So again, interestingly enough, we know that by paraduma, if you don't have enough water in the utensil for sprinkling purposes, the water itself is not constituted. Whereas it does the same halacha applied by blood or not. So Tashma, let's analyze. After the dam lo kiddush, if you do not have enough blood for sprinkling purposes in the key, then ultimately again the key does not consecrate the blood. Tanya, most interesting enough, according to this approach, they are equating ultimately against blood with the waters of the paradise. Tanya, Taval, the pasuk says it's immerse, the lom is sapeg, right? The sapeg, the lom is sapeg, the dam, actually the dam should be there. So as I said, Allah is you have to immerse, and lom is sapeg means you don't wipe. You don't wipe. Rashi says, Mechaneach, the shuriachli, or the does no sense. So listen very interesting. When you go ahead and you have to get blood for sprinkling purposes, you have to immerse your finger inside of the key and not gather up the blood by going ahead and scraping your finger along the walls of the key. There has to be enough blood gathered in the key itself that you can simply immerse your finger and get the requisite amount. But down, actually, the down should be is also, if you again told there is, and there must be enough blood in the key from the beginning. Minat down, ultimately again, minat down should ultimately again, Halacha Ma'aseh from the blood. The Dam Shebe'in actually says Yerush Shebe'in. The Dam Ha'amar Be'in Tila She'izim Ere Rishona. Yazes Kula. Shisharach Lachsa B'Litva Bo Etzbo. Al Kol Aziyah Tila. U'Nu'uti Shem Shebe'et. That when you have a requirement of multiple blood applications, ultimately, again, you can't use the leftover from one application for the next. So let's say, again, Coin dips his finger, does the sprinkling. When he does the second sprinkling, ultimately, again, he has to re-immerse his finger and can't use any residual time. So it's when Nichtav Badam, and we'll say it has to say Badam. Why do you test the Rahman al-Kabal? It would have just said the Kabal. I would have said that it's fine if the blood is kosher, even though there's not enough blood in the crease from the beginning. Because of Rahman al-Badam. If the Pasuk Badam, because of Rahman al-Badam, it would have just said, but I'm having anything in Satay. I would have thought that you could even smear your finger against the wall of the piece of finger to necessarily not the blood. Therefore, Kasabachmana, the Kabal, Minadam, Shebe Inyan, Mini Utin. So we'll say, what does that come to? Maraba, Mini Utin Shilayim Shebetzba. That comes to exclude the use of any leftover blood on one's finger for the second time. So we'll say, we'll stop over here for today, but that's how we just stop here. We establish it like this. Like Haraduma. In order for the kli to consecrate the waters, there has to be enough water for the sprinkling in the kli all at once. The shaila is that the same halacha by blood? It appears to be the answer to that is yes. That in order for blood to be consecrated by a kli sharis, you have to have enough blood for the requisite sprinklings in the kli all together at once. In addition to that, there's some other halachas, which is when the Kohen dips his finger in the blood, there has to be enough cool blood that he could dip it in, get what he needs. If he needs to smear his finger against the sides of accumulate blood, that's going to be invalid. Not only that, you have to do multiple sprinklings. So again, you dip your finger into the sprinkling. Any residual blood on your finger cannot be used for the second sprinkling. The second sprinkling must come from new blood within it. Please, okay, we'll pick up and answer more details about that tomorrow.
I don't think you can tell them that this is going to be a ride that lasts forever. I think you have to tell them there's going to be a time when we realize we have to stop this, we have to stop doing this, and you're going to have to trust me because I'm on the outside, and I'm going to watch you very carefully. We're going to make sure that you never get to a point where you're. Look, I like a fighter that retires.
All right, good morning, and it's the first of good time to let us begin.
I like that. I like
by
when a guy
thanking all
gets
those
out.
hours
Andre
sponsors
Ward
for
is one of my favorite fighters because not just was he a two-division world champion, not only was like he an elite boxer, but he
begin by
retired
thanking all of our sponsors for this morning this year. Thank our commentary sponsors for the month of Tuesday, Allison Adams Stein, in memory of Adam's grandfather, the Sheldon Hashem Tzvi Ruvain. Then Shimon Zichron the Rosh Hashanah Malka Esther, in memory of his parents, Yitzchak Levi and Nakolim, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henach Ephraim, that's Shemi's mother whose yahrzeit is today. And again, we either wish my son's father who was Mr. yesterday and whose Rabbi is today, Mordechai Ben Yonah. Zichron the Rosh. In memory of his dear friends, family, friends, Sergeant Tully Yonah Gordon, Shemi Holy Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachim Bas Shulamet Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Our Diablotin sponsors, Ed and Iris Miller, in memory of Dr. Arthur Shapiro, Alter Yonah, Ben Yitzchak Al-Hanan, and Shoshin today. Our Diablotin sponsors, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the schools continue to help Sulanus Hannah Bas Susha, Seth and Rachel Rotenberg, in memory of Morton Esposito to Holy Rafa, and Ellie Kathy Pollock, and the schools of Refushim of Rafa, Das Bas. Yotam, the American Bank Hamitara, all the Nisham Shabbat, and the families in the Kama, all those who knew the Bush Shabbat, and all for the East Bank, and the Respondent who should shed light in Rafa. The Israel in the days. But with that, fellows, we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Sadik Gimel and the Tierney up on Sadik base in days 90 to be. We left off with Rabbi Rabbi Atta.
So if you
which is
rehydrating to make,
exactly
let's say 170, if you're dehydrating to make 170, but you really weigh 200, you can get down to 170 for the weight.
So by the
Once you
way, you have an
rehydrate,
answer
you cheat 200
Fata
again for the
sa
fight,
ocean
you
is
don't
the
have
Sabara
water in your
with
brain.
Flim
Yeah, your
Nam.
brain's not reading.
What
Your
is the
brain
halakha?
takes
That we
days
began this
before it
course yesterday.
rehydrates.
If you take Fata sa
It's
ocean
dangerous.
into
It's
the
very
base of the
dangerous.
and the blood
Yeah.
is still in its
So that's the thing.
Now,
It's
in
like
other words,
you're talking about all the problems that you have, but yet you're sitting
so
here,
if
you're
you
not
bring
sorry, you're
a
laughing,
carbon
you're
that's supposed to be
coherent, you're having a good time,
or what we
and then
call
think
like
about
a
these
carbon
guys that you
heater,
see
and you
that
bring it
start
inside,
mumbling,
that disqualifies the
all
carbon.
kind of
Now,
swearing
that's what you bring the
around.
blood.
Yeah,
Right? If you bring
that's
the
weird.
meat,
You're
if
hard
you
to
bring the
understand
body
that,
of
but
the
it's
animal,
great. Yes,
that doesn't
yes,
serve
100% should not be
I think
fighting,
it
yet,
is.
and yet they're still fighting.
You
And
didn't
athletic
look on the
commissions
bird,
will
right?
pass.
And the blood is
This
still in the neck. You
Vandalay
brought
Silva
the bird
still
into
fights.
the
He's
inside of the race and just like that.
Vandalay
Does
Silva
that
just had a
disqualify
boxing
the carbon?
match in
Now,
Brazil
Savard,
that
we
turned
started something
into
with some. Do you say that the neck of the
so
bird
so
is
he
like
was
a blue star, it's like a
boxing
service
this guy,
and therefore,
and
again, the carbon
they
is going to be
a
possible.
bunch of people
Although
jumped into
Saba
the ring
Behemo
and
in
started
the Dama
brawling,
of Blood
and
Sarah.
one
No,
of the
maybe the
guys
neck
that
is like
jumped in the
flesh.
ring
And therefore,
KO'd
the
him,
same way that if you bring
hit
the
him
meat
with
of
a
a
bare
carbon
knuckle
inside,
punch
it
and
doesn't
knocked him out
disqualify the
cold,
carbon.
where he
So too, if
falls
you
back
bring
and
the
bounces,
blood
and they have
in
to
the neck of
drag
the
him
bird,
out of
the
the
blood
ring.
in the neck
So
is
wild
considered to be
people
blood in the
are there's
flesh,
a melee.
and that
There's
wouldn't
like 10
disqualify.
people fighting
So
inside
that's
the
the
ring,
shadow.
and he's stretched out cold.
Because
Here,
of
watch
shit.
it.
What's the interesting piece? What's the checks to the bird?
He,
And
he was
Peterson means
amazing
like
in the ring. He was
the
a
body
fucking
moves. Like where
warrior, a
sorry,
savage.
convulsed.
He was
The
so
body convulsed,
crazy.
and as a result of
That's
the
another
convulsions, it ended up
KO'd
moving
so
itself
many fucking guys.
inside
I
the
don't speak
Peninsula,
Portuguese,
and then it came
but my
back
friends who do
outside.
say you can
Sheila,
clearly
the
tell
covenant's
the
conscious.
difference.
There was
So
a
here's the
just
fight.
ending up that's
So
the
this
case
is
of
after he told him,
involuntary
oh
convulsion.
my god, the
I
baddest
what
guy
can you
in
interpret?
this.
What up, Zoo?
On the knees of
Grabs him
Shiva,
with the right
I
hand. He
can
doesn't
interpret
see
that
coming.
you intentionally
He's out
brought the
cold,
bird
flat
into
on
the
his
Mikvah,
back, and then they
but
just have to
ultimately that
drag
would
him
invalidate
away
the
from his
carbon.
Just chilling, baby. Listen to Joe Rogan. What are you doing?
You think cocaine is a good name for a special?
I think somebody already has a special with that. Yeah, look it up. Dude, you're like 5 years away from a special.
And then ultimately again went into the south.
No, like 2 months ago.
Oh, dude, that's not how a special works.
You can make your own specials.
Yeah, and then you're Brendan Schaub, and you fucking get 1.1 on IMDb.
Ella, I love to tell the foot rather you have to say that the case of Yatzis on the foot is the case that you
Did you know that Amos gets filmed special in Dallas?
outside of this window.
At the Comedy Works?
By the bird, the case of convulsion ultimately again
At the Comedy Works? Yeah, yeah. There's one in Denver, and then there's another one in Fort Collins or something.
Okay. So it was like the Gemara leaves the question unanswered. So then Allah Almighty says, ultimately again, where you bring the blood of the bird in the neck, while still the neck into the public sacrifice, not into the Kodesh, into the Hekal, what the status is that like in the flesh, is like in the Kisaris, the Gemara leaves that question open. Rabbi Yishbach HaLaritz Bala Asma Ma. Wasn't it the case of the let's say the sacrificial blood spilled on the floor, and you gathered it back up.
No.
Did you ask AI?
What is the status of the blood? On one hand,
Okay.
Just Google which doesn't have
But you're like 5 years away from a comedy special. Yeah, of course. But you're like 5 years away from that.
Directly from the body of the bird itself.
Why do you say that?
Go ahead and check the bird. Check the bird. Blood spills on the floor. Obviously, what you're doing now is you're collecting the blood into a Krisharis. So the Shaila
What'd you say, Zoo?
The Shaila now is what is the status ultimately again of that blood? Do we say
Zoo, you are the king of bombing. And yes, you have. Yes, you have bombed. You've even come in here and been like, I've been like, how'd it go? And you're like, I bombed. I don't want to talk about it. Do you know what Joe Rogan says bombing is like? He says it's like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother on stage.
And therefore, if you were to go ahead and gather the blood back up in the Sharis, back to the halacha would be, you would disqualify the blood. That's the Shaila.
No, you didn't, dude. You rocked it. I'm proud of you.
You can say that a bird offering doesn't need a Sharis, but if you have one, it's fine. But you say, no, a bird chapter can't one is actually disqualified.
All right, well, go to it, dude. Because she's funny, sort of. She's okay.
Ultimate results is the limiting factor to say that the human only applies to the blood of animal sacrifices. You must know watch this. These are that from Mitzvah possibly Brahmana, that if you say that when bird blood comes into a Kusharei, automatically disqualified, if that fact is true. So you might say safer play, the hot is so late the others.
Who's that?
When the head adds the garment, ultimately again the blood should be disqualified because why? Because the garment itself is considered to be clean. Because the garment is considered to be clean, therefore the blood should be disqualified.
Yeah, who is that?
Forget about people. People supposed to be disqualified. Which the Gemara says safer play, the hot is so late the outside. These are like the next apostle there are safer play, the hot is so late the other clean. So then literally again, when that blood hits the garment, the blood should be disqualified because the garment has the status of a clean. I'm not going to go sure. It might be the Savara. No, this is very well be the halacha is also. So remember that the only time that blood requires kibus was when it was sacrificially fit. If it was sacrificially unfit, then there's no good kibus. Or if we say that the blood of a bird is disqualified then halacha is disqualification of Kushar's to the airspace. And that's the case once it gets to the airspace, ultimately again of the garment, ultimately it should be possible. So the Gemara says, not the key to Salah. What's the case? The case is where there's no airspace, and ultimately again you're applying the blood of the bird directly to the garment itself. Okay, good. Well, so that's interesting enough. The Gemara doesn't seem to answer. So again, this type of situation, the halacha again, the blood of the bird spilled on the floor, you collected it back up, and if you try is the blood usable or not? Depends. Do we say that these sharis you don't need it, but if you have it by the blood of a bird, fine? Or do we say no, these sharis disqualified by the blood of a bird? Once again, open-ended question. Why many ladies? Because we beg in the bed of the yes, funny passion. No, maybe we just have to be for these now. If you have second blood that splatters on a garment, ultimately the garment becomes kibus. What happens if the blood splatters on the garment? Blood should garment. What's the status ultimately again of the garment? So now, you want to be bag at Kamba is related with kibus.
Just be how you're going to
Oh,
be.
Jamal, no.
Tell everyone
The Shaila essentially is like this. Shaila is, do we say, once we say Rashi, we just go on. Rashi is 6 lines up from the bottom. So obviously this is down the whole Rashi points out, right? Remember, bird blood does not generate kibus. It is the animal blood. So do we say, look at Rashi, Rashi says, the correlate in Yishbach and Asi our Yishbach also the Ahakach Mitas Alabay. So Hasim came in the question of Mika Roila Zar Karina. About Alabay is supposed to be seen as a Shaila. So do we say that Allah once the blood splatters on the first garment, it's essentially unusable. Once it's unusable, then once it splatters on the second garment, it's meaningless. Because remember, when I was saying, we established this, the only time that halacha l'maisa, the blood requires people to be sacrificially determined whether or not. But if it is sacrificially unfit, then there is no din of peoples. So again, do we say once it hits the first ballot, even if it's then when it's subsequent, it's invalid. Once it's subsequent, it's the second ballot, then ultimately again there's no people's obligation. Okay, well, I'm going to this is a good kasha. Current is my position. This question, current cube is a mantra. This is the second that requires peoples, regardless. How so? He also the kasha, our kasha. So again, the Gemara actually wants to compare this to a case of blood that spills on the floor, then you collect it back up. So if we say that ultimately again, when you collect it back up, it's touchable with you, then the case where it splatters on the second garment should be no different. The also puzzle, and if you hold it no, when it splatters on the floor, you collect it back up, the blood is puzzle. Oh no, it's Rabbi Akiva really. I hold it Rabbi Akiva. What does Rabbi Akiva say? The Amar, Haisamo Shas HaKosher, Zinifsala. But never say we're going to see this sheet in a little bit. I mean, others of the opinion that as long as sacrificial blood was kosher at some point in time, even if it subsequently became a puzzle, when it splatters on a garment, the garment will require peoples. This stands in contradistinction to our Mishnah, right? The primary opinion of the Mishnah was that in order for blood to generate peoples, ultimately again the blood has to be sacrificial. The people of the opinion that Allah as long as it's had shasha kosher, ultimately again halacha l'maisa to be peoples, right? That's why the Mishnah said chatos sula ain't dama ka'on peoples. Okay, fine. Simon says as follows. So therefore, again, it says, I hope it's Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, as long as the carbon, as long as the blood was fit, even if it is subsequently unfit, ultimately again requires peoples. Top of side of 93A. And here, therefore, was like interesting enough. So kind of third question left unresolved. If it splatters from Beged 1 to Beged 2, is there a din of peoples or not? Third question open up. It says, give 93A top. Boy, minutes. Remember coming up with stuff. Nikas al Beged Tamei Mash. But the interesting is, what happens if halacha l'maisa the blood splatters on a Beged that is coming? It's actually a fascinating question to translate this. If you look at the top Rashi says like this. Rashi says, Nikas al Beged Tamei, the Nikba B'Niki Asa. Now, if I take the blood, it's being coming upon contact with the garment. Rashi says, Mi having done hustle, she will Nikmaz Kodem Lachem, the law by Shivas, was in America, and the idea that in order for blood to be required, in order for blood on a garment to work or garment to require peoples, the blood itself has to be sacrificially fit. The shaila now is, when blood falls on a garment which is tamei, does that garment require peoples? Which essentially, what's the kasha? Do we view the blood as being kosher, right, fit at the time that it hit the garment? Or no, we essentially view it as coming from the beginning, and therefore again no good peoples. So the Gemara says that's the shaila. Amar Avuna, very very Yeshua, we can violate hakim. Since we're asking this particular question, the Gemara says, Shmamina Haisa Lo Shasa Kosher in Sama Ka'on Peoples. We can infer from this context that halacha l'maisa, if the blood was kosher, and then became coming, or then became hustle, that such blood would not require peoples. When is that so? That's only true ultimately again if these events occurred in succession. About the basachos, but if they occur simultaneously, low, that will not be the halacha. Look at that, so when we say that blood was kosher and then became hustle, that there's no din of kibos, that's when first the blood became possible and then it spread. But interestingly enough, when let's say again the invalidation of the blood occurred at the same time as the splattering on the garment, that's not so clear. Right? Because that's our case. Our case over here is the blood becomes unfit. The blood becomes unfit nanish at the exact time that it falls on the garment. Oh, Dromaloshno, or perhaps there's no distinction. That's supposed to say at the end of the day what we look at is our case. When that blood falls on the garment, is the blood sacrificially fit or not? If it is, it's called kibos. That is called kibos. If not, it doesn't require kibos. That's our shayla. This question itself ultimately again is in the focus of the Rabbi. So what's the piece? Galiba de Rabbi. Everybody's like, you become the Tarsi Rabbi. He's signed. There you go. This is very interesting. The Rosh Omer. Mechatos Shimit. This is actually stuff. If you have Mechatos, meaning the waters of the Paradima, that became coming. That became coming. So the waters themselves that became coming, the tide, they still have the ability to go ahead and make a person talk. So what's it? You know how incredible that is? Look at that. That's exactly the second term in the tide. As ha'adam mitumash nes, either low the Lord says, isn't this incredible? That the waters of the Paradima become coming. Ultimately, again, they have the ability to make a person talk. That is the name of that, right? As a other much people know, isn't that fascinating? You have to wonder why you have to think that phrase. Like the waters of the Paradima, a person have the ability to make a person tar from Tumas Mace as if he was never coming. What is that? This is the giving us up the insight into the power of Shiva as well. A lot of times when we think about Shiva, we think about Shiva as, okay, I did something, I did Shiva, should I be able to wipe away some of the negativity?
What about Super Mario?
It's not the power of Shiva, is that Shiva has the ability to
What'd you say? Say it again. 2005.
As if I was never 10 minutes
Maybe.
You had Pokemon X Day Fire, Resident Evil 4, Donkey Kong Jungle, and Super Mario Strikers that game.
What about Mario Kart?
Mario Kart Double Dash was 2003.
Oh, okay. Well, that then
Soul Calibur, F-Zero GX, Mario Kart Double Dash, and Zelda Wind Waker.
What do you think was the best year?
Probably
No, what happened in 2002? When did Star Wars Battlefield come out? Yeah. GameCube. 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 GameCube.
I'm standing over by the side of the house.
Yeah. No.
There's a sharet inside of that carrot which makes it tummy.
I had PlayStation 2.
The opening was on the top. Okay? So now watch this. All together on the color of the they have their up yet.
When?
Watch this. Now I extend my hand over the oven.
Oh, okay.
Water on color. I take the water.
It's called Battlefront?
Back over the oven. Over the oven. So
Yeah, that one. That game's tight as fuck.
Pass over the opening of the oven. What's in the opening of an oven? Ultimately, again, the sharet. Pass it over an opening of the
And I would give it that. It's like an amazing game.
Ultimately, Rabbi Akiva says the waters are coming. Coming saying that it's fine. What do you think? Ubahapuli, Rabbi Akiva Savar, Rabbi Akiva Savar, Kimura Savar, Rabbi Akiva holds when you pass the water.
Grand Theft Auto Vice City. The soundtrack alone makes it a 10 out of 10. Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon's another really good game. The Sims is a really good game. All the Grand Theft Autos.
And the waters passed over a tree forest that is coming. Or something else, Mishkav or Moshe, some other item. That's the Torah. And also the Torah.
No, you're fucked, dog.
Something passes over airspace. So the next Torah. What's going on?
So you already lost today? Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, you won the whole lottery? Are you proud? Do I know who is? No one knows who that is. Is she tight?
That when something passes over the airspace,
Is she really hot? Dude, I gotta look up this bitch. What's her name? Elise Estos? I'm gonna tell you if this bitch is hot or not. Elise Estos?
The waters are coming. I'm going to say the water's hot. So what's
Spell it.
So originally we thought my focus was is something that comes in airspace. My focus is what was saying.
All right, spell it. All right, this bitch better be hot as fuck. If she's going around saying that she's the hottest chick in she's not that pretty. If she says she's the hottest bitch, I mean, she's okay. I'd give her a shoot in the shorts, but have you met her? She kind of seems like a bitch.
Once you sprinkle, the water left your hands. Once they left your hands, what? There's no possibility that you're going to put them down to that in the area that is incredible. So Raza Brabana to Maki. This is ultimately again one of the laws of Brabana is really down, which is Gemara says, and Rabbi which is very too much Zuma, is too much about also shocking. They're arguing about the laws that do we go ahead and learn out the existing Gemara, ultimately again, the law that exists in that moment. If you take a look at Rashi, just the one with Rashi in the third white line, they've done in so much the Gemara Rashi says to don't make hatas shenishmu l'fnei haza'asan. So do we learn out again, for example, Paraduma water that became coming before the sprinkling, and Tima Sheba also shah. From Tuma that you don't that'd be the example of let's say they're sprinkling Paraduma water on a Nida, where the water becomes coming at that exact moment. Rabbanan ultimately again hold that no, there is no sheer about Haisah. Okay, so it's incredible. So first of all, just to point out over here, the question that we raised also again remains constant. That halacha l'maisa, if you went ahead and you sprinkled the water on a baguette tameh, what is the status? Right? If sacrificial blood splattered on a baguette tameh, ultimately again, does the baguette require ibus or not? We want to see that use that question.
Hey, Zoo.
Even if it becomes tameh, still have the ability to affect kara.
I was gonna ask if you turn that down because it's loud as fuck.
Waters of paraduma on a nida, he and she becomes tahora from tumas. Even
yeah, baby.
Waters ultimately again the waters themselves will become incredible.
Oh, for sure, you're number one. You're probably also number two. I would probably list you at number 3 and number 4, and then probably to round it out, I would put you at number 5. You. Dog, I just named not just the top 1, but the top 5, dog. You're just the absolute worst, dude. You are. It just can't get any worse. Zoo.
I bet Hitler was better at fucking mini golf than you are. Okay.
My time the Bishim was the Bishim holds our local son. And both of these cases, there is no din of divorce. So my time the Bishim was the Bishim magic. So the Gemara says, Osal, Sid Nidama. It says Osal, and it says from his blood.
So no one can hear you. This bitch is pretty hot. No doubt about it. She can get it. Yo, bitch, if you're out there, no, you can get it, girl. Be your claim to fame. You got a message from her? Oh, you got a random match on Tinder. What's his name? Yeah, baby, that's like the oldest joke in the book, but it always fucking delivers. It's hilarious. I know you said that, and you actually used that to like get laid somehow. You had some dude like pay for a hook.
I use my voice to switch it to guys, and then my algorithms. But I mean,
Yeah, that's phenomenal. You should know that. Then didn't you have one of those guys buy you a hooker?
Yeah.
Let's say
Okay.
the animal, and the blood from the neck of the animal splattered on the coin square. So the Mishnah says, in that case,
That's what I did.
I mean, I don't know. It worked for you.
Because Allah so what type of blood requires people to take blood, sacrificially fit blood. When does blood become sacrificially fit? Ultimately, again, when there's Kabbalah. And it goes from the neck into the cleave. The blood splatters from the neck onto the garment of the coin. There is no kibos. Minat karen or minat yisrael. It's me again. Let's say the coin is doing the blood application. Splashing back from the corner of the mizbeach onto the garment, or from the yisod, from the base, splashing back. You know, some kibos. There's no good of kibos. Mishpach ala ritzvah asmo. Let's say you're inside the blood spills on the floor. Ultimately, again, there's no din.
Growing up, we had no paying contracts. I had a lot of people saying, why do the origin scene? I have really cool socials.
Dude, I don't want to hear this bullshit. So just mute yourself, big dog.
What type of blood requires people's own blood that one
Dude, if you don't mute yourself, I'm gonna mute you.
for you might have thought when the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment, ultimately again it would require people's therefore the passage says that will be sprinkled. It is only blood that is fit for sprinkling that ultimately again generates a people's salvation. And if the blood splatters back from the corner or from the base, you should require people's. Therefore, the passage says that you should sprinkle. Ultimately, again, this excludes blood that was already sprinkled. The most this. In other words, the blood is already sprinkled on the base, and then ultimately again splashes back. In halacha l'maaseh, that blood was already sprinkled, and therefore not counted. Therefore, we'll say, we're really defining this. The only type of blood that requires kibos, ultimately again, is blood that is fit for sprinkling. What is that? That's blood that has been received in a utensil, and ultimately again is ready to be used. But if the blood was already used, or for that matter again, the blood spurted from the neck of the animal onto the clothing, ultimately no din of kibos. Mishpach ala ritzvah is spilled on the floor. We'll say on the base. Why don't you use that last case? We'll say that last case is a little bit obvious. Why don't you be told that if the blood spilled on the floor and then it got onto the garment of the coin that it's blood, that there's no din of kibos, which the Gemara says not tam salat. The Gemara is giving you the reason. Why is it that it's not that the blood poured on the floor, and then you regather it, and it went ahead and splattered on the garment? That there's no din of kibos. Why is that? With these she'ain tones, kibos, and redemption is kabbalah b'li, v'ray lazia. And also the only time that there is a din of kibos, ultimately again, is the time where the blood was collected in a kli and fit for sprinkling. That's our rule. Essentially, the Mishnah was just illustrating the rule with this case of the blood that fell on the floor. Okay, right last time. Let's just bring this out. Look, I said, bottom line, the only time that there is a wrongdoing of people's obligation is when the blood itself is fit for sprinkling. Therefore, the paradigmatic case would be you receive the blood in the utensil. The blood is ready to be sprinkled, has not yet been sprinkled, and gets on the garment requires kiddush. But if the blood was never collected in the kli, or the blood was already used to sprinkle it, and then it got on the garment, no din of kiddush. So you must be looking at it. Now when you see the blood actually just sprinkling, what is this actually extending? So you must be looking at the pachos mitzvah the pachos mitzvah come to a specific orientation. Let's say you collect blood in 2 utensils, but in each utensil there's not enough blood for the sprinkling. So the Gemara says, Isanyo, Richalafta bar Shal Omer, Kiddush pachos if you collect not enough blood, or too little blood for sprinkling in one kli, and less than the necessary amount for sprinkling in a different kli, low kiddush. The kli itself does not sanctify the blood. The only time that sacrificial blood becomes sanctified in a kli sharis is if there's enough blood for sprinkling purposes. But if there's not enough blood in the kli, then the kli does not sanctify. And again, if the kli does not sanctify the what? So when that blood gets on the garment does not require kiddush. Say Bailahu, the dam mahu, the dam mahu, now severe shyness when it comes to the dam mahu. Gemara says this is mahu hilchasei or hilchasol dam. Oh, Dilma hasam ma'itemos. So again, then Gemara asks as follows. Do we say that it's just a halacha? We could actually say that says the dam mahu. Because of the age, we have the Kabbalah laws. We'll say it's very the Shaila is like this. You went ahead and you received too little blood in the grave, and then you received more blood. Ultimately, again, does that work? Do we say Hilchasei or Hilchasei? So do we say that ultimately again? Do we say that Halacha L'Maisa again? We'll say, by the way, I'm sorry, I just realized before. The case of Kiddush Pachos, which is used to about Karaduma waters, like Nadimar is asking the same Shaila side. Case was by if you receive too little water, not enough water for sprinkling purposes, right? In one plate, right? If you receive too little waters in a kli, and the kli does not sanctify the water. Okay, now the Gemara is asking the same style of
Yo, how are you? Just chilling, dude. Listen to Joe Rogan Experience. Feel free to enjoy.
Have you seen that Bitcoin been going down, Rabbi?
All right. Well, I mean, I don't control it.
I think investing in commodities are better.
Okay, that's cool. Some singer. It just started. I'll look it up in a little bit.
So again, interestingly enough, you know that by Chara Adura, if you don't have enough water in the for sprinkling purposes, the water itself is not concentrated. We're asking, does the same halacha apply by blood or not? So Tashma, let's analyze. If you do not have enough blood for sprinkling purposes in the sea, then ultimately again the fee does not constitute the blood. Tanya, well, it's interesting enough when this quote, we are equating ultimately again blood with the waters of the heart. Tanya, the Tabal, the pasuk in shall immerse, the Lama Safek, right? The Safek, the Lama Safek, the dam, actually the dam should be there. Versus the Ralach is left to immerse, and Lama Safek means don't wipe. Don't wipe. Rashi says, so it's very different. When you go ahead and you have to get blood for the sprinkling purposes, you have to immerse your finger inside of the kli and not gather up the blood by going ahead and scraping your finger along the walls of the kli. There has to be enough blood gathered in the kli itself that you can simply immerse your finger and get the requisite amount. Actually, the dam should be ultimately, again, until there must be enough blood in the kli from the beginning. Minadam, ultimately, again, Minadam should ultimately again. Allah mentioned from the blood, and then so the Indian actually says the wish of the Indian. Itam Muhammad the Indian Kila Shahizim and Rishona, Yazes Kula, Shisharak Laks of the Mitzvah Bo at Bo, Al Kolaziyat Villa, Unishan to the aspect. What's that very thus that when you have a requirement of multiple blood applications, ultimately again, you can't use the leftover from one application to the next. So let's say again, you coin gets his finger, does the sprinkling. When he does the second sprinkling, ultimately again, he has to reimburse his finger, can't use any residual part. When lift up a dam, and we'll say it has to say the dam. Why? Because of Rahman of the Kabal, if it just says the Kabal, I would have said that it's a guinea. Because of Rahman of the dam. Therefore the concept of the dam, because of Rahman of the dam, if it just said the dam, I would have thought that you could even smear your finger against the wall of the food to accumulate the necessary amounts of blood. Therefore, because of Rahman of the Kabal, Minadam Shebe Inyan, when you eat in so we'll say, what does that come to exclude? Amarabah, when you eat Shirayim Shebe Etzbah, that comes to exclude the use of any leftover blood on one's finger for a second after. So we'll say, we'll stop over here for today, but just understand what we just stopped here. We established it like this. Like Hara Duma, in order for the Kli to consecrate the waters, there has to be enough water for the sprinkling in the Kli all at once. The Shaila is that the same halacha applies to blood? It appears to be the answer to that is yes. That in order for blood to be consecrated by a Kli Sharis, you have to have enough blood for the requisite sprinklings in the Kli all together at once. In addition to that, there's some other halachas, which is when the Kohen dips his finger in the blood, there has to be enough cool blood that he could dip it in and get what he needs. If he needs to smear his finger against the side of the blood, that's going to be invalid. Not only that, when you have to do multiple sprinklings, so again, you dip your finger, do the sprinkling, any residual blood on your finger cannot be used for the second sprinkling. The second sprinkling must come from new blood within the Kli. Okay, we'll pick up and let you know more details about that tomorrow. We'll say Shkoyach.
Well, trying to rock bottom. That's what they say. They say you need to find rock bottom. No one's ever imagined that you would be the type of guy that would fuck around at a bar, spit on somebody, and start a fight. You just don't seem like that at all. I've lived in a small town, and there's not much to do in a small town. You would either find a girl or fight. I figured you for the find the girl type of guy. Well, I was.
Fine, the most like good morning. It's a bit funny. I look at the time kind of let us begin. Begin like
1967, 66. Born 67.
Begin my thinking all about before the month of Kislev. I was at a class learning. A grandfather told me, son, told me to be reading. Shit. In the block of St. Sebastian, memory of the parents.
That's impressive.
Yitzchak Ner Nakoin, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda today. And again, the Eli Mishnas and his father who was with you yesterday and he was dying today. Mordechai and Ben Jonah. In memory of your friends, family friends, that's talking about Kali Yonah Gordon. Holy Catholic College, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zahini Bas Shmuel, Zahini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and his aunt Esther Bas Issachar. Are they learning sponsors? Ed and Iris Miller, in memory of Dr. Audrey Shapiro, of then Yitzchak Al-Hanan, Shloshi, Alei, Agasim, on Sarah Steinberg, continued help for Shulam, Hannah Bach, Susha, Seth, and Ruth, the memory of the institutions of Holy Rafa, and Holy Catholic College, and the social of Bushim of Rafa, and American Icon, all of it comes to the abandons in the Chava. All those who were Bush have for this holy Yisrael, the next of life in Rafa, the Am Yisrael in the days. What we got for us to the last today? That is Sadik Gimel 93, and we are picking up on Sadik 90 to be
like an every
Yudat
man
of Go'i
position
Rabbi,
of
which
you know
is
you're
exactly
singing the
2,
stop
4,
or
6,
great
20 lines up from
song
Torah.
tone.
So by
It
Rabbi
was like
if you have an
there's a lot of
answer,
sadness.
Kata Sa'od Sheheknes Dama
Oh yeah, life
B'Tzavara
goes on. Well,
B'Pnei
that's
Ma'at.
well of living
What
is
is the
gone.
halacha? It's actually
I was like,
we
oh
began this
Jesus
discuss
Christ,
yesterday.
life's
If
gonna
you
cut
take
this
a
is
Kata
it.
Sa'od,
This is
that is what it
this
does,
is it.
and the blood is still in
Like
its
this
neck.
I
Now, in other
struggle
words,
with
as I
that.
mentioned yesterday, I told you yesterday
Like
here.
I did.
So if you bring a carbon that's supposed to be externally, right, or a carbon apiso, and you bring it inside, that disqualifies the carbon. Now that's true if you bring the blood, right? If you bring the meat, if you bring the body of the animal, that doesn't necessarily disqualify it. I don't know if you didn't release on the bird, right, and the blood is still in the neck. You put the bird into the inside of the base and just like that. Does that disqualify the carbon? Now, Sava, please show us some units. So do you see that the neck of the bird is like the three shards, like the service utensil? And for again, when it's with muscle. Although it's Sava, but in the no, they even tags like the flesh. And therefore, the same way that you bring the meat of a carbon inside, it doesn't disqualify the carbon. So too, if you bring the blood in the neck of the bird, the blood in the neck is considered to be blood in the flesh. So that's the side of it. Mark the Kashma. Take this up and you put a concept share. Let's see, share. And take this up, means the body moves. That's like where the sorry, convulse. The body convulsed, and as a result of the convulsion, it ended up moving itself inside of the mikdash, and then it came back outside. Kira, the covenant's custom, that was an interesting enough time to face of the following So perhaps there's no distinction. Perhaps I will say at the end of the day, what we look at is like this: when that blood falls on the garment, is the blood sacrificially put in or not? If it is, it's cause kibus. If not, it doesn't cause kibus. That's